Hey guys, hope you are well. So, welcome to the Anime Fictions 2.0. This is the story about What If Dichotomy of Namikaze Naruto. Part 4. Hope you love previous parts. Check out full playlist. You will love this What If. If you did, do subscribe for more awesome What If. Share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the other videos I have created. Comment down your opinion. Share with your friends. So, without wasting any time, let's jump into the fourth part. It had been quite the crazy night. They had both stayed up until almost midnight, simply chatting about various and sundry things, all the while nursing bottles of sake. Sasuke had been almost piss drunk by the time they had gone to bed, and Naruto hadn't been faring that much better. Although, Kyuubi had purged him clean before he went to bed. Something about a hangover. He didn't quite understand that. He didn't remember that much past telling Sasuke about his heritage, but he did vaguely remember a chat they had had regarding Sasuke's residence. Something about how the Uchiha compound was big and sprawling and uninviting. Naruto didn't quite remember what had come of that conversation, but he filed it away for future clarification. He swung his feet over the side of the bed and scratched his belly, noting that he had not had one of his normal study sessions with the Kyuubi while he had been asleep. He supposed it was a bit refreshing to simply sleep for once, although he did bemoan the fact that he hadn't learned anything more about poisons and antidotes. He resolved himself to go almond hunting after their C-rank mission later on that day. Cyanide sounded like one hell of a poison. He walked into his bathroom and commenced with his normal morning routine, noting that there hadn't been as much hot water as usual. That, and the water pressure had been considerably less than it usually was, leaving him feeling slightly less clean than he normally did. He shrugged and dismissed it as a water main break or some such thing. It's not as if such a thing was uncommon in a village where battle was not out of the norm. He shrugged on his clothes, adjusting his forehead protector and sword so that they rode on his back a bit more comfortably. He pricked his thumb and did the hand seals for the kuchiyas, muttering the name of the jutsu under his breath as he slammed his palm down onto the ground. Once the smoke cleared, Kyuubi in her fox form was curled around his hand in a cute animalistic way, still sleeping quite soundly. Smiling, Naruto hefted her around his neck and put on his mask. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and he was in a good mood. It would be a good day. Trundling out of his bedroom, he absent-mindedly activated his enhanced senses. And froze. Water was still running. And it wasn't coming out of his room. Not only that, but there was a familiar scent down the hallway, and he heard something that sounded like splashing. He immediately went into ninja mode, taking note of his surroundings and putting his right hand near the hilt of his sword, silently creeping towards a door further down the hallway that sounded like it was the origin of the disturbance. He opened the door quietly, padding into the room with as little noise as possible. The room was lit and bright, and he noted that there were a few clothes strewn across the bed. It was a pair of white shorts and a blue shirt with a red and white fan on the back, looking as though they had just been washed and were now drying. Naruto quirked an eyebrow but let his guard down, realizing that it was obviously Sasuke who was in the shower, as those were undoubtedly his clothes. He was confused. Why was Sasuke in his house, using one of his showers? Moreover, it looked as though the bed had been used the night before. Obviously, Sasuke had spent the night here rather than going back to the Uchiha compound. He scowled. Had they talked about this? Had he given permission to Sasuke to stay here, or had he simply used one of the rooms, assuming that he would be okay with it? He realized to his chagrin that he didn't really have any problem with it. They had both been piss drunk the night before, and considering that Naruto had gone to bed around midnight, it would have made sense for Sasuke to simply spend the night here as opposed to heading across town to his own home. It's not like he didn't have the spare space. Shaking his head, he retreated from the room and headed downstairs, making himself some bacon and eggs for breakfast and leaving some extra for Sasuke to have. He sat down in the entertainment room and turned on the television to the weather channel, noting that the forecast was sunny and bright, as it had been for weeks now. After a few minutes, a fully dressed and smelling of mint Sasuke made his way down the stairs, looking a bit off. Naruto just smirked. Sasuke was probably just as surprised to wake up here as Naruto was to find him here. Sleep well. There's some bacon and eggs on the stove, help yourself. Naruto watched as Sasuke seemed startled for a moment that he hadn't been questioned on why he was here, but he quickly recomposed himself and went into the kitchen, presumably to take Naruto up on his offer. Sasuke came back into the room after a few minutes and took a perch on the other end of the sofa, watching as the forecast made its way across the screen once more. Do you remember why it is that I'm here? Naruto shook his head. All I remember is having some sort of a conversation on your current lodgings. And then. Well, we sort of passed out asleep after that, I think. Sasuke seemed to think for a moment before he too shook his head in mirth and just a bit of frustration. Remind me again why we drank so much. Naruto smirked. We didn't drink that much. You're just a lightweight. I guess you full-blooded Uchiha can't take your alcohol. Sasuke shot him a scowl, and an amusedly irked expression adorned his face. I don't have the Kyuubi to conveniently purge myself clean whenever I feel like it. Without her, you'd have been just as piss-drunk as I was. You got that right. Both Naruto and Sasuke were surprised to see Kyuubi instantaneously transform into her human state and land gracefully in Naruto's outstretched arms. She yawned and scratched her belly before she grinned mischievously at Naruto. You'd have been so hungover this morning. It would have been comical. Naruto gave her a scowl before he unceremoniously dropped Kyuubi on her butt, earning him a vicious glare. She picked herself up and dusted herself off before she sat down in the middle seat and propped her feet up on the coffee table, surreptitiously stealing a few pieces of bacon from Naruto. Naruto picked up his plate and moved it out of Kyuubi's reach, which Kyuubi responded to by whining not unlike her fox counterpart. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk amusedly. It was downright domestic. After the two humans and the fox finished their breakfasts, Naruto headed back up to his room to pack himself for the C-ranked mission they would be going on, while Sasuke headed towards the Uchiha compound to pack his own things. Curiously enough, Sasuke returned to Naruto's house before Naruto was done packing, citing that he didn't have anything better to do. Naruto didn't press the matter. Naruto had packed most of his clothing, as well as the greater majority of his ninja tools into his field pack, taking care to maximize space. He also brought along 2 different scrolls and his book on seals. Which Kyuubi was curious about. The scrolls had been marked simply B, leading Kyuubi to believe that they were B-rank ninjutsu that he would be learning during his mission, and the book on seals was self-explanatory. But she wasn't sure that he would even have time to learn on their trip, much less learn in the manner in which he normally did, via Kage Bunshin. She did cede, however, that it was probably a good idea to bring them along, at least. If he did have time, he would most certainly use it well. The thing that surprised Kyuubi, however, was the addition of medical supplies to his backpack. It wasn't much. A pump respirator, a few tubes and a bag for field blood transfusions, and a general medical pack that included antiseptic, styptic and copious amounts of gauze and medical tape. But it surprised her nonetheless that Naruto had the forethought to even think of such a thing. She did suppose that he was the unofficial medic of Team 7. But still. It amazed her to think that Naruto had taken to the role so easily. Sasuke had packed much the same as Naruto had, putting in clothes, ninja tools, and a few fire jutsu that he had recently scrounged from the Uchiha vaults. His pack was considerably lighter than Naruto's however, considering that Naruto's ninja tools consisted of heavy explosives. Sasuke had been amazed at how heavy. In contrast to their size. Grenades had been. It weighted Naruto down considerably. After both had made sure they had everything they needed, they made their way out the door, making a leisurely pace towards their usual meeting spot. Naruto didn't have much to say to Sasuke, nor did Sasuke have much to say to Naruto. So the entire trek was done mostly in silence, much to Kyuubi's chagrin. Once they reached the town itself, Sasuke stopped and seemed pensive for a moment, causing Naruto and Kyuubi, who was now back in her fox form, to look at him confusedly. Sasuke turned around and shot an impassive glance at Naruto. I need to make a detour. I've been meaning to get something for a while now. And if we're going on a C-ranked mission today, this is probably the last chance I'll have to actually get them for a while. Naruto cocked his head. Oh. And what is it that you've been meaning to get, exactly? Sasuke threw him a smirk and motioned with his head to follow him, causing Naruto to scowl slightly. But he did follow. After a little while, he found himself in front of the Higurashi weapons shop, watching as a thoroughly exhausted Tenten was sweeping the front stoop. Naruto smiled. Boy. Tenten. It's been a while. Do you have a break from those relentless C-ranked missions Guy-sensei's been making you go on? Naruto had raced up to the panda-eyed girl enthusiastically at first, but upon seeing her ragged appearance and seemingly half-dead demeanor, decided to calm down a bit. Tenten looked up at him and gave a half-hearted smile. Hi Naruto. It has been a while, hasn't it? She straightened herself up and leaned on her broom to steady herself, trying to depict herself as much less tired than she was. An act that Naruto didn't buy for a second. How have you? She yawned. Been. Naruto seemed thoughtful for a moment before he walked up to Tenten and without warning, scooped her up, walking inside the shop in the process. Sasuke was slightly stunned by this but didn't comment. Apparently, these two knew each other. Nah Naruto. What the hell are you doing? I'm supposed to sweep the front steps. Put me down. Tenten flailed a bit in Naruto's grasp, but it was completely ineffective. Leading Naruto to believe that she really was exhausted. Tenten was no slouch when it came to strength, and if she really wanted to get out of his hold, she probably could. Considering her weak resistance, either she was enjoying this or she was extremely tired. What you need is some rest. You've got circles under your eyes like a damn panda and you're as weak as a kitten. How much sleep have you been getting, anyway? Naruto watched as Tenten tried to scowl at him, which turned into a yawn, much to her chagrin. Instead, she seemed to relax and accept her fate. Guy-sensei has been working us non-stop for a few days. Missions, training, missions. Training. Ugh. Between that and the shop. I guess I haven't been getting more than a few hours of sleep a night. Naruto stopped and sent a reproachful glare at Tenten. Before realizing that she couldn't see it, he scowled. He really needed to rethink this whole mask thing at some point. Baka. You know that you need to get at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep per night. Even if you train relentlessly day after day, it won't do you a bit of good if your muscles aren't getting the rest they need to effectively rebuild and heal themselves. That's not even mentioning the lactic acid buildup or the atrophy that you'll incur by constantly tearing down but not building back up your musculature. Without your REM sleep cycle, you're effectively just sitting still for a few hours in a semi-comatose state. You can't even consider that sleep. Tenten just stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. Since when did you become some sort of doctor? She noticed that Sasuke seemed to smirk slightly at that, as if reliving some inside joke. Naruto just cocked his head and chuckled. Since about a month ago. Since you're an active duty genin, I can take you off of active duty for a while if you want. All I'd have to do is give the order to Guy and call it a medical directive. Tenten gaped. You can order Guy-sensei around. He's a jounin for Kami's sake. How the hell do you think you can give him orders? Naruto chuckled again and began walking towards the back of the shop where Tenten's father was undoubtedly working. I can't give him orders, per se, but I can give him medical directives. I'm what's considered a field medic, which is basically one step below a fully certified medic nin. I can give medical directives and medical orders if I feel they're necessary, and most nin with the exception of those who are superior to me medically, or the Hokage himself, are pretty much bound to follow them. If they feel like it. Tenten and Sasuke both sweat dropped. If they feel like it. Naruto scowled at Sasuke but turned his attention back to walking towards the back of the store. Whether I like it or not, Chunin, Jounin and Anbu are all superior to me in the military system. While I can medically order them to do something, they don't really have to follow it if they don't really want to. Mostly, it's an exegetical system. I give them the order, which gives them the excuse to follow it without being in violation of other orders. Of course, if I really wanted to, I could just go to the Hokage and give him the order directly. But it would be up to him as to whether he wants to follow it or not. Until I reach the level where I'm a fully certified medical doctor, which won't be for years, I can't give medical orders that are actually orders. I can only give orders that are strictly if you want to. Tenten giggled at this, which earned her another glare from behind Naruto's mask. So basically, you can tattle to Guy-sensei about my physical condition and recommend that I be taken off of active duty, but he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to, right? Naruto nodded. Knowing Guy, however, he probably couldn't resist my youthful concern for my comrade. I can almost guarantee that he would follow my directives. Tenten seemed to ponder this for a moment, but before she could give an answer, they arrived back in the forge room, where a sweaty and dirty Kaseki was working on a new batch of kunai. Naruto sat Tenten down on a bench and walked over to the hunched-over blacksmith, tapping him twice on the shoulder. He turned around to face Naruto with a scowl on his face, but seeing that it was just Naruto, his scowl became a grin. Naruto. It's been entirely too long since I've seen you. Naruto took off his mask and gave the man a foxy grin. Sorry, I've been training like a madman the past month. I've barely had time to visit Ichiraku Ramen, let alone drop by this place. Kaseki waved him off dismissively. No need to apologize. I told you, didn't I? Make him proud. That's what you've been trying to do, isn't it? That's much more important than coming to visit an old man like me. Naruto scratched the back of his head and gave a wistful grin before he nodded, causing Kaseki to smile himself. They stood there in silence for a moment as Tenten and Sasuke listened intently, hoping to find out just who this him was. Unfortunately for them, Kaseki changed the subject. He wiped his hands off on his apron and motioned for them to follow him into the living room attached to the forge area. You've obviously come here for something. This isn't a random visit, am I right? Kaseki started a bit when Naruto picked Tenten back up and began following them, seemingly oblivious to Tenten's slight blush. Yeah. Your daughter is absolutely exhausted from working too hard. She needs more sleep, better nutrition and some general rest. If Tenten wants me to, I'll even make it a medical directive to her sensei to keep her off active duty for a while. Before Kaseki could respond, Sasuke cut in with a cough. Well, originally we came here because I needed to make a purchase. Naruto can take care of Tenten, but if we take too long, we'll be late to our team's meeting. Not like it would matter, but… Naruto outright laughed. Yeah. It would just piss off Sakura to have everyone but her be late. I'm sure Kakashi-sensei wouldn't give a crap. Hell, he'll probably be 3 hours late as it is. Kiseki stopped for a moment and looked back at Naruto with a half-amused, half-serious look. Your sensei is Hada Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke both nodded, producing a half-grimace from Kiseki. I suppose the Sandaime would put him as your sensei. It makes the most sense. Although, why Haruno Sakura is on your team? Well, that's another story for another time I guess. Naruto cocked his head confusedly, but before he could ask anything, a woman wearing long red trousers and a tank top shirt came into view, looking to all the world as though she had just taken a bath in coal. Naruto blinked. It took that long for the woman to come over to Naruto and pick up Tenten into her own arms. Tenten. What happened to you? Are you alright? Did anyone hurt you? Have you been eating enough? What's wrong? Before Naruto could ask the obvious question, Kiseki cut in. It's fine, Aika. She's just a bit exhausted, according to Naruto here. She's been working and training too hard with not enough sleep, apparently. Aika frowned and looked at Naruto. Is she okay? What does she need? Does she need antibiotics for it? Will she be alright? Naruto's sweat dropped fiercely, as did everyone else in the room. She's fine. Aika-san. Like Ko said, she's just suffering from a bout of exhaustion, both physical and mental by the looks of it. Bed rest, good nutrition and plenty of water is all she needs. A muffled sound came from Tenten at that moment and Aika apparently realized that she had been holding Tenten in a death grip, nearly suffocating the girl in her bosom. With a gasp, Tenten was released from the death hold and proceeded to back up from her mother in a comical way, brushing coal residue off of her face and clothes. Kiseki simply chuckled, which earned him a death glare from Tenten. After a few more moments, all parties were seated on a few couches and recliners in the living area while Aika went upstairs to rinse off. Aika means well. She's just a bit of an overprotective mother. She just got back from supervising the mine work, so she's probably especially irritated. Naruto just waved it off dismissively. It's alright. I'm not going to blame her for worrying about the welfare of her daughter. Besides, I wanted to meet her sometime anyway. Kiseki chuckled slightly before he seemed to remember something. Ichiha-san. You said you were here to make a purchase, weren't you? My apologies, I shouldn't have made a customer wait so long. Please, follow me and we can get you set up with what it was that you needed. Sasuke waved him off as well, but stood up anyway. It's alright. Like we said before, we're not in any real hurry. With that, the two disappeared back into the shop, leaving a half-asleep Tenten and relaxed Naruto alone. Naruto was about to start up another conversation with Tenten when out of nowhere, Tenten flopped down on the couch, conveniently using Naruto's thigh as a pillow. Before Naruto could object, soft snoring sounds started to come from Tenten's mouth and Naruto just smiled gently. He created a shadow clone and made it readjust Tenten's legs on the couch to a more comfortable position before it popped out of existence and then he silently put one hand on Tenten's head in what he hoped was a comforting gesture. Ayubi jumped down and curled around Tenten's neck, providing a smidgen of warmth for the girl, which earned her a grateful smile from Naruto. They all just laid there for about 15 minutes, enjoying the silence and warm atmosphere, before Aika, now in a pair of blue trousers and a red button up the front shirt came down the stairs. Naruto couldn't help but see the similarities between Tenten and her mother. Tenten and Aika both wore their hair in two buns on top of their head and both had the same charcoal-colored eyes. Tenten's mother held herself in a relaxed and informal way, just as Tenten did, and she was tall and slender, but obviously well-toned. Much the same as her daughter. They would be considered carbon copies if not for the fact that Tenten held some of the ruggedness that Kiseki had passed on to her. Aika looked at them and smiled. Thank you for looking out after my daughter. She pushes herself extremely hard and I suppose sometimes she overdoes it. Naruto smiled sheepishly as Aika found a seat in a nearby recliner and propped up her legs, sighing relaxedly in the process. I'm a medic, so I guess it's my job to make sure that the nin of Konoha are in good shape. Besides, Tenten is my friend. Friends look out for each other, right? Aika just nodded, her eyes closed and head back on the recliner, enjoying the feeling of relaxedness. I'm not sure that just friends would let each other sleep on each other's thighs, though. Against his better judgment, Naruto blushed, earning a chuckle from Aika. Naruto just sighed and shook his head, returning to enjoying the silence. Both parties' sweat dropped, however, when Tenten let out loud snoring sound, which tested Naruto's ability to hold in a laugh. Aika too had to hold in a loud guffaw, making it instead come out as choked sputters. It took both a few seconds to rein their emotions enough to return to normalcy, and silence reigned for a few minutes before Aika spoke. Tenten doesn't actually have that many friends these days. She's been training so hard and working at the shop so much that she barely has time for a normal girl's social life. She used to crush on some Hyuga like all girls of her class did, but after she got over that, she sort of stopped being social, focusing more on her ninja skills than anything else. Aika sighed and Naruto just nodded, not sure what to say. When Tenten first told me that she wanted to be a ninja, I was wholeheartedly against it. Kiseki wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea either, but in the end, it was her decision. We thought that after a few months, she'd drop out of the academy and return to a normal civilian life. But as the years went by and graduation loomed closer, we realized that she was very much serious about it. She's become even more serious as of late, especially with her sensei pushing her so hard with the Chunin exams coming up. Naruto nodded again and noticed that Tenten shifted slightly under his hand on her head. He looked down to find her still fast asleep. He smiled and stood up, making sure not to jostle Tenten any more than necessary, and then put her head on some pillows at the end of the couch, while at the same time draping a blanket over her. He saw Aika smiling warmly at him as he made his way to a recliner adjacent to Aika's own, Kyuubi following him on his heels. As soon as he sat down, Kyuubi twined herself around his neck once more, and Aika gave a puzzled glance to Naruto which he just waved off. "This is my pet fox, Vix. I found her on the outskirts of Konoha one day and took her in." Aika smiled at this explanation and nodded, trying to keep her slight dismay at having Naruto tote around a fox as hidden as possible. She had no problem with Naruto and his burden, but like most citizens of Konoha, she had a bit of a superstition of foxes. She supposed it was rather normal considering how many had died against the Kyuubi. She decided to change the subject. "So, what made Kiseki and you so friendly? I know he mentioned you in passing a few weeks back as being a friend. But he didn't tell me much else, except that you were welcome here anytime. Not that I would have turned you away anyway, but it's rare for Kiseki to make such quick friends, especially with kids." Naruto sighed and his gaze fell on the floor. "I'm afraid it's something I really can't tell you, Aika-san. I was able to tell Kiseki because of certain circumstances. But over and above him and one other person, I'm not allowed to tell anyone. Just know that it's something that Kiseki and I have in common. And it does have to do with my burden." Aika gave him a startled and confused stare. You know about it?" Naruto just nodded. "I found out about a month ago. The circumstances weren't the best, but for better or for worse, it's out in the open for me. It precipitated quite a bit of stuff. But that's part of the stuff I can't tell you." She looked at him with faux frustration before she closed her eyes and shook her head with a chuckle. "Fair enough, I suppose. With you, I guess secrets are just normal as far as things go. Whenever you can, though, I'd appreciate it if you told me." Naruto nodded and Aika smiled again, bringing her gaze back to Tenten. Naruto had his own sad smile on his face as he noticed Aika watch Tenten with a motherly gaze, and he wondered, just for an instant, what it would be like to have a mother. After about 15 minutes of comfortable silence, Kiseki and Sasuke re-entered the room quietly. Aika and Tenten were both fast asleep, and Naruto was resting quite calmly as well, though he wasn't asleep. The atmosphere had been so soporific that he couldn't help but rest a little bit. Naruto started for a moment and grabbed a pen and some paper off of the table. He hurriedly wrote down an excusal note for Tenten that he handed to Kiseki, who looked at him confused for just a moment before realization dawned on his face. "Give that to Guy-sensei if he comes by looking for Tenten. Tell him who wrote it, he'll understand." Sasuke gestured with his head towards the door, and Naruto nodded, silently agreeing that it was time to leave. Ko smiled at Naruto and nodded as well, before he turned back to his wife and daughter, getting a blanket for his wife and another pillow for Tenten. Naruto smiled, and he thought he saw the slivers of a smile on Sasuke before they re-entered the shop and went out the front door into the street again. As they began to walk towards their meeting spot, Naruto remembered that Sasuke had bought something. "Nah, Sasuke, what exactly did you have to buy, anyway?" Sasuke smirked arrogantly and reached into his shuriken pouch, pulling out a pair of what looked like brass knuckles. "They're just about perfect for my style of taijutsu, and they can help me deliver more power and more damage behind each punch." Naruto damn near gaped. These things were deadly. The knuckle portions of the weapons were somewhat standard. Padded finger holes that went from the first knuckle to the third knuckle with flexible joints in between, giving them stability and spread of power. But above that, the knucklers were more like knives than anything else. The part above the middle knuckle on each finger held a horizontal blade that was obviously serrated viciously, and they were separated from each other by a centimeter-wide gap in between. The blades came about a half an inch off the knucklers themselves and were made of a coppery substance that gave it an almost golden gleam. There were small blood canals on each blade that allowed for blood to drain off of them, and the areas in between the blades were equally as sharp and jagged in a shark's teeth fashion, giving them the ability to cut and rip effectively. They were brutal and efficient. And they were perfect. Naruto gave Sasuke a smile, which Sasuke noticed only because he had been practicing trying to figure out Naruto's facial expressions behind his mask for the last month. "Those things are horrible. Man, I need to get myself a pair." Sasuke smirked wider. "As if you could even use these. Your kenjutsu might be superb, but your taijutsu is still fresh out of the academy. In hand-to-hand, I wouldn't even need these to kick your ass." Naruto scowled. "I can still move faster than you can in the flow. Whether it's a sword or my fists, you can't hit me and you can't catch me." Sasuke's smirk changed to a scowl rather quickly, and he was sure that Naruto was now smirking triumphantly behind his mask. Sasuke simply gave his trademark HN and schooled his face, admitting for the moment that Naruto was right. He made a mental note to work on speed the next time they trained. After a few minutes, they made it to the training area. And stopped cold. Naruto checked his watch, and Sasuke was rubbing his eyes furiously. To check for Ijinjutsu, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but noticed nothing, and Naruto couldn't help but openly gape at the spectacle that was before them. Naruto and Sasuke had been only 10 minutes late from the regular meeting time. Kakashi wasn't supposed to be here for another 2 hours or so. And yet, standing right in front of them, giving them both a confused stare with an irate Sakura behind him, was Kakashi. Naruto was the first to break from the stupor. "Kaka. Kakashi-sensei. How? What? Why? You. On time?" Sasuke just nodded, as if saying that he was asking the same question. Kakashi put his left hand behind his head and seemed to chuckle in a deadpan. "Well, our mission is kind of important today, so I figured that there wasn't any time to waste, and I figured that everyone would be here on time, so I—" Naruto interrupted. "Important? You already have our mission. What's important enough that you of all people would show up on time?" Kakashi immediately got serious, which scared all 3 genin present enough to make them snap out of their stupors, or in Sakura's case, her rage. "I'll explain it on the way to the Hokage Tower. We really don't have any time to waste." Naruto and Sasuke both nodded, with Sakura gulping behind them before they took off towards the tower at full speed. Kakashi looked behind him to see Sakura lagging slightly and slowed down. Something that Sasuke and Naruto both did as well, much to their frustration. "I'll make it brief, as the Hokage will explain the particulars. Yesterday, Teammate received a C-rank mission to escort a bridge builder to the Wave Country. Supposedly, the only dangers were supposed to be bandits and thieves. However, they were intercepted by 2 Chunin-ranked missing nin from Kiri on the way there, bumping the mission up to at least a B rank. Kurenai and her team were able to fend them off rather easily, however." Kakashi's gaze steeled further. Upon reaching Wave itself, they were intercepted by a Jounin-level missing nin from Kiri by the name of Momochi Zabuza, as well as his apprentice. "We don't know the specifics, but shortly after dusk yesterday, a message was delivered by summoned carrier pigeon that stated that Kurenai and her team had been defeated, although apparently, all of them survived and Kurenai was able to wound Zabuza rather badly. We aren't exactly sure what's going on now, but we do know that she asked for reinforcements in the letter. And we are being sent as those reinforcements." Kakashi then sighed. "Also, according to the letter, we believe that Hyuga Hinata has been kidnapped. We aren't sure of the particulars, but Kurenai made it clear that she was missing. We aren't sure what exactly that means." He stopped on a tree branch and allowed his 3 students to catch up with him before he stood to his full height and fixed them all with the most serious and piercing gaze they had ever been subject to. "This mission is at least an A rank. If it weren't for the fact that Hokage-sama doesn't have anyone else to send, we wouldn't even be considered for this mission. If anything, the only reason that you 3 are going along is to clean up the bandits and mercenaries that are undoubtedly working with Zabuza and his employer. I will ask you this only once, and all 3 of you must be in complete agreement. Knowing the risks. Knowing the rank. Do you want this mission?" Naruto, who had been eerily calm since Hinata was mentioned, lowered his head, but all 3 could feel the barely restrained Kai coming of him. Kakashi could even feel a bit of Kyuubi's chakra mixed into it. Sakura had to keep from shivering. This didn't accurately describe his current emotional state. Hinata was missing. Possibly captured. And Kakashi was asking if they wanted to go. He raised his head and looked at his sensei with a cold gaze, noting with satisfaction that Kakashi flinched ever so slightly. "We are the only people available, right? If we don't go, who will? Hinata is my friend and comrades are in danger. And you're asking us if we want to go. We don't have a choice in the matter. There is no choice. We will go, we will rescue Hinata, and we will save Kurenai and her team." Kakashi couldn't hold back a slight smile of pride as he heard Naruto's thoughts. The boy was turning out quite alright. He noted with even more satisfaction that Sasuke had simply nodded, adding his own weight to Naruto's thoughts. His gaze shifted to Sakura, who was obviously scared witless, but he noted with at least some relief that she nodded as well, all the while throwing glances at Sasuke, perhaps wishing for his reassurances. If he noticed them, however, he didn't acknowledge them. He nodded. "Very well then. We will be accompanied by 1 other Jounin on this mission, who we will meet when we reach the tower. I expect you to follow orders from her as though they were orders from me. Even though she's a bit, well, Off. All three of his students' sweat dropped at this, but nodded nonetheless. They once again set off for the tower, this time at a faster pace. Even Sakura seemed motivated. Naruto smiled in a somewhat malevolent way. He would find those bastards that took Hinata and he would make them pay. Oh yes. They would pay. Kakashi flinched again as Naruto's killing intent unconsciously flared. Maybe telling Naruto that Hinata was in danger wasn't the best of ideas. She was beginning to hate Haddock Kakashi. The man was late. More than that, he was late for an A-ranked mission. She could fully understand shirking a D or C or even B-ranked mission and being late for it. But A. No. She drew the line there. A-ranked missions were important, damn it. Besides, she got to kill people on A-ranked missions, and any time that someone kept her from killing, she was pissed off. Mitarashi Anko's eyes scanned the room, taking in the sights that were now becoming monotonous. She had been leaning on this wall for the better part of 20 minutes now, and the novelty of hanging out in the mission room was beginning to wear thin. Even the banter between the Hokage and that cute Chunin Yumi no Ruka was getting a bit stale. She unconsciously licked her lips. Maybe she could have a bit of fun before the mission. Walking over to the desk, she bent over in front of Iruka across the desk, giving him an ample view of her cleavage. She nearly smirked when he looked away with a slightly imperceptible blush adorning his face. Iruka-kun. Wasn't Kakashi and his team supposed to be here almost? She glanced at a clock. 20 minutes ago. He was informed that I would be coming along, wasn't he? She grabbed a chair and sat down in front of him on the other side of the desk, leaning back slightly and grinning. Iruka, still with his head pointed in the other direction, simply nodded. Before he jumped in his seat a bit. I don't know what could possibly be keeping him, Anko-san. If he isn't here as soon, I'll PP personally. He stopped and threw a glare at a fully smirking Anko, who was now seated. Her feet were dubiously missing from in front of her, however. And Iruka's face couldn't be redder. Anko grinned. The things one could do with their feet and a semi-willing victim. Iruka hastily stood up and put his hands in his pockets, turning towards the window. Anko could have sworn she saw him adjust something in his pants. No doubt the little problem her ministrations under the table had left him with. She noticed that everyone in the room was currently fixating on her and Iruka, and she noticed with an even larger smirk that the Hokage himself seemed to be immensely amused, if a bit concerned. Iruka turned back to her, still with his hands in his pockets, shooting her a glare. She continued to smirk. I'll personally go look for them if they're not here soon, Anko-san. For now, please just be patient. Anko raised her eyebrows slightly at the now slightly emboldened Chunin before her trademark sadistic grin made its way back onto her face. Understood, Iruka-kun. You do something like that for me? I'm flattered. Before Iruka could register it, Anko was hanging off of his frame, her legs positioned on either side of him and her arms clinging to the back of his neck. They were literally only inches away from kissing. Anko smirked. Time to have a bit of. She noticed with a bit of surprise that her lips were not currently moving. She also noticed that her back was now positioned against the wall. Taking in her current predicament, she noticed that Iruka had flipped them against the wall adjacent to them, with Anko currently sandwiched between the Chunin and the mahogany. She also noticed that Iruka's lips were currently very much pressed against her own, and his hands were in certain places that made Anko shiver in both excitement and rage. Before she could say anything, however, Iruka broke the kiss and stared at her with eyes that she didn't quite believe the Chunin to possess. Anko-chan. If I had known that you wanted to play, I would have gladly volunteered. The whole room was stunned silent. The Hokage's pipe had dropped on the floor and he looked very concerned. The cashiers had stopped talking and even the few Anbu guard in the room had completely abandoned stealth in order to gape at the spectacle in front of them. It had to be a hallucination. Iruka. Kindly, demure, shy Iruka. Had outdone Anko in a game of adult cat and mouse. More than that, he had taken initiative with a woman. And had spoken seductively. Yumi no Iruka was not seductive. Yumi no Iruka did not take initiative with women. The room's stunned occupants were interrupted by a serious-looking Team 7 bursting through the door, Kakashi leading the way. Curiously missing his orange book. After a few seconds of awkward silence, they turned to look at what everyone else in the room was looking at, and all four of them couldn't help but gape as well. Naruto was the first to recover. Somewhat. He started with a subdued snickering that quickly turned into a loud laugh, which brought everyone's attention back to the blonde-haired Jinchuriki. Iruka seemed to snap out of whatever dementia had gripped him and his eyes widened comically before he hurriedly set Anko down and sat in his own chair once more, trying as hard as he could to shield his face from the rest of the room. Anko just blinked. She had not expected that. As far as she knew, Iruka was like a puppy. For him to act so wolfish was out of character for him and it was strangely arousing. She couldn't help but smirk slightly. Everyone snapped out of their musings as the Hokage cleared his throat rather loudly. Well, if we're done playing. I suggest that we get back to the matter at hand. Anko rubbed the back of her head sheepishly and leaped over the desk to stand next to Kakashi, putting her mission face on. Kakashi gave her a sideward glance, silently asking her what the hell was going on, and she just snorted. Kakashi was a pervert. Of course he would ask about something like that. Sarutobi cleared his throat again and picked up a slip of paper. His face hardening into one of intense seriousness. Kakashi, I assume you've briefed your team on the general parameters of the mission. Kakashi nodded. They have agreed to take the mission, Hokage-sama. I believe that they are ready. Although, I have also specified that they are not to overstep themselves. The Hokage nodded and looked down to his paper, sighing in the process. The mission has changed since the time when I briefed you and Anko-san on it. Kakashi started slightly, and even Anko seemed to be piqued. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi looked straight at Kakashi with a countenance that Kakashi hadn't seen since the Great War. He gulped. This is now all but a war. The room fell silent. Not a breath could be heard. Everyone in the room looked stunned and even a few looked afraid. Kakashi couldn't help but fall back on the mindset he had created for himself almost 15 years ago, during the war. If this was a war, then he needed to treat it as such. Sarutobi sighed and then stood, facing the assembled ninja with his hands behind his back. We've received intelligence, as of 0400 hours, that the country of Wave is now under siege. A man by the name of Gato and his mercenary corps are ravaging the Wave country and its one major village, raping, looting and pillaging the village as much as they possibly can. We have also heard that there have been rumors of foreign nin making their presence known. We are not sure as to which village they hail from, nor are we sure as to their intentions. However, if there truly are enemy nin, we must treat this as though it is an act of war. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He had a sinking feeling that wouldn't go away and he couldn't help but wonder. Sarutobi looked straight at Kakashi and grimaced. Unfortunately, the situation on our end hasn't changed. All I have to send are you. With the Chunin exams approaching, as well as various other troubles that we have encountered recently, you five are all I have. You are no longer a rescue team. Although, that is still a main objective. You are now an infiltration and assassination team. Anko smirked imperceptibly. Assassination was her specialty. If she remembered correctly, Kakashi wasn't half bad at it either. Your mission is now multi-objective. The first priority is the rescue of Kurenai and her team, as well as the search and rescue of Hyuga Hinata. Your second objective is to secure the village that they are currently staying in, by whatever means necessary. Kakashi narrowed his eyes further. Your third objective is the elimination of this Gato. He is a very wealthy shipping magnate and one of the wealthiest men in the elemental countries. However, he has taken action against Konohinin. His life is now forfeit. Over and above that, your objectives are simply to resolve the situation as best as you can. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi with a hard face, and Kakashi subconsciously straightened himself. Kakashi, you are in overall control of this mission. Anko, you are in secondary command. The genin are to be used as support only. If any other reinforcements become available here, I will attempt to send them your way if at all possible. At this, the Hokage's eyes softened as he gazed across the table towards his ninjas. I also expect you to come back alive. I wish you all the best of luck. If I could send more with you, I would. But, Hokage-sama. Perhaps I could go with them. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to the one who had just spoken, some of them gaping once more. Haruka stood firm, gazing at the aged Hokage with as much confidence as he could muster. Sarutobi gave him a look halfway between pride and concern. Haruka-kun. Your duties as a teacher, as well as other circumstances. I understand, Hokage-sama. However, at the moment, the academy is out of session, and you can undoubtedly find someone else to occupy my job here. I am a Chunin, Hokage-sama. Haruka looked very determined, and Naruto cocked his head to the side. He had never seen his surrogate father-brother figure like this before. The Hokage and Haruka stared at each other for what seemed to be minutes before the aged sage sighed. Very well. Haruka is assigned to this mission as well, although, I want him used as backup as much as possible. Understood, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Understood, Hokage-sama. Haruka smiled, but seemed to be peeved at being backup. You won't regret it, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiled as well, but Anko could tell that there was something hidden behind it. She made a mental note to find out more about the kindly dolphin that had now become a bit more of a mystery to her. Haruka bounded over the desk and to the side of Naruto, putting his hand in Naruto's hair and ruffling it, much to the consternation of Naruto, who playfully slapped Haruka's hand away. Earning a chuckle from the Chunin and an amused if not warm smile from the Hokage. The old man cleared his throat again, gaining the attention of everyone in the room, his face once again set in a vision of seriousness. One last thing. This is classified as an S-class mission as of right now. If things get too bad, I want you to get Kurenai and her team out of there and return here for reinforcements. I won't have you fighting a battle that you can't win." Everyone at this started. Giving an S-class mission to 2 Jounin, 1 Chunin and 3 Genin was unheard of. Moreover, sending said team to stop a potential war was even more unheard of. Sasuke visibly smiled. He would get a good test of his skills. Sakura, on the other hand, had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from shivering in fear. It wasn't that she wasn't ready. Or at least, she didn't think she wasn't ready. But more that she would be required to kill on this mission. She had heard bad things about ninjas' first kills, and she had heard even worse things about S-class missions. And wars. She closed her eyes and swallowed the lump in her throat. She would have to be careful. This wasn't just some idiotic C-class mission, nor was it a harder A-class. It was an S-class. If she messed up here, she was dead. Enko smiled, looking to all the world as a snake coiled for the kill. S-class missions were fun beyond measure. She had only gone on a few of them in her lifetime, and this would undoubtedly be one of the better ones. She made a mental note to thank Kurenai for giving her the opportunity. Sarutobi nodded his head once and sat down, satisfied that his ninja could do the job. "If there are no questions, you're dismissed." When no one spoke up, Kakashi motioned for them all to move out, which consisted of them going back through the door and walking out to the street. As soon as they were out the door, Sarutobi sighed and slumped in his seat, taking a long drag on his pipe. Denzo, who had been one of the guards in the room, walked up to him and got in somewhat close proximity so that their conversation wouldn't be overheard. "Hokage-sama. Are you sure it was wise to send Iruka on this mission? There's a reason why he was taken off of active duty." Sarutobi just looked at him tiredly, for once, showing his age. "We needed all the people we could get for this mission. Regardless of his past. He's a good ninja. His training may prove to be a boon to their efforts." He sighed again, this time slumping even further into his seat and rubbing between his eyes. "It's the same reason that I sent Naruto. Like it or not. He's a weapon. Weapons like him can make up for a lack of soldiers in a pinch. And Iruka. Well." Denzo just nodded, realizing that in this case, it was very much a no-win situation. "I understand, Hokage-sama. I just hope that he doesn't fully regress." Sarutobi shook his head. "You and me both. I've either just unleashed hell upon the enemies of Wave or unleashed hell indiscriminately. Either way." He took another drag off of his pipe, watching as a few genin came in for a D-ranked mission. He grimaced. "Either way, Wave will be bathed in blood." Kakashi sighed. They hadn't packed for an S-ranked mission. Hell, he doubted that his team had packed for anything more than a C-ranked mission. They would need to re-inventory. He turned to his team and motioned for them to gather round, which they did hurriedly. His mindset was still very much in war mode. And it showed in his one visible eye. This was a serious mission, and everyone here would need to take it as seriously as he was. "I'll give you all 30 minutes to repack for an S-rank mission. This means that you need to get more kunai, more shuriken, more provisions, and if possible, lose any vanity items you may be carrying. I'm going to be setting a hard pace when we set out, so pack as lightly as you can. And Sasuke, I suggest you either leave your weights behind or seal them into their scroll." Sasuke looked startled for a second before he nodded. In truth, he didn't even know that Kakashi knew he wore weights, much less that he knew that Naruto had given him a storage scroll for them. He made a mental note to ask Kakashi what else he knew about them that they didn't know he knew. Kakashi looked at Sakura next. "I know you're carrying makeup and extra clothes, and I want you to unpack those immediately. You won't have time for vanity, and I doubt seriously that you're going to care about looking good while you're in battle." Sakura looked sheepish for a moment before she nodded. Anko scowled. This kid brought makeup on missions. She would definitely have a talk with Kakashi about her training. Kunoichi couldn't afford to be like that on the field, and it was Sakura's type of Kunoichi that gave the rest of them a bad name. Kakashi then looked at Iruka, noting that he seemed to be more focused than he'd seen him in quite some time. "I know you didn't pack at all, so feel free to take a little extra time if you need, but be back here as soon as you can. I'm sure you know what to pack." Iruka nodded and leapt off, undoubtedly to get a head start on packing. Naruto smiled. Iruka never liked to hold people back. Giving a hand wave, he dismissed his team to do what they needed to do. All 5 of them, Kakashi included, bounded off in separate directions to pack for their mission, each with different thoughts and worries on their mind. "You two are back so soon. Don't tell me your mission was that easy." Naruto nearly sweat dropped. Leave it to Kiseki to bring levity to a serious situation. Instead, he just shook his head. "No. Our mission has been upgraded. Sasuke and I both need more shuriken and kunai." Kiseki seemed to immediately get serious. "Upgraded, you say? To what? I wasn't aware that genin were allowed on missions greater than C in rank. In fact, I know that genin aren't allowed on B-ranked missions. Unless there are other circumstances." Sasuke smirked slightly, but it lacked its regular arrogance. It's not a B-ranked mission. It's S. And yes, there are other circumstances. Naruto noticed Kaseki's eyes go wide and his face paled slightly. S-ranked, that's absurd. Sending a genin team on an S-ranked mission. What does it come to that we're sending our genin on S-ranked missions? There are other circumstances, as Sasuke said. We're mostly going along for support purposes. We have another Jounin and a Chunin accompanying us as well. Some color came back into Kaseki's face, but his eyes remained wide. Naruto scowled. They weren't here to be mother hen. We're kind of on a tight schedule here, so I'm afraid any pleasantries have to wait. We'll both need 20 more kunai and 40 more shuriken. Naruto watched as Kaseki calmed even more before he nodded and went into the back, no doubt to dip into his personal store of high-quality merchandise. After a few minutes, he emerged carrying 2 separate bags. Each of these bags holds 20 kunai and 40 shuriken, just like you asked. I'll put it on your tab for now. If you're on a schedule, you don't have time to pay for these. Naruto allowed himself a smile. Thanks Ko. I'll settle the tab when I come back. Give my regards to Tenten and Ika for me. Kaseki smiled as well. I will. Just make sure to come back alive, alright. Naruto nodded, his smile increasing. You got it, Oyaji. Let's go. Sasuke, Naruto and Sasuke both nodded their heads towards Kaseki and promptly left the store. Kaseki grimaced behind them, pulling out a bottle of sake in the process. Tenten would not take this well. Once outside, both genin unwrapped their kunai and shuriken and packed them into their backpack and shuriken pouch respectively. Sasuke then unhooked his weights from his ankles and wrists, allowing them to fall rather heavily on the ground. Naruto had to restrain a startled yelp when the weights created craters. Sasuke produced a small scroll from his backpack that Naruto recognized immediately as one of the many storage scrolls he had made in the past month. He had given one of them to Sasuke to keep his weights in when he didn't need them so that he could keep them with him without still carrying the weight. All it took was a small spattering of blood and a ram seal, and whatever object was placed on top of the scroll was sealed into it. It was truly ingenious and really, one of the most basic seal arrays in Naruto's entire arsenal. As Sasuke was sealing his weights, Naruto brought out 3 storage scrolls and sealed his clothing, ninjutsu scrolls, and book on sealing into them so as to keep them from getting damaged if he were hit by anything. He kept his heavier and more explosive tools out without sealing them, reasoning that if he were to be caught unawares, he would like to have access to them without having to unseal them first. He also kept his medical tools out for quick access, reasoning yet again that quickness of access outweighed space conservation. After the 2 were done, they nodded to each other and set off towards the Hokage Tower, both of them finishing well ahead of schedule. They noticed that Kakashi and Anko were both there already, Kakashi once again devoid of his orange book and Anko simply polishing a kunai. They all settled into a comfortable silence for a few minutes as Sakura and finally Iruka arrived, both ahead of schedule. Kakashi stood up from the wall he had been leaning on and gave his team a once-over. Sasuke looked considerably lighter than he had been. Naruto looked more determined than ever, Iruka looked like Iruka. And Sakura looked as neutral as she could be. She kept throwing looks at Sasuke, which Kakashi wrote off as her need for reassurance. Sasuke was most certainly not giving any. Is everyone ready? Kakashi received 5 different nods. He nodded as well in affirmation and turned around, heading towards the gate. All 6 of them arrived and made sure to check in with the Chunin at the gate, confirming that their departure was recorded. Kakashi turned around and began to address his team. I'm going to be setting a hard and fast pace. I want to reach wave within a few hours, if at all possible. If you can't keep up, we'll carry you. I won't leave any member of this team behind, but I also won't sacrifice time if I don't have to. Seeing everyone nod and Sakura gulp slightly, he continued. As soon as we hit wave, we're going to be in the thick of it. If there really are enemy nins skulking around wave, there's the possibility that we might be followed. Under no circumstances are any of you 3 to engage a nin without either my or Anko's direct order. Understood? Seeing 3 distinct nods and Sakura gulp again, he decided to end it quickly. Iruka, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. You 4 are going to be the ones taking on the mercenaries when we reach wave. Anko and I will find and reinforce Kurenai's team when we arrive, as they'll be the most probable target for any nin that might want to take their chance. As soon as you finish up with the mercenaries, I want you to head towards wherever Anko or I are, and we can go from there. Kakashi reached into his pocket and produced 6 different earbud headsets and handed them to all the members of his team, attaching one to himself as well. Once everyone had a headset secured, he tapped the transmit button once, and upon seeing everyone confirm that it worked, he nodded. We will keep in contact with these headsets. If you're in trouble, say so. If someone else is in trouble, say so. Over-communication is always better than under-communication. I'll ask again, is everyone ready? Kakashi got 5 different nods. Nodding back to his team, he turned around and walked a few paces before he motioned with his hand to take to the trees. All 6 of them bounded up into the treetops, taking a fast and hard pace, just as he had said. Naruto grinned and set himself into determination. He would save Hinata. He would kill whoever was holding her. He swore it to himself. I'm coming, Hinata. May Kami have mercy on your captors, for I will not. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at Kakashi. He truly was a jounin. Every inch of his sensei exuded determination. Even an hour into their trip and their sensei had not once faltered. He had not once looked behind him. It was as though he was following a wolf hunting its prey. Behind the wolf, you were safe, protected. But in front of the wolf, you would be torn to shreds. Kakashi most certainly hadn't lied. Their pace was fast. He was able to keep up without resorting to using the flow for travel, but only barely. Sasuke seemed to be keeping up much more easily than he was, a fact which Sasuke would undoubtedly use in his favor when this was all over. Anko seemed to be spaced out next to Kakashi, seemingly on autopilot. Iruka was struggling just a bit to keep up, but seemed to be doing better than Sasuke or Naruto was. Sakura, however. She was barely keeping up. You could tell that she was using every last bit of chakra she had and every last bit of stamina that she possessed to make herself keep up with her team. But she was rapidly tiring. You could see it in every muscle, you could see it in her face, and you could see it in her eyes. She was tired. Naruto sighed. At the very least, she was making an effort. Sakura. If you want, you can piggyback on me. Naruto decided that while he might not like the girl, she was still his teammate. Kakashi had told them never to leave a teammate behind and he wasn't about to start now. Sakura seemed to start for a second before she shook her head. No. I can keep going. Besides. If looks like you. Sakura paused to pant a bit or struggling almost as much as I am. To keep up. Naruto scowled. Sakura was panting even in her talking. The girl was tired. She had already proved her point. With a deft move, he caught Sakura mid-leap and positioned her on his back with another move. Sakura yelped. Naruto groaned. Sakura wasn't heavy, but the added weight was more than enough to cause his exertions to increase by double. Nah, Naruto. I said I was fine, damn it. Put me down. Sakura made as if to bop him on the head and Naruto cringed just slightly. He was saved by Kakashi. Sakura, you were obviously at your limit. You've proved your point. Let Naruto carry you. Sakura sputtered slightly, but after a few moments, she simply nodded, her face a forlorn expression of her disappointment. Sasuke threw him a smirk and Naruto scowled. He was giving Sasuke even more ammunition. They traveled in relative silence again for almost another hour before Naruto finally felt himself tire. He wasn't exhausted by any stretch of the imagination. Rather, he was simply slightly winded. This wouldn't do. If he had to start fighting as soon as he hit wave, he would need to conserve his strength. The added weight of Sakura on his back was quickly sapping him of strength and stamina, and even though the girl wasn't heavy, any extra weight added to the energy expenditure needed to move it almost exponentially. Boy, Kyuubi. He felt the fox stir around his neck slightly, giving what amounted to a fox's yawn. What? I was having a good dream, damn it. Naruto smirked. About rabbits and running in a field of flowers again. Kyuubi nipped his neck, causing him to flinch slightly. No. I won't tell you. Now, what is it you wanted? Naruto raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. It was rare for Kyuubi to withhold anything from him. He filed it away for later thought. I need you to carry Sakura and if possible, funnel a bit of your chakra into my coils after she's off my back. He could feel Kyuubi scowl. Even if he couldn't see it. I'm not some goddamned over-glorified horse, Naruto. Just create a cage bunshin or something to carry her. Naruto scowled right back. And if the cage bunshin gets dispelled while he's carrying her? I may not like her, but I don't want her to have a broken body, either. Just carry her, eh? I'll make it up to you by letting you have some fun when we get to wave. He waited for what seemed like a few minutes before he heard Kyuubi sigh in his mind. Fine. But you owe me. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Kyuubi. Kyuubi rolled her eyes, but Naruto could feel a small smile coming off of her. With a leap full of vulpine grace, she leaped off of Naruto's neck and onto the nearest branch. Naruto concentrated. He broke into Kyuubi's chakra reserve and simply pushed. The results were instantaneous, if not incredible. Red chakra began to boil out of Kyuubi's body at a rather large rate, causing Anko, Iruka and Kakashi to visibly start. Iruka almost tripped. Naruto restrained a chuckle. The red chakra began to form the shape of a larger fox around Kyuubi's chakra-constructed body, and after a few moments, what had once been a running chibi fox was now a fox the size of an oversized Saint Bernard. Her whisker marks were more defined, her eyes glowed slightly red, and she held viciously gleaming fangs in what Naruto construed as a smile. He supposed that she did like that form quite a bit. Over the past month, Kyuubi had trained herself almost as much as Naruto had. She had practiced taking more and more chakra, and she even practiced using that chakra for things other than simply sustaining her corporeal form. They had managed to get her form to this size within the last few days of training. She was roughly 3 feet tall from paws to back and almost 4 feet long from flank to neck. She wasn't huge, but for a fox, she was definitely larger than most. Kyuubi nipped at the back of a now sleeping Sakura's shirt, grabbing onto it and all but throwing the girl onto her back, making sure she was secured by exuding a small amount of chakra to keep her glued to her back. Sakura didn't even stir. Naruto felt a little bit of Kyuubi's chakra funnel into his system and sighed audibly. Kyuubi's chakra was like a drug. He felt quite a bit better after he had taken it. Sasuke just shook his head and smirked. Kyuubi loved showing off her larger form. The first time he had seen her that large, he had remarked that she was getting fat. That had been his first and last attempt at humor at Kyuubi's expense. He rubbed his butt. She had left fang marks. Anko, who knew nothing of the true nature of the fox that had just transformed, seemed to be the most perplexed and the most concerned. Naruto noticed that she even had a kunai drawn. He scowled. Anko-san. She's no more dangerous to you than one of the Inuzuka's dogs. She's only dangerous to enemies. You aren't an enemy. Although the kunai in your hand might say otherwise. Anko seemed to fluster before she formed a sheepish grin and put her kunai back into its holster, though she still looked wary. Sorry. Not every day you see a fox get 5 times bigger before your eyes. Especially with that chakra. Naruto grinned underneath his mask. So she did recognize the chakra. Just a convenient little jutsu that I came up with to make her useful in combat. Seemed more logical to use that chakra than to use. Naruto stopped. He smelled something. It smelled horrible. It was like month-old body odor mixed with human urine and other human excretions that Naruto didn't quite want to think about. The scent of booze hung like an oppressive blanket and… he growled. He knew that scent. He had smelled it on a man who had obviously just finished up a session with a local whore back in Konoha. It was the scent of sex. So, you finally smelled it. I was wondering how long it would take you. Naruto broke from his thoughts and stared up at his sensei who was now on the branch next to him. I smelled it a few miles back, but I didn't want to say anything. We'll strategize more once we get closer to take a better look. Naruto blinked. Sasuke looked immensely confused and even Anko seemed to be completely oblivious. Strangely, Iruka seemed to know what was going on. Which perplexed him, considering that as far as he knew, the man didn't have the ability to enhance his senses. Sakura was just waking after Kyuubi had flicked her with her tail, so she was just rubbing her eyes tiredly. Kakashi motioned for them to continue, which they did. Continuing in the same direction they had been going in, Anko noticed it first. She didn't exactly have enhanced senses, but the stench was just so overpowering the closer you got. One couldn't help but notice it. Sasuke noticed it shortly after her. He too knew how to enhance his senses with chakra, but he hadn't been practicing it at the time. He had been conserving his chakra for travel. The smell was very much prevalent, however, the closer you got to it. Sakura noticed it last, of course. Once again jumping on her own power through the trees. It smelled horrible, whatever it was. It was like wandering into the ghetto in Konoha. It was the stench of booze. And other things. Sakura shuddered. She had wandered into the ghetto once before when her mother had lost track of her. The smell of it had been something she had never forgotten. After all, smell was the strongest scent tied to memory. This smell was very similar. They traveled for a few more minutes before Kakashi motioned for them to stop. He jumped down to the ground and motioned for all of them to gather around, which they did post-haste. Once they were settled, Kakashi began. I smelled that odor a few miles back. To those of us without enhanced senses of smell. Anko, Sakura and even Sasuke blinked once. It's the smell of booze, body odor, and human carnality. Anko scowled. Carnality was simply another word for sex. This close to a potential war zone, she doubted that it was simply a few lovers finding solace in one another. More like. She pushed that thought from her mind. It wouldn't do for her to think about such things at a time like this. She made a mental note to kill the bastards responsible, however. Sakura's eyes widened slightly. If that meant what she thought it meant. She shuddered and then narrowed her eyes. Perhaps there were things worth getting your hands dirty over. Kakashi continued. Based solely off of the smell, we can conclude that it's probably a bandit camp. And considering how overpowering it is, it's most likely quite large as well. We'll need to do some scouting. Follow me. Naruto and the rest of the team nodded. Following their leader's orders, they followed Kakashi through the underbrush for a few moments, weaving in and out of it so as to make minimal amounts of noise. Before they came to a small ridge, Kakashi motioned for them to lie in a prone position and they crept up to the precipice. What they saw made Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura gasp. It was a hovel, at best. A trash dump at worst. It was a large expanse of tents, cooking fires, and mercenaries that went on for probably close to a quarter mile. The ill-hygienic men were milling about contentedly and haphazardly, some of them passed out drunk, others biting into large portions of food, and still others harassing some women that had obvious rope collars around their necks. Naruto noticed with a scowl that the women had the scent of sex rolling off of them in waves. He had to restrain the urge to go on a wholesale slaughter at the implications. He noticed Kakashi grimace before he motioned for them to pull back. They gathered around him once more. This is obviously one of the main mercenary camps that Gato keeps his army at. We stumbled upon it either by dumb luck. Or they've been stepping up their efforts. Either way. We're going to need to destroy it. Naruto looked at his sensei as if he were an abomination of nature. Destroy it with all due respect, sensei, are you out of your mind? Kakashi gave him a level glare. We are ninja, Naruto. They are nothing but mercenaries. Have you forgotten that this is a war? Having nothing to retort with, Naruto just turned his head to the side and scowled. Kakashi sighed. I'm guessing that there are probably around 200 to 300 mercenaries in that camp. For 2 jounin, a chunin and 3 well-trained genin, this shouldn't be too much of a challenge to handle, assuming we plan well. Don't worry. If it's any consolation, I've done this before. Anko smirked, Iruka chuckled, and the 3 genin just stared at him confused. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Suffice it to say that this isn't the first time that I've gone up against horrible odds and come out victorious. Like I said, we just need a good plan. And I think I have one. Kakashi took out a kunai and lazily pointed it at Anko. Anko, I want you to take Sakura and circle around the camp, picking off stragglers, runners and the inebriated. Also, I want you to evacuate any captives they have in the camp itself. I know it's not much of a challenge, but you're better at sniping like that than I am, and those captive women didn't seem to be fully clothed. They'll respond much more readily to a woman than a man. Anko and Sakura both nodded. Iruka, I want you and Naruto to charge straight up the middle. Naruto, make free use of Kage Bunshin and other high chakra jutsu, and Iruka, watch his back. You two are effectively our distraction. Naruto and Iruka both nodded. And Iruka noted that Naruto seemed somewhat happy. He raised an eyebrow at that. Sasuke. You and I will sneak into the camp itself and find whoever's in command. Our job will be to capture him for questioning if at all possible. But barring that, we'll simply assassinate him outright. Once we've accomplished that, you will go to reinforce Anko and Sakura, while I will go reinforce Iruka and Naruto. After the leader is captured or dead and the captives have been evacuated, then we will simply get rid of the rest of the mercenaries in the camp. All of us working together should make it a much easier prospect than it seems. Everyone nodded. Kakashi twirled his kunai absently, but caught it and brought it into a ready grip, fixing his team with a level stare. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto. He sighed. I know that this is your first mission above D class. And I know that this is a lot of pressure to put on you. But whatever you do not hesitate to deal a killing blow. Sasuke's eyes widened imperceptibly, Naruto's posture tightened only slightly. But Sakura gasped. Kai. Killing blow, sensei. Kakashi nodded. We're not dealing with a bunch of punk bandits or thieves here. We're dealing with mercenaries. They would not hesitate to kill you in an instant, and you shouldn't either. The more that we kill here, the less we have to deal with later. It may seem cold, but it's the reality of our chosen profession. Kill or be killed. We can deal with the consequences afterwards. Kakashi stood up. This will be a trial by fire for you 3. Do not hesitate, do not retreat, and whatever you do, stay alive. Understood? All 3 genin nodded. Kakashi smiled sadly underneath his mask. He was asking them to throw away their innocence, and they were complying so easily. He wondered, not for the first time, just what sort of business this ninja thing was. He schooled himself quickly. It was time. Right. You know what to do. This whole thing starts as soon as Iruka and Naruto create the distraction. Go. All 6 of them flashed away, running and jumping to whatever spot they thought was best to start out from. Anko and Sakura picked what looked to be a good escape route for the mercenaries. Kakashi and Sasuke took to the treetops, hoping to drop down into the middle of the camp without having to go through. Iruka and Naruto picked the area where they saw the lowest concentration of mercenaries. It gave them room to fight and room to create a distraction. Naruto had been smiling ever since he had heard that he was to be the simple distraction. It meant that he didn't have any restrictions. No objectives. No boundaries. Just battle. His smile grew. These were the people who were indirectly responsible for Hinata's capture. They would feel pain. Subconsciously, he drew on a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra and shivered at the feeling. Kyuubi, who was still in her large state, was next to him, baring her fangs and almost drooling in anticipation. Iruka looked determined. Everyone was set. Naruto sized up the mercenaries that were about 30 feet in front of him and, if possible, his smile grew even wider. They were relatively small in number, but they were tightly clumped together around a campfire. He knew just what to do. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a cylindrical object, roughly 6 inches in diameter. It had a nub on top with a small paper-like note wrapped around a piece of metal. The encasing looked to be made of a dark olive ceramic, and it weighed maybe 10 pounds. Iruka looked confused. Naruto. What is that? Naruto looked at Iruka with his smile firmly in place, although Iruka couldn't see it. This is a grenade. Think of it like an explosive note on soldier pills. I funnel a bit of chakra into the timer node on top and roughly 7 seconds after that, it explodes. The explosion is big, so I suggest you shield your face when it goes off. Iruka still looked confused, but nodded nonetheless. Naruto crept forward slightly and took aim. He then funneled a small amount of chakra into the timer note, which caused the note to burn down. And he threw it. The grenade landed in the middle of the mercenaries, causing the drunk and woefully off-guard men to look at it with confusion. A few seconds passed where one of the men picked it up and looked at it before he threw it to his buddy to look at. A couple more seconds passed and the buddy caught it, giving it a look over. A deafening boom shook the ground that Iruka and Naruto stood on and a small blanket of smoke obscured everyone's vision. All that could be heard afterwards was screaming. The smoke cleared with a gust of wind and Iruka gasped. The 8 or 9 men who had been around the campfire were now hunks of meat. The one who had been holding the grenade was nowhere to be seen and the ones directly next to him were smoking stumps from the waist up. 2 of them who were slightly further away simply had crushed and mutilated skulls. However, there were a few who weren't so lucky. 2 of the men were writhing on the ground, one of them clutching a stump of a leg, the other clutching a mangled forearm. The last one had a piece of wood embedded into his forehead. But apparently it wasn't enough to kill him, as he too was thrashing wildly. Iruka grimaced. What a terrible, effective weapon. Naruto paused just a moment to reflect on his first kill. As strangely, or perhaps not so strangely, he didn't feel a thing. He remembered, with sudden clarity, the words of Kyuubi almost a month ago. You're wondering why it is that the prospect of killing entices you so, eh? I told you that a suppression seal was torn asunder when I broke your impression seal, allowing some of my chakra to mingle with your own without any sort of hindrance. This is the basis of at least some of your changes, both mentally and physically. Your growth spurt, as well as a slightly more primal mindset, is just one of the many perks of having ultra-potent chakra, such as mine mix with your own. In short, you became more bestial than you were before, and this includes a higher sense of bloodlust. This not only carries into battle, but into other facets of your life as well. I don't think you'll really care about that, however, until you reach a few years older than you are now. He smirked. So, this was primal, eh? The inability. Or rather, the unwillingness to feel remorse for a justified death. They were the prey, and he was the predator. Their deaths were necessary, because he willed it as such. Relying more on his human side, however, he came to the conclusion that he did not feel remorse. They were his enemies. And they were certainly not good people. Whether they deserved to die or not, he didn't much care. The fact of the matter is that they were dead and they wouldn't be causing any more harm to anyone ever again. He stood. This is what being a ninja was. Killing. Or being killed. It was just that simple now. He would feel little from taking life, but he would always hold it in reverence. Forming a hand seal, he decided that he could very much live with that. Ajuwu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. His voice rang out across the clearing the mercenaries were currently scurrying in, and an instant later, a blanket of smoke obscured their position. Iruka raised a kunai. His job was to cover Naruto as best as he could. Naruto being much more adept at distraction than he was. He would do his job with gusto. The smoke cleared, revealing literally hundreds of Narutos now standing among the original. By now, a great many mercenaries had gathered at the site of the prior explosion, and all of them looked dumbstruck to be facing an army of identical blondes. Naruto smirked behind his mask. With a mental command, his clones charged. A few were taken out as soon as they reached the mercenaries, but more than a few of the unwieldy men fell to sword wounds and well-placed punches. The mercenaries, seeing that they were outnumbered and outskilled, began to retreat. Naruto wouldn't allow it. Drawing his sword, he charged the first mercenary in his path. He brought his sword down across the man's back at a diagonal pitch, causing blood to spray from the man's wound. It had been deep enough that the man would probably bleed out. Finding another mercenary, he slashed horizontally, hoping to cleave the man in two. Unlike before, however, this mercenary seemed to be on guard and he raised his own shoddy sword to defend against Naruto's. Naruto's sword clashed with the man's and produced a few sparks. Pivoting on his heel, he twirled clockwise around the man, crouching in the process. Using the momentum of his twirl, he brought his sword in a low arc across the man's kneecaps, managing to evade the man's attempt to parry. His opponent screamed in pain and dropped to his injured knees before Naruto brought his sword into a cross grip and cleanly decapitated the man, stepping away so as to avoid the blood spray that accompanied the arterial pressure. Another mercenary charged him head-on, seeing his comrade's death. He brought his sword into a high parry position and blocked the mercenary's sword cleanly before dragging his sword across the length of the other man's blade and bringing it back to a plunging position. In the blink of an eye, he activated the flow, and in another blink, the man was impaled swiftly through the heart. Naruto's blade sticking out of his back, dripping blood. Iruka blinked. Naruto was moving with ruthless precision. He and his clones had already killed at least 20 different mercenaries, and this blue glow that was coming from Naruto was confusing. It somehow allowed Naruto to move extremely quickly without a visible movement of limbs. He made a mental note to ask his former student about it later. Naruto, still in the flow, surveyed the mercenaries who had now formed a line further down in the clearing. A few of them looked absolutely petrified with terror, and still others looked perplexed at the glow that enveloped the masked demon container. Naruto smiled evilly. If they wanted a demonstration, they would get one. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. No afterimage, no rustling of leaves, no sound. He simply disappeared. A few of the mercenaries smirked, thinking that the boy had left. Others kept looking around themselves, trying to find where the blonde had disappeared to. Their questions were answers when 2 mercenaries on the end of the line screamed and fell, headless. Another found himself missing a leg and an arm, and 2 others had holes in their head. No trace of Naruto could be seen. The dead mercenaries fell to the ground with a thump. And that seemed to be the cue for the remaining mercenaries who were at the position to finally break rank and run. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A rain of shuriken fell upon the retreating mercenaries, cutting down many. One mercenary was raked through the eye by the edge of a shuriken, while others were simply ripped through by the force. Naruto fell to the ground from his position in the sky just seconds earlier and formed another set of seals. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. Iruka watched as a great ball of fire descended upon a small clump of wounded mercenaries, and he heard a momentary scream that was silenced by a larger explosion. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing but scorched earth and the smell of ozone. The smell of incinerated bodies. He wrinkled his nose. He would never get used to that smell. He decided that it was his turn to join the fray. He charged a mercenary who had been trying to get closer to Naruto and with a deft motion, grabbed his head, snapping his neck in the process. He raised his kunai and threw it at a mercenary just to his left, watching with a small amount of satisfaction as it stabbed into the man's neck, causing almost instant death. He pulled another kunai and went about stabbing 2 different men in the stomach before slitting their throats unceremoniously. He grimaced. He had never liked killing. Naruto watched his older brother figure take out a few mercenaries and smiled. It felt good to be battling alongside Iruka. In battle, they were equals. He could watch Iruka's back and Iruka could watch his. Besides the fact that he could finally see Iruka in action. So far, he wasn't disappointed. Naruto brought his sword down on a nearby mercenary's shoulder, cleaving the man from shoulder to waist in a diagonal slash that caused his torso to separate from the rest of his body. He pivoted on the balls of his feet and ran another man through his stomach before drawing a kunai and throwing it at a routing mercenary, watching as the kunai plunged into the middle of the man's back, stabbing him in the heart. He activated the flow once more and sped to where a man was raising a bow and arrow to fire at him. Before the other man could blink, Naruto's sword had cut the bow in half lengthwise, and with another quick motion, he eviscerated the mercenary, wincing only slightly as the man screamed and writhed on the ground. Throughout all of this, Kyuubi had been finding her own targets. She had ripped the throats out of 3 mercenaries already, and she was now facing another who was backing up towards a tree, holding his sword at the ready to try to take a swipe at her. She smiled fiercely in her fox form. With a quick leap, she grabbed the man's sword in her mouth and ripped it out of his grasp, throwing it to the ground to her left. The man fell on his backside and his eyes widened before Kyuubi's fangs tore into the man's throat, causing blood to spray across Kyuubi's muzzle and face. She yipped and barked, her equivalent of a malevolent chuckle. This was fun. She hadn't had the chance to engage in sanctioned slaughter in quite some time. Sasuke watched all of this from his perch in the trees, mentally restraining the urge to leap from the tree and start taking swipes at the men as well. Kakashi was staring intently at a larger tent in the middle of the clearing where he assumed the leader was holed up. After a few moments, Sasuke noticed Kakashi tense and take out a kunai. "It's time. Follow me. Kill anyone in your path." Sasuke nodded. They both dropped from the trees they were in and landed on the ground with ninja grace. The surrounding mercenaries looked stunned for a moment before they came to their senses. It was all they needed. With a quick movement, Sasuke slipped his knucklers on and got into a ready-to-jutsu stance as the first mercenary charged him, sword in a high guard. Sasuke smirked. With another quick movement, Sasuke caught the man's sword in between two of his knuckle blades. His free hand lunged out at the man's head, connecting with a sick crunch that made Sasuke wince. The man crumpled to the ground, obviously dead. Sasuke repressed his urge to shudder. It had been his first kill. He was used to death. The Uchiha massacre had made him all but immune to it. But taking another's life was something that was still new to him. He decided that he could dwell on it later. He shook the dead man's sword free of his knuckler, just in time to block another sword coming at him from behind him. He dropped to a crouch and kicked his leg out in a leg sweep, bringing the other man to the ground. With a downward punch, he put his knuckler's knives through the man's collarbone, hearing a crunch of bone and a scream come from the mercenary. He removed his knuckle knives from the man's collarbone and watched as a spurt of blood gushed out of his chest. He grimaced. The man would bleed out in a few minutes. Turning around, he saw a rather large man, probably over 6 feet and 400 pounds, barreling down on him. He wielded a massive spiked club over his head and he had piercings and tattoos all over his body. Sasuke paled. It wasn't a pretty sight. The large mercenary swung his club down at Sasuke, causing him to dodge out of the way. The club struck the earth where he had just moments before been, leaving a small crater for its efforts. The man brought the club back up once again and swung horizontally at him, making him duck and then jump as the club was brought back along the same path, only lower. Sasuke put on a burst of speed, hoping to take the advantage and get inside the brute's guard, however the man displayed surprising speed and brought his club into a guarded position, causing Sasuke's knucklers to hit the club rather than the man's head. Sasuke snarled. This mercenary was better than usual. With a quick motion, he crouched and swung his leg out, sending it in a sweeping motion, hoping that he could break the man's guard and get an opening. His foot hit the ogre man's own foot. And simply stopped. It hadn't even fazed him. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly before he jumped up quickly and back-flipped away, narrowly dodging the club once more. This was no ordinary mercenary. He was too strong, too fast to be a simple untrained thug. Grimacing to himself, he decided that if he couldn't beat the man in outright jutsu, then he would use what the man probably couldn't, ninjutsu. He rapidly formed seals, making sure not to catch his knucklers on any flesh or get them hung up in each other. Inhaling deeply, he called out, "Kaiten. Housenkan no jutsu." At once, multiple fireballs began flying out of his mouth at high speed. The man, seeing the jutsu, dodged the first few balls of fire, however, the fire seemed to be faster than he was. 2 of the smaller balls of fire impacted heavily on his club, the first causing the club to splinter and smolder, while the second one outright caused the club to shatter from the small explosion. Stunned by the destruction of his weapon, he never saw the 2 other balls of fire hidden behind the others, and they both impacted explosively onto his chest, causing the British man to scream like a little girl as he desperately tried to remove his now blazing shirt. Sasuke saw this as his chance. Taking out 2 kunai that were attached to ninja wire, he threw them directly at the man, giving them a spin so that they curved once they were beyond the man's shoulder. They immediately circled the man's torso, and the momentum and weight of the kunai caused the wires to go taut around his torso, cutting into his skin. The man looked at Sasuke fearfully as Sasuke went through a series of hand seals, ending in tiger. Inhaling deeply once more and holding the edge of the ninja wire taut in his free hand, he called out, "Kaiten. Ryuken no jutsu." The white-hot fire came from his mouth and caught on the ninja wire, traveling along the razor's edge as a dragon coiling around its victim. The fire reached the man almost immediately, and with a renewed and terrifyingly painful scream, he was engulfed in white-hot fire that burned with the ferocity of Sasuke's rage. After a few moments of the man being obscured by the raging inferno, the fire died out, leaving all present with a grisly sight. The man was completely charred from head to toe, and his skin was nothing more than blackened dust that was flaking off of his roasted body. The man fell over, his head and extremities turning to dust upon impact, and his body throwing up ash as the rest of his burnt and smelling exterior flaked away. Sasuke suppressed the urge to vomit. If he had been unnerved by his first kill, this one positively scared him. The raw ferocity of the jutsu, the screaming of the dying and burning man, and the burning corpse in front of him. He swallowed the bile that threatened to escape his mouth and forced it all into the back of his mind. He still had a job to do. Turning around, he found that the mercenaries around him were all dead. Quirking an eyebrow, he saw his sensei standing a few yards behind him, giving what amounted to a reassuring smile. He sighed. Kakashi had left this big guy to him intentionally. "What is all of this? What do I pay you slobs for? You good-for-nothing little women." Sasuke and Kakashi both turned to where the outburst had come from and saw a fat man dressed in crimson felt emerge from what was obviously the command tent. He currently had a roasted turkey leg in his right hand and he looked greasy and unbathed. Sasuke scowled disgustedly. This was the leader. Kakashi calmly walked up to the man who was flanked by two weathered-looking guardsmen who immediately drew their swords. Kakashi seemed to tense. Before he disappeared. The two men flanking the fat man dropped, blood spraying from slit throats. The fat man's eyes widened and shook in fear, his turkey leg dropped and forgotten. Sasuke could have sworn he smelled something that reminded him of urine, and sure enough, a wet spot appeared on the man's crotch, indicating that he had pissed himself in fear. Kakashi was now standing directly in front of the fat coward, leveling him with a ferocious glare. Before the leader could even squeak, Kakashi had chopped him on the back of the neck, knocking him out. With a hand seal, Kakashi created a cage bunshin and had it heft the leader on its shoulder. The cage bunshin bounded off into the forest, taking with him the fat man that would be unconscious for quite some time. Sasuke saw Kakashi turn back to him. Go reinforce Anko and Sakura. If you see any captives on the way, remember their location and relay it to Anko. Go. Sasuke nodded and jumped away, leaving Kakashi, who was now surrounded by a few dozen angry mercenaries. You. That was our meal ticket, you bastard. Now we'll just have to take it out on your hide. None of them noticed Kakashi's eye gain a deadly quality as he pulled out a kunai, nor did they notice his entire demeanor change. Now that Sasuke wasn't here to witness this, he could go all out. The first mercenary charged, and Kakashi smiled. The Anbu captain in him could come out and play. If only for a little while. This was insane. These ninja. They'd just barged right into their camp. And they were chopping everyone down. Especially that blonde one. He had killed so many. So much blood. The frightened mercenary decided to run. It would do no good to stick around here. He could find some other rich dude to work for, regardless of what the work was. As long as he was alive, he could make more money. He stepped into the brush and fell on his butt, leaning up against a tree and panting for dear life. He was safe. He had left the circle of death behind him. Now all he had to do was. His throat exploded outwards from arterial pressure as a kunai slashed cleanly across his neck. Anko wiped off her kunai and flashed to pale Sakura an insane grin. That's how you perform a silent kill. Sneak up on the bastard and before he even knows it, he's dead. So much fun. Sakura paled further, if at all possible. That had been. By her count. The 12th person that Anko had killed without any sort of hesitation. It seemed as though she was just along for the ride, witnessing death after death carried out in radically different fashions. Anko was putting on a demonstration for her. She had seen a man decapitated. One had been impaled through the chest by a kunai. Another had had his stomach cleanly cut open by a shuriken. She had to fight to keep the contents of her stomach from retching all over the underbrush. It wasn't as if she had some illusion that ninjas could just knock out their opponents or that they never had to kill. But this wasn't killing. This was slaughter. This was a bunch of untrained mercenaries who could barely beat a genin in the first place, taking on higher level ninjas who could conceivably wipe out those same mercenaries by the hundreds. This was wholesale slaughter carried out on a large scale. It was only by virtue of the fact that Sakura had personally rescued and evacuated 3 very grateful women so far that she could hold any semblance of rationalization to the situation. They were doing this to save innocent people. They were doing this so that Wave Country didn't have to suffer. They were doing this so that Kurenai and her team would be safe and that Hinata would be safe. Right? All of this was for a purpose, right? She didn't have time to think further as a shuriken raced past her left ear. Yelping in surprise, she brought her kunai up to a guarded position and twirled around, finding that the shuriken that had flown past her had been aimed for a mercenary that had been trying to sneak up on her. Said mercenary was now missing one eye and was thrashing around on the ground in obvious pain, if his screaming was any indication. Anko sashayed past her and unceremoniously put a kunai through the man's throat, ending the screaming. This was the last straw for Sakura. Turning around, she retched the contents of her stomach into the underbrush. Killing. Death. Blood. If she was going to be a ninja, she needed to get used to it. She knew this much. But the reality of it. The actual act of killing, the actual witnessing of death. It was miles away from what she thought. Unseen to Sakura, Anko scowled. This Sakura girl was pathetic. Granted, the girl was a genin and she couldn't be any older than 12 or 13. But if she wanted to be a ninja. If she wanted to be a kunoichi. She needed to get used to this. She needed to realize that this was the reality of their profession. Weak and girly kunoichi didn't survive. Or worse. They did survive, only to suffer fates that most people didn't like to think about. Women were special targets on the battlefield for lecherous and morally vacant individuals who saw them as nothing more than holes to be filled. Because of that, Kunoichi needed to be more skilled than even shinobi. Because death was far from the worst thing that could happen to you on the battlefield. Boy, Sakura. The next kill is yours. I'm going to follow you this time. Understood. Anko noticed that Sakura looked at her with a strange expression on her face. Somewhat between determination and absolute abject terror. She allowed herself to smirk, if only just slightly. At least the girl realized that this was something she needed. Sakura nodded, if only briefly, before staggering back towards the battle. She crouched by a tree and wiped off her mouth from the acid and other substances that still clung to it before she focused her eyes on a smaller battle that was occurring closer to them. It was obviously a Naruto clone taking out mercenaries left and right. After a few moments, one man got a lucky hit in on the clone, causing it to disperse. While the small victory should have bolstered the men, it seemed to have the opposite effect. Once they saw that what they had been fighting was no more than a clone, they seemed to realize the futility of the situation. 3 men began running in their general direction, intending to rout. Sakura steeled herself as much as she could. The first man made it only as far as the first tree surrounding the camp before Sakura somehow found the resolve within her to do what was necessary. She drew back her forearm and threw the kunai she was holding with as much force as she could muster, confident in her own aiming skills. She wasn't disappointed. The kunai buried itself deep in the man's chest, causing him to choke and sputter before dropping to his knees and finally his stomach, dead. This caused the other mercenaries behind him to stop for a moment and look around, undoubtedly to find just where the kunai had been thrown from. Sakura readied herself to do what was necessary again, but she needn't have worried. A slightly bloody and scuffed up Sasuke dropped from the trees above her, landing steadily in front of the remaining 2 mercenaries. Before Sakura could even comprehend what was happening, Sasuke had drawn his wicked-looking fist weapons across the first man's throat and thoroughly crushed the second man's forehead concave. They both fell to the ground, dead almost instantly. Sakura blanched, but managed to keep her composure. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked behind him to see a pale and only slightly trembling Sakura. He repressed a scowl. He had seen her kill 1 man. At the very least, she had exerted effort and she was probably dealing with this a bit harder than he or Naruto was, considering that she hadn't had nearly the childhood that they had. He responded with his trademarked HN before turning back to the battle. He noticed that there were a few more mercenaries trying to run away the other direction and bounded off towards them, intent on stopping them. Sakura just let out a sigh. Sasuke had barely even acknowledged her. She supposed that she really shouldn't even be surprised anymore. Anko appeared before Sakura, thoroughly scaring the girl. She had a shit-eating grin on her face and she was twirling a kunai absently in one hand. "Good job. You can dwell on it. Or whatever. Later. There are some captives over." She pointed to Sakura's forward right in that direction that need our help. "You rescue and evacuate and I'll cover you." Sakura just nodded and made to leave. She was sure that when the adrenaline wore off, the full reality of what she had done would settle into her. And she would deal with it when she got to that point. For now. People needed her help. This was no time to be selfish. As Sakura and Anko both bounded off towards a few women who were desperately trying to run away and Sasuke made short work of a few cowardly mercenaries that decided to run, Naruto and Kyuubi found themselves in an interesting situation. Kyuubi was currently back to back with Naruto in a circle of about 30 different mercenaries. Normally, this wouldn't be any sort of a problem. Save for the fact that currently, Naruto had no idea as to where Iruka was. It wasn't that he was concerned that Iruka could take care of himself. It had more to do with the fact that he was simply concerned in general. Iruka was like his brother and not knowing where he was in the middle of a battle unnerved him. Naruto scowled and formed a hand seal, creating 5 different cage bunchen around them. He then formed a ram seal as each of the clones put a hand on him. He focused and within a few moments, each of the clones had roughly 5 times the amount of chakra necessary to sustain them inside of their foe coils. He opened his eyes and gave the mental command to go forth. They did so. The clones charged at all sides of the impromptu circle that had them trapped. The mercenaries, momentarily stunned, didn't react for a moment. It was that moment that cost them all their lives. In a brilliant flash and a deafening sound, the clones exploded in midair, each above a different clump of mercenaries. The explosions were of a very large magnitude. Roughly equivalent to one of his grenades, if he had to compare it. After the smoke cleared, even Kyuubi was a bit surprised at the results. Of the ring of mercenaries that had surrounded them, perhaps only 10 were still alive and none were uninjured. She smirked. The jutsu took a lot of chakra, but it was worth it. Kakashi finished gutting the last mercenary and looked in the direction that the blast had come from, stunned. He knew Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, of course. But that explosion. It was of a magnitude far exceeding what that jutsu could output. It was absolutely huge in comparison. If the crater it left was any indication, it was probably equivalent to 30 or 40 explosive notes. He shook his head in stunned silence. Naruto was becoming powerful. He briefly wondered just what Kyuubi had been teaching him. Naruto smirked when he saw that Iruka was standing just outside of the pile of charred and dead bodies that had marked the circle of mercenaries that had surrounded him. He hadn't needed to worry about it after all. Nah. Naru. Too. What was that? Naruto's smirk widened. A modified version of Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I'll tell you about it later. Iruka just shook his head and let out an exasperated sigh as he turned and gutted yet another mercenary. You're becoming some sort of explosives expert, aren't you? Naruto chuckled. Not a bad idea, sensei. Iruka chuckled as well. Why did I even mention it? Naruto turned and drew his sword, cutting down another mercenary at the knees, before bringing up his knee and planting a powerful knee kick to the man's lower jaw, snapping the man's neck in the process. He surveyed the battlefield. There were very few mercenaries left. Probably only 10 or 20 at most. He noticed that there were a very large amount of dead or dying men laying on the battlefield, and his feet squished every so often in the blood-soaked ground that he had been trudging through. He decided that it was time to end it. Forming another hand seal, he shouted, Taijuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 50 different clones appeared at his side and bounded off towards the only surviving mercenaries. After a few moments, Naruto heard a few telltale screams of men dying. He channeled a bit of chakra into his sword, watching as the gore on the blade hissed off. He sheathed it unceremoniously before dusting off his clothing and walking towards where he felt Kakashi was. It was over. Kyuubi gave him a nudge on his hand. He looked down to find her staring at him with something he interpreted as concern. He just smiled sadly behind his mask and petted her on the head. Yeah. I'll be okay. She licked his hand and nudged his leg with her head. She would be there for him nonetheless. Just in case he wasn't. Looking back on it, he was glad that he had killed so many of them. There had been 12 different captives in the camp, each of them women. Each of the women had been thoroughly used in every which way, and each of them looked as though they had been beaten, starved and thrown around like trash for the better part of a week. Naruto couldn't repress a scowl and a bit of killing intent that leaked out. If he had known the extent to which these women had suffered at the hands of those mercenaries, he would have made sure that the men's deaths were much more painful. He stood next to a nonchalant-looking Sasuke, his arms crossed over his chest and mask currently hanging off his belt. Sakura and Anko had been tasked with making sure the women weren't horribly injured, and Kakashi and Iruka were currently piling the bodies of the now dead mercenaries into a bonfire-like pile in the middle of the camp. He could tell that while Sasuke's nonchalant mask was firmly in place, he too was rather angry. He could tell this because Sasuke's killing intent was matching his own, at least, while his was suppressed. The women were obviously captives from Wave. He had overheard a few talking about the Wave in reference to their home and surmised that they were probably captured during various raids that these mercenaries had executed on Wave in the past week or so. A few of them looked to be no older than 15 or 16, and a few looked to be as old as 50 or so. Probably mothers. Naruto's scowl grew. Did these men have no scruples? Did they have no sense of right and wrong? Sure, they could work for a guy like Gato, but that didn't automatically make them bad. This was the sort of thing that made them bad. This was the sort of thing that made Naruto despise mercenaries, bandits and thieves of all kinds. They preyed on the innocent and weak to their own filthy gain, and did this to women. They had no right to live. He made a promise to himself. Bandits. Mercenaries. Thieves. They would die. If he came across them. Their lives were forfeit. No amount of begging would work. They would die. He was broken from his musings as he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see a concerned Iruka looking down at him with his normal brotherly smile firmly in place. Naruto lost his scowl rather quickly. How are you doing, Naruto? Iruka's concerned gaze grew as he said those words, and Naruto's own face fell slightly. He saw Sasuke look at him for a moment and then walk off towards the nearby stream. Naruto mentally thanked him for the privacy. I think I'm okay. Seeing what those bastards did to those women. It makes me feel justified in killing them. But Naruto trailed off and looked at the ground for a moment, mentally contemplating his feelings on the matter. The men he killed deserved to die, no doubt about that. But Iruka's gaze softened considerably. They deserved to die, but you didn't like killing them, right? Naruto looked up quickly with a startled expression, somehow wondering if Iruka could read minds. He managed to nod, much to Iruka's kind amusement. Iruka sighed and sat down next to Naruto. Something that Naruto did only seconds afterwards. Iruka seemed to gather his thoughts for a moment before he spoke. Those men deserved to die. No doubt about that. It was also very easy to kill them. We're ninja. They were barely better than civilians. The problem isn't a moral one or a question of skills. Rather, it's a question of the act itself. Naruto gazed at his older brother figure in awe, never quite hearing him speak this way. He watched as Iruka continued. Men have killed men since the beginning of history immemorial. There's always been a question. Do we kill because it's a genetic imperative? Do we kill because there's a need to do so? Or do we kill for some strange mental problem that envelops the entire human condition? In the end, it becomes a rhetorical question. Iruka sighed and held Naruto's shoulder, looking at him with kind yet hardened and determined eyes. The fact of the matter is, Naruto, that we kill because, at the time we do it, it is necessary. A sane human does not kill for pleasure, and a sane human does not mourn a justified death. There are some people on the face of the earth that simply deserve death. And there are people that must die for the greater good. We killed almost 280 mercenaries today. And by that act, there's a good chance that we have saved countless people down the road from being the victims of those mercenaries. Iruka looked skyward, never taking his hand off of Naruto's shoulder. There are two types of people in this world, Naruto. Good and bad. You will find people who will tell you that there is no distinction. That it's all just shades of gray. And you will hear people talk about justice and moral victories. I won't tell you not to listen to them. But. He looked back at Naruto again, with a much harder gaze than before. The bottom line is that at the moment of choice, you must make the judgment. Does this person deserve to die? Does this person meet my own requirements for being a victim of my blade? Your justice, Naruto. And not someone else's. Is what counts. If you believe that someone deserves to die and you kill them, take heart in the fact that you believed it to be right. If you do not believe that someone deserves to die and you let them live, take heart in the fact that you believed it to be right. One way or the other. The choice is always yours. As is the consequence. You must understand that. Naruto just stared at Iruka in awe. Never had he heard his mentor, brother, family member talk in that fashion. It was deep, encompassing. And it rang true. His justice. His decision. It was always his decision. Death or life. Rested in his hands. If he believed it to be right, then it was right. And the consequences of that belief were his and his alone. It was essentially the crux of being an adult. You make your decisions, and you reap the consequences, good or bad. Iruka, in his own way, was acknowledging Naruto as an adult. Naruto couldn't keep the smile off of his face. Before he even comprehended his actions, he had wrapped his arms tightly around his brother figure and was hugging him for all he was worth. It was times like this that he realized just how precious Iruka was to him. He had been one of the first to acknowledge him. And one of the first to see him as something more than the Kyuubi. And now, he was the first to recognize him fully as an adult. He pulled out of the hug and looked his brother figure in the eyes. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled back. Ah. Naruto. They were both broken from their touching moment by Sakura yelling over to him, motioning for him to come to her position. Scowling slightly, he gave Iruka another smile, before he sat up and lightly jogged over to where she was looking over one of the younger women who had been. He scowled harder. He refused to even think the word. Sakura gave him a timid smile while shaking a little from both adrenaline letdown and rage at the condition of these women. This woman has a cut on her arm. Pretty deep. Could you get me Kakashi's advanced medical kit? We ran out of gauze. Naruto threw her a genuine smile, hoping to reassure her. She was obviously rattled. They all were. How about I just heal it? Sakura threw him a half-curious half-annoyed look. What? That's what I'm trying to do, isn't it? He threw her a half-cocky smirk. Yeah, but I can do it better. Without further ado, he knelt before the woman, noting that she was probably the age of AM back home. He repressed his scowl. This woman needed comfort, not a scowl. Hey, I'm going to heal your arm now. It might sting a bit at first, but bear with it, okay? He noticed the woman look up at him with a confused and slightly afraid expression, before she nodded slightly. He fought as hard as he could to keep his scowl from showing, or his killing intent from leaking out. If he needed any reassurance that those men needed to die, he had just gotten it. If he needed any reassurance that his commitment to killing all of their kind was good and just. He had it right in front of him. Pushing back his feelings, he focused his chakra to his hands and his seal activated. The green soothing chakra flowed out of his hands and into the woman's cut. Naruto could immediately feel the structure of the woman's arm. She had several hairline fractures in her ulna and a large laceration that had just missed her artery. He couldn't help but grimace. Any closer to the artery and this woman would have bled out. He focused his mind into healing the cut in the bone and watched as the cut began to heal in front of his eyes. He mentally forced his chakra to mend parts of her epidermis shut and he had to force more chakra than usual into her ulna to mend the hairline fractures. He mended the nerves and dermis together further up the arm and he kept a part of his mind focused on extracting and eliminating any traces of infection that had already set in. Sakura looked on, dumbfounded. She had seen medical techniques before. She had been the target of medical ninjutsu before at the hospital. But how did Naruto know how to use medical chakra? Moreover, how was he so good at mending wounds? She furrowed her brow in consternation. There was so much that she didn't know about Naruto. But did she really want to know? Moreover, would Naruto even tell her? After a few minutes, the cut on the woman's arm was healed, as though it wasn't even there in the first place. The woman looked immensely grateful, and Naruto just threw her a foxy grin, eliciting the smallest of smiles in return. He nodded to Sakura and made to leave. "Wait, Naruto." Sakura had forcefully called out to him, sounding both anxious and confused at the same time. Naruto turned around and gave her an impassive look, betraying none of his emotions. Sakura walked up to him and clasped her hands in front of her, looking confused and apprehensive. "Naruto. How do you know?" "Boy, brat, if I had known you could use medical techniques, I'd have used you instead of her. Get over here." Both preteens looked over to find Anko staring at him with her hands on her hips. Naruto quirked his mouth into a small smirk. He had dodged a kunai with Anko's distraction. Throwing a faux apologetic glance in Sakura's direction, he walked over to where Anko was taping up a woman's stomach that had a small amount of blood already soaking through it. He winced. That was a lot of blood to be a simple wound you could heal with gauze and tape. Anko seemed to be of the same opinion. "This wound of hers is deep. I already applied some styptic and antiseptic to it. But it keeps bleeding. I'm not real good with medical stuff." She trailed off and hoped that somehow Naruto would know what was going on. After all, if he was a medical ninja, he had to know about anatomy. Naruto nodded in Anko's direction and kneeled in front of the woman, noting her pallor. She had obviously lost a lot of blood. "This may sting. Bear with it, please." He said it with a smile, and to his relief, the woman seemed to smile right back. She couldn't have been more than 15. It took everything Naruto had not to fully release his kai. He once again focused his healing chakra and applied it to the girl's stomach. He winced. The girl had been all but eviscerated. Any deeper and she would have lost some of her intestinal tract. And it would have probably cut her descending aorta as well. As it was, she was bleeding profusely and infection was setting in at a very fast pace. He stood up and motioned Anko over. "Anko-san. I need you to prepare for a blood transfusion. In my backpack, you'll find the equipment for such a procedure and you'll also find a respirator. I'll need both, please." Anko seemed startled for a moment before she schooled herself and nodded, running off in the general direction of Iruka, who was keeping watch over their supplies. Naruto looked down to find the teen staring at him with wide and scared eyes. Am I going to be alright?" Naruto produced a warm smile, hoping to calm the woman. "You're going to be fine. You've lost quite a bit of blood and your stomach wound is serious. But I have no doubt in my mind that I can fix them. After a week or so of bed rest and good nutrition, you should be just as healthy as you were before this whole thing began." The girl's eyes seemed to calm considerably at Naruto's soothing proclamation of her health, and she nodded, the faintest of smiles coming back to her face. Naruto smiled as well. This girl would live because he would not let her die. He had no doubt in his mind that this girl would have died had he not healed her. After about 30 seconds, Anko came back, carrying his pack unceremoniously over one shoulder. She plopped it down at his feet and stood, staying to watch him work. Naruto dug into the pack and produced the respirator. He motioned Anko over, watching the sachet of her hips as she walked over to him. "After I put this on her mouth, I need you to pump this." He motioned to the air-filled bolt beneath the mouthpiece at a steady rhythm of once every 3 seconds after I put her under. She'll be under the effect of a selective paralytic due to my chakra, so she won't be able to breathe on her own. Don't stop until I tell you to do so, understood? Anko nodded towards him again, and Naruto nodded in return, producing a bag and 2 tubes, along with a bulb attached between the 2 tubes. He then produced 2 hypodermic needles, causing the girl to blanch and Anko to grin slightly. He shuddered. That woman was far too infatuated with sharp things. He put a hand above the girl's abdomen and produced medical chakra once more for just a moment before he nodded to himself. Standing up, he cupped his hands over his mouth and drew in a deep breath of air. "Is anyone here a type of blood type?" He waited a moment for a few people to register what he had said. And then noticed that no one raised their hands. Sweat dropping slightly, he got ready to yell again for people to line up for inspections when he felt Sakura come up to his right. She looked pale and just a bit apprehensive, but she also looked determined. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "Oh no. Naruto. I'm a typo. If I remember correctly. Universal donor." Naruto was all but sighing with relief as he finished her sentence for her. If Sakura was a type O blood type, then she could donate to anyone, regardless of blood type. Type O blood was considered universal, meaning that anyone could receive it and not have it rejected by the body. Universal donors weren't exactly rare. They actually made up the majority of the population. But to have such a ready supply was very handy. Naruto smiled genuinely at Sakura for the first time in perhaps a month. Thank you, Sakura. You may have just saved this woman's life. Sakura smiled back at him and some color returned to her face. She just nodded, not exactly knowing what to say. Naruto motioned for her to lie on the ground, something that she did immediately. She didn't want to waste Naruto's good mood. Naruto gently laid the other girl on her back as well, making sure that both girls' arms were turned upwards for easy access to the veins. He positioned the bag in the middle and once again turned his face to Anko. Anko-san, could you go get Sasuke? I need him for something. Anko nodded and ran away again, returning a few seconds afterwards with Sasuke trailing at her heels. Sasuke, seeing the situation, immediately became serious. Naruto nodded to Sasuke. I need you to operate the blood transfusion. You've seen me practice it before, right? Sasuke seemed startled for a moment before he nodded. He had indeed seen Naruto practice it before, but he had never actually performed it before. It had looked rather easy to accomplish, however. Naruto handed the transfusion apparatus to Sasuke as he stepped out of the way. He shifted himself so that he was at the head of the girl and gave her another reassuring smile. I'm going to put you under now. You may feel a slight pricking sensation in the back of your head. But after that, you won't feel anything for a while. Bear with me again, okay? Seeing the girl nod at him again, he smiled and slipped the respirator over her mouth, motioning Anko over to take over the respirations. Reaching to the back of the girl's head, he produced a small chakra spark that went into her hypothalamus, tricking it into believing that it was time to sleep. Her natural circadian clock was activated and she drifted off to a very deep dreamless sleep. He then produced another chakra spark that trickled into her brain stem. Immediately, she stopped breathing. All function below her neck ceased, save for her heart. He had made sure that that particular nerve was still functional. Anko immediately began respirations. He nodded to Anko and stepped around her to get in front of the girl's stomach. He shot a glance towards Sasuke. It was the first time he had really looked up and he nearly sweat dropped. His impromptu surgery had become a small spectacle. Iruka was at the front, along with a slightly bloodied Kakashi, and most of the other injured women were looking on with tremendous curiosity. This isn't a show, everyone. Unless you're directly involved in this, I'd like to ask you to back away and give us some space. He noticed that the injured women looked put out, but did as he said. Iruka and Kakashi, however, stayed put. He sighed. He supposed that there was no getting rid of them. He turned back to Sasuke. I'm going to perform the procedure now. As soon as I'm done, I want you to puncture their forearms at the joint and find the vein and begin the transfusion. She's going to lose a bit more blood because of this and she's going to need what Sakura can give her. Seeing Sasuke nod, he focused his attention once again on the girl's stomach wound. Focusing chakra to his hands once more, he began the procedure. His first act was to remove the infected and septic blood that was gathering in her wound. Forming a small medical chakra field around his hands as if he was removing poison, he began to gather the blood into globules. After that was accomplished, he brought the blood out via the field itself. It looked horrible. The blood, once out of the wound, could be seen to be horribly marred. It was a sickly maroon color that didn't belong to blood and parts of it were even beginning to brown. He repressed the urge to shudder. Tossing the blood away into the underbrush, he proceeded to begin the process of mending the girl's insides. He first mended parts of the musculature that were torn asunder, tying the muscle back into its familiar smooth surface. He then began to work on the various blood vessels above the muscle, mending them and stopping and starting the flow of blood as necessary. Once that was done, he then focused on the dermis and the epidermis, making sure to methodically remove any traces of infection as he went along. The process itself took about 15 minutes, during which hardly a sound was made, save for the methodic breathing produced by the respirator and the breathing of all other occupants in such close proximity. As he mended the last of the epidermis, he sighed. He was done. He looked up to find everyone looking at him with gazes a mix between awe and confusion. He smiled awkwardly. I'm done. She's almost completely mended, save for any flesh that was rent out of the wound itself. Sasuke, start the transfusion. Sasuke nodded while Naruto rested on his haunches, somewhat exhausted. He wasn't physically exhausted. More like he was mentally exhausted. It took a lot of concentration to mend such a wound as that, and it was the first time he had ever done so. Hell, he hadn't even been sure if he could. He watched as Sasuke pricked both girls' forearm joints, managing to find veins on the first try. He smirked. He had never managed that. The blood began to flow, with the help of Sasuke's pumping and certain valves, into the other girl. Sakura seemed to pale slightly and shake, but Naruto dismissed it as a esophageal reaction. He made a mental note to congratulate Sakura afterwards and ask Kakashi for a blood pill. He would have used the blood pill on the civilian. But to those whose bodies weren't used to strain, the blood pill could hurt more than help. This was definitely the preferable way. Naruto watched as bit by bit, the girl's face flushed. He smiled. The girl was regaining color and even warmth. Sakura was still a bit pale, but she seemed to be a bit more relaxed. He made to congratulate Sakura on calming herself down when he noticed something odd. Sasuke's right hand wasn't on the valve. Not that it needed to be. But his right hand was on Sakura's upper arm. He couldn't help but smile and even chuckle a bit. Sasuke, the cold, uncaring and aloof avenger, save for when he was in the presence of Naruto, was comforting someone. Moreover, he was comforting someone who he otherwise didn't much care about. The simple act of putting his hand on Sakura's forearm had almost completely calmed the girl, and if he didn't know better, he would say the tears were prickling at her eyes. He smiled wider. It had probably been hard for Sasuke to do. But maybe the boy had more of a heart than he gave himself credit for. After about 5 minutes, it was over. The girl had more than enough blood and she was obviously feeling much better, as was evidenced by the fact that she was now breathing on her own again. He watched as Anko reapplied some of the bandages to the girl's midsection and Kakashi helped wrap up Sakura's hole in her arm. It felt good to help people, he concluded. Iruka strode over to him and upon seeing that Naruto was both mentally and slightly physically exhausted, gave him a hand up and a shoulder to lean on. Naruto, for his part, threw a grateful glance at Iruka and walked over to pick up his field pack once more, heaving it over his shoulder. He noticed that someone had already slightly cleaned and put away his medical equipment and sighed. He was thankful, but he would have to clean them much more thoroughly when he had time. You did well, Naruto. You did very well. Naruto looked up to see his brother figure smiling down at him warmly again. He just smiled and leaned on Iruka's side, enjoying being held up, considering that he was still rather tired. The battle, the adrenaline let down, the mental concentration and the procedure had all taken its toll and he was feeling just a bit drowsy. Seconds later, he was asleep in Iruka's brotherly embrace. Iruka just hefted Naruto up and carried him over to a nearby tree where he set him down and covered him with a blanket from his own field pack. Kakashi would undoubtedly let them rest for a few hours before they picked the pace back up. He stared down at Naruto, who looked much less the killing machine and much more the child while asleep. He smiled warmly, but with a hint of sadness. There's no rest for the weary during a war. But for now. Rest well, Naruto. I'll watch over you. Unseen to Iruka, Naruto shifted imperceptibly in his sleep, a small smile forming on his face. Black eyes watched. They were resting. Now would be the time to strike. He made to leap from the tree he was in when a strong hand clamped down his shoulder. He looked back in exasperation, silently wondering why his commander had stopped him. We have orders. Not now. You'll know when. He scowled. They had waited long enough. It was time to kill the brat. He's wide open down there. They're all tired and exhausted. It would be easy. No. He looked back again to find an older man standing behind his commander. He scowled. This was the man that had masterminded this whole expedition in the first place. Why was he stopping them? We will strike when I say so, no earlier and no later. It is not opportune at the moment. If we are found out now, it will compromise our entire mission. Remember, our mission is the brat, not his companions. We're not here to start a war. The old man looked at him as if boring through his soul, and the grunt who had been so gung-ho before to attack cowered back, nodding fervently. The old man smiled. Don't worry. The brat will die. Follow my orders, and I guarantee you that, and so much more. After a moment of silence, the old man quirked his head. All three vanished from view as they made their way back to camp. The man smiled wickedly. He wanted to be the one to kill the brat. He rubbed his forehead protector absently, feeling the grooves that denoted his village's name affectionately. He sighed resignedly, but not without maintaining his smile. Even if he wasn't the one to deliver the death blow, it would be alright. One way or another, Iowa would have its vengeance. Namikaze Naruto would fall to the weight of 150 of his comrades. It was a state between consciousness and unconsciousness. She was drifting in and out. And she could vaguely feel that she was somewhere cold. A drop of water hit her forehead. Followed by another. She made to wipe off the moisture that remained, but realized that she couldn't move her hands. She made to sit up, but noticed that her legs wouldn't move. She made to call out, but noticed that her mouth wasn't moving. In her semi-conscious state, she began to panic. She couldn't move. She wasn't moving. She couldn't do anything. The adrenaline that pumped into her body at her panic pushed her fully to consciousness. She opened her eyes to find blackness. She could smell. She could taste. She could hear. But she couldn't see. It was a hazy blackness in front of her. Almost like a blindfold. Yes, that's what it was. She was blindfolded. She absent-mindedly tried to bring her hands up to make the hand seals to activate the Byakugan. And noticed once again that her hands weren't moving. She felt a pressure on her wrists and her fingers. And she recognized the feeling of rope grinding against her skin almost immediately. Her hands and fingers were tied deftly so as to prevent any hand seals. She then noticed that her feet were in a similar condition, as were her knees. She could feel something around her neck as well. And there was something in her mouth. Before she could ponder her situation, she heard a creak of a door. She heard a semi-startled gasp and a few gruff voices talking whisperedly. She tried to speak, but it came out as nothing more than muffled drool. She made to try to move, but she was yanked down by her neck like she was collared and leashed. She tried something. Anything. But nothing worked. It was only as she felt the rough floor grind against her hip that she realized that she was almost naked. "Oh, you're awake, are you? We can't have that. Good night, Haim." Anada panicked for a moment before she felt a prick on her arm and heard a bit of gruff laughter. Tears prickled her eyes and began to fall. And moments later, she felt nothing more, tears still streaming down her face. Her last conscious thought. Her last recourse. Her last hope. Naruto. Naruto woke up with a start, noticing that it was now beginning to show signs of dusk. "Naruto. Naruto. I've been meaning to ask you." The blonde Adonis stood even closer to her. She could feel his breath on her forehead and she shivered at the sensation it produced. "I wanted. So much. To ask you." "I know." She looked up at his seemingly unending black fathoms that signified his eyes. And gasped. He had enveloped her in his grasp, his firm arms encircling her and drawing her in. She was close enough that she could smell the musk that made him a man and she could feel his chest heaving up and down against her arms that were fit snugly between them. She was but putty. "I've watched you. Day in and day out. You're the one I've always dreamed of, Tenten. You're mine and I am yours. We are but each other." She felt the prickling of tears at her eyes as she stared up at her beloved. Their heads came together slowly. So slowly. That stirring was back again, that tingling sensation that signified her journey into womanhood. Her forehead met his. Their lips. Ever so slowly. Inches. Youth. Tenten reached to her thigh in an instant and produced 3 kunai, throwing them expertly in the direction of the sound that had woken her up from her very nice dream. Opening her eyes, she could see, blearily, that a green globule of flesh was standing near the wall, and she could also see that he was bow-legged and on his tiptoes. She blinked a few times to clear the sleep from her eyes, all the while cursing whoever it was who had woken her. When she finally could see clearly past the veil of sleep, she saw just who it was who had awoken her. Lee was standing against a far wall, bow-legged and white as a sheet. She looked down to see that her 3 kunai had struck just below Lee's most important place, burying themselves into the wall, hilt deep. She cursed mentally. She would need to work on her aim. "Tenten. You show much youth in wanting to train right after having woken up. Yosh. We shall train with kunai today." She looked just to the left of Lee to see Guy giving his customary nice guy pose to her, teeth flashing a brilliant white. She groaned. This was not a good time. Making an effort, she managed to sit up on the couch where she had been sleeping and rubbed her eyes a few times to clear away any excess gunk that had collected. She yawned and stretched her arms over her head as well, before settling them down and leaning on the back of the couch, giving Guy a very tired yet borderline furious look. "Didn't you get the note? I'm excused from training for a while. I'm absolutely exhausted. What are you two?" She looked over towards the door to see Niji leaning against the frame aloofly. 3. Doing here, anyway? Ai's face changed from one of exuberance to confused puppy in less than an instant. "Excused? Note. Huh?" Tenten shook her head as she massaged the bridge of her nose with her right hand. "Naruto. He told me that he would give you a note excusing me from training for a while. I guess he never got the chance." "No, he gave it to me instead. He was in a bit of a hurry." Tenten looked over to see her father walking in past Niji, holding a piece of paper in his hand and giving Guy an appraising look. Guy, on the other hand, simply took the note from him and read it over once, his brow furrowing ever so slightly in the process. After a few moments of contemplation, his exuberant face returned, full force, this time with tears of joy. At least, as far as Tenten could assume. Yosh. Naruto's youthful concern for his friends is touching. "Lee. We shall take care of Tenten until she gets better. If we cannot do this, we will run 500 laps around." I ain't having you two in this house for any longer than necessary. You look like the types who break things." Kiseki crossed his arms and arched his eyebrow in Guy's direction, throwing a conspiratorial wink in Tenten's direction at the same time. Tenten managed a meager smile. Her dad ruled. Guy seemed to falter for a moment before he grabbed Lee and began a hugging spree with his equally as youthful student, muttering about youth and exuberance and Tenten tuned them out. They were great ninjas, but good kami. They grated the nerves. After a few moments of the obnoxious hugging, Kiseki cleared his throat, somehow magically calming down both Guy and Lee. Niji and Tenten both gaped. Who knew that simply clearing their throat would shut them up? Higurashi-san. Do you have a cold? Yosh. Guy-sensei, I will go fetch tea and herbs to calm Higurashi-san's cough. Niji, Tenten, and even Kiseki sweat dropped at this. Before another hug fest could start, however, Kiseki broke the small pause. Tenten. Naruto asked me to give you his regards. He's heading out on a mission for a while, and he won't be back for. Kiseki seemed to pause, and if Tenten didn't know better, he looked almost concerned. Well, he won't be back for a while. He inwardly sighed in relief. He had caught himself before he had said he might not come back. Tenten just scowled. Naruto had gone and left her without even telling her where he went. The only time she got to herself, and he had to be gallivanting around somewhere on a C-class mission or something. She had wanted to spend time with him, damn it. He was after all, her only real friend outside of her team. She restrained a smirk as she thought about what her subconscious might be telling her about wanting to spend time with him by giving her that dream. She wrote it off as hormones. She wasn't at all concerned about fangirling again. Naruto might be hot, but that was it. She was about to go on a verbal tirade when she noticed that Guy looked immensely serious. She couldn't help but become serious as well. Guy was not a serious man. And the times that he actually put away his happy-go-stupid persona, everyone around him knew to be very, very attentive. Higurashi-san. Naruto-kun has gone on a C-class mission. Kiseki, looking at Guy with equally hard eyes, shook his head. No. He went on a mission. But not C-class. If anything, Guy's gaze hardened. His eyes actually narrowed. Kakashi's team was given a higher class mission than C. Tenten's father simply nodded. Guy stood impassively, and everyone else in the room could feel the tension build up. The hairs on the back of Tenten's neck were actually standing on end. My hip rival Kakashi has secured his team a higher ranked mission. He has bested me once again. And just like that, the tension was gone. Tenten couldn't hold in a relieved chuckle at Guy's antics. If anyone could break the tension, it was her sensei. And then she realized that Naruto was on a high-class mission. Standing up quickly, she looked at her dad with a concerned yet determined glare. Naruto's team was sent on a higher than C-class mission. Do they have any backup? Where are they? Where did they go? Will they be okay? I turned her direction and gave her a thumbs up, completely ignoring the fact that Kiseki was not amused. Yosh. I am sure that Kakashi-san will take care of his students. They must be tremendously skilled to take on a B-ranked mission. Kakashi has undoubtedly been training them harder than normal to prepare them. No, not B either. Ai's perpetual smile and his attitude dropped with a suddenness that made Tenten gasp, and even Lee look surprised. Tenten couldn't help but gape. Naruto was on an A-class mission. That was unheard of. That was madness. Kiseki sighed and sat down in the nearest recliner to him, looking as defeated as she had ever seen her father. Guy turned his hardened gaze on the man, and even Niji looked to be tremendously interested. Naruto's mission was apparently upgraded from C-class early this morning. He didn't tell me anything about it. But he looked up and straight at Guy, who was now as still as a statue, yet radiating authority like no one else Tenten had ever seen. He is currently undertaking an S-class mission. The room was silent as death itself while everyone in the room absorbed this information. Tenten couldn't believe it. Sure, Naruto was a great ninja. She had seen him practice at least once. But a genin team doing an S-class mission. It was absurd. Moreover, why had it been upgraded so suddenly without another team being assigned? Why hadn't Guy and their team gone? What was so important as to warrant an S-class mission that needed genin in the first place? There were hundreds of questions floating around in Tenten's head, but one came to the forefront. She had to know. Even if it was an empty reassurance. She had to know. He was, after all, one of her only friends. Will Naruto-kun be okay? He'll be okay, right? I mean, his sensei is a legendary ninja. So this should be no problem. Right? She wasn't exactly sure if she wanted the truth or if she just wanted reassurances. But either way, she was completely sure that it wouldn't allay her fears. Her shaking was proof enough of that. Kiseki stood up and moved across the room with quickness that he hadn't used since the war. He enveloped his daughter in a fatherly hug and stroked her back as Tenten calmed down. He scowled mentally. He would have to have a talk with the boy when he got back about making his daughter worry like this. Ada Kakashi is one of the best ninja in the world. If anyone can make sure that they're safe, it's him. Besides, he did say that there was another Jounin and a Chunin going with him. I'm sure they'll be fine. Kiseki wasn't completely sure that he believed his own words, but for the moment, they were what Tenten needed to hear. He couldn't exactly tell her that the boy had one hell of a trump card if things got out of hand. His words, apparently, were exactly what she needed. He could feel her weight slump into him, and he could also feel her breathe a deep sigh. He continued stroking her back and holding her, however. It's what fathers did for their daughters. Higurashi-san. If you don't mind, I'd like Tenten to accompany Lee and Niji to dinner somewhere while I go and check up on something. I can assure you that she will not strain herself. Hiseki looked up to see Guy staring at him with a very serious complexion. And he simply nodded. He helped Tenten to her feet and steadied her, watching with gratitude as Lee came over to help. The Hyuga continued to stand where he was. Tenten threw a glance at her father, and upon seeing his smiling face, she smiled as well. If her father believed that they would come out alright, then she did too. She didn't much care if his words were false at this point. The fact that her only real friend was in great danger was enough to make her more emotional than she'd been for quite some time, and reassurances were exactly what she needed to believe right now. Lee helped Tenten out the threshold while acting his normal exuberant self, while Niji followed at a comfortable distance behind them. Once they were out of earshot, Guy turned to Kiseki, slumping ever so slightly. He could see the premature age lines on Guy's face. The man worked too hard. I'm not sure I know what's going on. But I will find out. I'll let you know what I ascertain. If I can. Kiseki nodded and Guy simply bowed curtly before poofing away. He slumped in his chair and sighed. His little plan about telling Guy that Naruto was on an S-class mission had worked to a T. Sarutobi would have no choice but to send reinforcements now that he would be being pressured about it. Guy was one hell of a persuasive individual when he wanted to be. Lying back, he closed his eyes. He would definitely have to have a talk with Naruto when he got back. He stopped himself from even thinking about the possibility of Naruto not returning. Uzumaki. Naruto. Why on earth do you want to know about him? Her father gave her a confused yet temperate look that clearly showed his reluctance to talk about the boy. She frowned. I saw him at the ramen stand where my team went to eat after the mission. He's changed a lot from what I remember of him at the academy. I was just wondering if you knew anything about him that was different. She could have sworn she saw her father flinch at the word different. Inoichi closed his book and sighed, motioning for her to come over to him. Complying, she sat down at a chair directly adjacent to her father and waited patiently. Or as patiently as she could. For her father to continue. After a few moments of silence, her father took a deep breath and focused his eyes on the floor. What exactly about him is different? She bowed her head thoughtfully and tapped her chin for a moment before she looked back at her father. Well, his clothes are different. He carries a sword now, and he has a pure white mask that looks almost like your old Anbu mask clipped to his belt. He's wearing armor. And his eyes are different. Yeah, now that I think about it, his eyes have always been blue, but now they're black. His hair is darker and more furry. And well, his demeanor changed a bit too. He's not as hyperactive as he used to be, although he's still the picture of happy-go-lucky. But she got serious, which caused her already astonished and somewhat concerned father to lean in. He was talking about nature manipulation of his chakra. And apparently, he has a full 3 chakra natures to choose from. Earth, wind and fire. Not only that, but my sensei gave him a scroll to help his wind nature manipulation training, as well as a few jutsu. But apparently he doesn't need them because he has access to a jutsu archive. He said something about a basement. She trailed off, trying to think of anything more that was pertinent. Inoichi on the other hand was floored. Uzumaki Naruto. By all rights, the dead last of the previous academy class. Had 3 chakra natures. And he was already learning how to use them. The demon container had access to an entire archive of jutsu. Why were his eyes black? Of all things. Something was up. Honey. Ino looked up at her father with innocent yet perpetually mischievous eyes. It was a trademark of hers. Don't tell anyone else about this, okay? I'm sure it's not a secret or anything. But some people in the village don't much like Naruto, and if this were to become widespread knowledge, well, it would definitely be a bad thing. Okay. Ino cocked her head to the side and raised an eyebrow, clearly more confused and more curious than she had been before. She simply nodded, however. Her father was usually right about these things. Okay. But why are there people who don't like Naruto? I mean, he used to be annoying and pull pranks and all that stuff, and I'll admit, I didn't like him much myself. But the way you said it sounded more like people hated him rather than didn't much like. Inoichi cursed inwardly. Damn those lessons on how to read people's behavior. I really can't tell you. It's not for a lack of wanting to. But I simply can't. Seeing Ino's disappointed expression, he had an idea. He swiveled his chair around so that Ino and him were face to face. He gave his daughter a grin. If you really want to know more about him, though, you should try to become his friend. He hasn't had the easiest life, and I'm sure he could always use new friends to help him out. If you really gain his trust, I bet you could find out about all of his changes. Ino seemed to ponder this for a moment before she simply smiled and nodded. Okay. I'll befriend him then. Besides. She stood and turned before sashaying over to the stairs so she could go take a shower and change clothes. She gave her father a mischievous grin. Inoichi shuddered. Besides. Naruto-kun is hot now. She bounded up the stairs before Inoichi could say a thing. All she caught was his horrified stare. One Mizo ramen, please. Ino was broken from her thoughts as she noticed that 3 other people had just come into the ramen stand she was currently occupying. One looked to be a Hyuga and she thought conspiratorially, rather hot. One seemed to like green with something bordering on an obsession. And the other looked to be a normal Kunoichi. They were all genin. That much was clear. Gosh. If my rival is having a miso ramen, then I shall have 2 miso ramen. Pork ramen for me, thanks. Ino frowned slightly. The Kunoichi looked to be pretty down. She smiled slightly. While she was waiting for Naruto, she could try to cheer her up. If she could give Sakura of all people confidence, then she could bring this Kunoichi out of her funk. Luckily, the girl was seated only 1 stool away from her. She shot the girl a grin. You look pretty down. Boy troubles. She immediately latched onto the idea that perhaps the girl had been rejected by her crush. It had happened to her many a time and she looked very much as the girl did now. Although. The girl looked up to meet her gaze and Ino had to restrain a gasp. She'd never looked like that. That wasn't being rejected. That was genuine emotional pain. The girl managed a meek smile. Something like that. Ino frowned. The look on her face belied much more than simple boy troubles. Want to talk about it? Kunoichi to Kunoichi. I've learned that boys rarely understand these things. She patted the stool next to her and flashed a smaller yet still happy grin to the girl seated to her right. The girl gave her a slightly wider grin before she nodded and shifted over to the stool next to Ino. The green blob and the Hyuga were currently having an eating contest. Or rather, the green one was. The Hyuga looked to be ignoring him. Their ramen was set down in front of them and both girls picked up their chopsticks, muttering an itadakimasu before digging in. Or rather, Ino dug in. The other girl just stared at the ramen with a forlorn look on her face. Ino scowled. So, what is it? He cheat on you? Break up with you? Pinch some other girl's butt? She flashed another happy and mischievous grin at the girl and to her consternation, received nothing but a slight smile in return. No, nothing like that. We're just friends, nothing more. Besides, he doesn't seem the type to do stuff like that. Almost as an afterthought, the girl added, oh, my name's Higurashi Tenten by the way. What's yours? Ino smiled. At least she was getting through. Yamanaka Ino. So what did he do? If you're just friends, I don't know if it counts as boy trouble. Or. Do you like him and he doesn't know, so you're jealous that someone else is getting him? She drew out the sound to seem conspiratorial and more girly. Again, all she received was a small smile in return. Again. No. Nothing like that. It's got nothing to do with a relationship or anything. She paused. It was okay to tell other people, right? Guy hadn't told her not to. Neither had her father. And this girl seemed to be pretty friendly. She sighed, the wind from her breath blowing away some of the steam that had accumulated on her ramen. He left. On a mission. Not just any mission. He's a genin. And. He and his team were given an S-rank mission. Ino gasped. A genin team on an S-rank mission. What the hell? Why on earth would a genin team be given an S-rank mission? Hell, they were barely given C-rank missions as it was. Before she could say as much, Tenten chuckled. It was the most emotion Ino had seen from the girl yet. That was my reaction too. I still don't know why he and his team were given that mission. I mean, they were sent with an extra Jounin and Chunin. But still. S-rank missions are performed by Anbu and entire Jounin teams. Not by Genin and a few higher rank Nin. I just don't want him to get hurt or. Worse. You know. Ino nodded, bringing her gaze back to the bowl of ramen in front of her. She couldn't even imagine the pain that she would feel if Sasuke-kun or. Perhaps even Naruto-kun. Was sent on an S-class mission without enough support. Hell, it would be bad if Sakura were sent on an S-class mission too. They might be rivals, but they were still friends on the most basic of levels. I'm sure that if they were sent on an S-class mission, that the Hokage deemed them good enough to undertake it. I mean, the Hokage isn't stupid. Although, he is old. But he's definitely not stupid. If he sent him and his team on an S-class, then there must have been good reason behind it. She hoped that her reassurances would do just that for Tenten, and she was mollified when the girl slumped relaxedly in her seat. Yeah. I know. It helps to hear though. Thanks. Tenten flashed Ino a grin which Ino flashed right back. Both girls turned to their ramen and began eating again. As an afterthought, Ino wondered if perhaps she knew the boy that Tenten was talking about. It wouldn't hurt to know his name, anyway. She had some time to kill until Naruto got here for his usual nightly ramen excursion. It had taken her nearly a month to work up the guts to come to this place as it was, and if Naruto didn't show tonight, she would be a bit peeved. She turned to Tenten and flashed another grin. "So, what's the boy's name? Is it some hot guy from your class? Maybe you can introduce me to him or something." She was half joking at the last part. Fangirling over two boys was enough. Tenten turned to her as she was slurping some noodles into her mouth. "Yeah, I'll introduce him to you sometime. When he gets back. He usually comes here for dinner anyway." Tenten slurped the noodle completely into her mouth, missing the stunned and foreboding look on Ino's face. "Usually comes here. For dinner." She paused, hoping against hope that she was wrong. "Is his name?" She couldn't get it out. She wasn't friends with the boy. Yet. And if he was just sent on an S-rank mission, she might not get a chance. She hoped against hope that it wasn't him. He was too cute and too mysterious to lose. And if Naruto was on an S rank, then Sasuke-kun and Sakura were on an S rank too. She mentally calmed herself and waited for the girl's answer. Tenten looked at her confusedly. "Oh, you know Naruto-kun." She cringed. Naruto was on an S-ranked mission. More than that, it meant that Sasuke-kun and Sakura both were there too. Genin that she knew. Were currently on an S-ranked mission with no more backup than a couple Jounin and a Chunin. There was a very real possibility that one or more wouldn't be coming back. One of her friends, or in Naruto's case, potential friends, might not be coming back. She wasn't sure if she should be scared, perplexed, concerned, or some amalgam of all three. Tenten, however, was slightly confused. Was the cringing on the girl's face due to her not liking Naruto, or perhaps Naruto knew Ino somehow and she was concerned for his safety? She decided that she needed more information. If the girl was a friend, then perhaps she could be her friend too. If she was like apparently almost everyone else in the village, then she was going to have nothing to do with her. Tenten didn't exactly know what caused the people of Konoha to look at Naruto like they did. But whatever it was blatantly unfounded. She didn't want to be friends with anyone who held that same prejudice. Whatever it was. She cleared her throat and turned back to her ramen. "So, you do know Naruto-kun? I don't think he's ever spoken to me about you. He was in your class or something." This seemed to break Ino from whatever thought process she had been absorbed in. She gave a half-hearted smile to Tenten and looked back at her own ramen, her countenance much more subdued than before. "I wouldn't say I really know him. Hell. I'm not sure that anyone knows him anymore. I saw him here at this ramen stand about a month ago for the first time since the academy. And he was virtually a completely different person than he had been back then. Physically, mentally. He wasn't at all like the Naruto I remember from my classes with him. Since then, I've been trying to work up the courage to come here and meet him again sometime. I really want to find out more about him." Tenten smiled, even if only cursorily. The girl was on the same general quest that she was. They both just wanted to find out more about the enigma that Naruto had become. She slurped up another batch of noodles and then turned her head back towards the blonde-haired girl, giving her a wry and somewhat commiserating grin. "You sound a lot like me when I first met Naruto-kun. He was a friend of my father's, somehow. Even when my father didn't make friends that easily. They seemed to share some bond that I know nothing about. And when I asked my father about it, he just told me to ask Naruto." Naruto was hesitant to share anything about himself, so I resolved myself to become his friend so that I could learn more about him. Luckily, Naruto didn't refuse. Now that I've actually gotten to know him. He's one of the most kind and caring people you'll ever meet, and he's one of the best friends anyone could ask for. Though. He seems to only be that way to people who have gained his trust. I have no doubt that he'd be hell on feet to his enemies or cold to anyone who he doesn't trust. Ino flinched again, more forcefully. She hadn't counted on Naruto being cold to anyone. She had just assumed that the boy was as happy-go-lucky as he always was and that she could simply ask to be his friend and it would be done. She supposed that it would make sense that he changed emotionally, too. She stopped herself from thinking too hard on the possibility of her being part of that change. Cold to people he doesn't trust, eh? I see. She felt a bit defeated. Naruto was going to be cold to her. The boy had no reason to trust her at all. Tenten cocked her head confusedly. "Well yeah. I mean, he doesn't exactly have the best reputation in this village, to put it mildly. It's just a defense mechanism. He's not been treated that well by the people here, you know. Although, I have no idea why." Ino seemed to grow even more depressed. Before Tenten could ask her obvious question, Ino cleared up the situation succinctly. "I used to be one of those people. In school, me and forehead. Haruno Sakura, one of my better friends. Picked on Naruto relentlessly. We We picked on him because he was a convenient target to launch attacks at, considering that no one seemed to like him and even the teachers treated him badly. It was just normal for him to be the target of everyone's ridicule. And anyone who wanted to be seen as normal or as cool would tease him about everything from his clothes to his status as an orphan. He just took it all with a smile and an obnoxious attitude, though. I never thought the word cold would ever be used in relation to Naruto's demeanor. He's always just been happy-go-lucky and obnoxiously upbeat for as long as anyone's known him. I guess everything caught up with him though. Ino sighed, not noticing the narrowing of Tenten's eyes. I don't think Naruto will ever trust someone like me. I mean, why would he? I never showed any interest in being his friend, nor did I ever really talk to him outside of teasing him. So I'm sure he holds me in contempt. He'd be cold to me just like he is to everyone else. Tenten laid down her chopsticks on her mostly eaten bowl of ramen and clasped her hands in front of her in a thoughtful yet seemingly measuring gesture. Ino just looked at her confusedly. The only real reason you want to become his friend is to learn more about him then, right? Assuming that's even possible. What would you do even after you learn more about him? Would you just stop being his friend because your goal was met, or would you keep being his friend even after that? That's the question, Ino. Regardless of how you treated him in the academy, if you're going to be his friend, then you have to want to actually be his friend Sadilla and not just some acquaintance who wants to know more about his past. Ino's eyes widened. She hadn't thought of it like that. What would she do after she found out what made Naruto tick? More than that. Was her desire for friendship with the boy out of curiosity, or perhaps even pity, and a need to make up for what was obviously horrible treatment prior to this? Was she just going to use Naruto once again, or was she genuinely interested in having him as someone who she felt safe talking and being around with? She scowled. It came down to a question of just how shallow she would allow herself to be. I don't know, honestly. I mean, I feel bad for how I treated him in the academy. And I really do want to know more about him. But I don't know enough about him to know if he and I can even be friends. If he's so much different than he was at the academy. Has he changed so much that he's no longer someone who I could be friends with? Ino sighed and rested her forehead on her own clasped hands, wondering just what she should do. Both girls sat in relative silence for a few minutes, lost in their thoughts, before Tenten broke the silence. She finished her ramen and stood up, throwing a grateful look to the shop's proprietor. She turned her back to Ino and made to gather up her teammates before she stopped. Ino looked up and stared at Tenten's back, her eyebrows raised slightly. If you really want to become Naruto's friend, then you'll obviously have to work at it. That's not my problem, nor will I make it my problem. But know this. Tenten turned around and gave Ino one of the coldest glares she'd ever received. She could actually feel a bit of Kai in it. She had to consciously keep from shuddering. If you're just going to use Naruto or only be his friend to gain more knowledge about him, then it will become my business. Naruto is one of my only friends, and even though we aren't the best friends in the world yet, we're still friends. I'll spare you the speech, but suffice it to say that I'll hurt you if you hurt him. That's all there is to it. With that, Tenten turned around and tapped Lee on the shoulder, her cheerful facade back in place. Lee quickly finished his own ramen and began shouting something about youth and exuberance, while Niji thanked the stand owner for a good meal. Lee allowed Tenten to lean on his shoulder as she was still exhausted, and the group began their trek back to the Higurashi residence. Ino simply sat there, a stunned expression on her face. Tenten was indeed a good friend of Naruto's if she would threaten her so openly in his defense. It caught her as a bit odd that the girl said they weren't best friends, yet Tenten had explicitly threatened to hurt her if she hurt Naruto. That was something that only very good friends did. She allowed her face to fall slightly. She no longer had a choice in the matter. Either she would go all in and become Naruto's friend, or she would just forget about him and know him as only a fellow ninja. There was no middle ground anymore. Of course, this all assumed that Naruto would survive his mission. She cringed. She turned back to her half-eaten ramen and hung her head. She had some thinking to do. Naruto was a weapon. Guy could accept that, no matter how tragic it might be. What he could not accept was sending him on a mission that was, by all rights, suicidal. As he walked up the stairs that ascended to the Hokage's office, he scowled. An expression that was not very common on his face. What could have possibly possessed the Hokage to send Kakashi's team and 2 other nin on a mission that should have been reserved for Anbu or twice that many jounin? More than that, if there was a good reason to send Naruto on an S-class mission, why did he have to send the rest of his team as well? Surely the Kyuubi vessel, if he was strong enough to take on an S-class, should not endanger his other teammates by bringing them along, right? To him, it made no sense. They needed reinforcements, at least. At most, they needed to be recalled and an Anbu team sent in their stead. But then again, he was not the Hokage. He was broken from his thoughts as the secretary outside of the office told him to wait a few minutes as the Hokage was apparently in a meeting of some sort. He simply nodded and sat down on an adjacent seat. His lack of bravado seemed to upset the secretary. Or rather, unnerve her. But he was not in the mood. His facade could stay hidden for now. This was no time for farcical antics. What are you doing here at this time of night? I looked up to see Asuma standing in front of the doorway to the Hokage's office, predictably smoking a cigarette. He looked perplexed to see Guy with such a serious expression on his face, but he otherwise looked to be in a good mood. I am here to speak to Hokage-sama about a mission that he assigned Kakashi's team. They are in need of reinforcements. Asuma quirked an eyebrow. How, exactly, do you know that they need reinforcements? I stood and began walking towards the office, only stopping when he was beside Asuma. Because Hokage-sama sent a Genin team, 2 Jounin and a Chunin on an S-class mission. If you were in the same position, would you not need reinforcements as well? Asuma's cigarette dropped from his mouth. Oyaji had sent Genin on an S-class mission. What the hell? Was his father getting senile or something? Sure, Naruto was a weapon of sorts. But he was still a Genin. What could have possibly possessed him? He was broken from his thoughts as Guy let forth a sigh. If this is about what I think it's about, perhaps you should be party to this as well. Asuma's eyebrow quirked even higher. The tense atmosphere was broken by the Hokage's door, unceremoniously opening to allow one-armed, one-eyed man in a white robe and copious amounts of bandaging through. He had large amounts of scarring across his face, chest and even his arms, and it looked as though he had been on the wrong side of a few too many kunai. Even his jet black hair seemed to be missing certain chunks of follicular foliage. Guy and Asuma both repressed the urge to flinch. Danzo was never a pretty sight to behold. I believe our meeting has been most informative, Hokage-sama. I look forward to your answer. The bandaged man didn't even turn to speak to Sarutobi as he spoke, simply preferring to glide out the door silently, vanishing around the corner as a cat or perhaps a rat might. Guy wasn't sure which animal was more appropriate. Seizing the moment, Guy turned towards the Hokage and bowed slightly. Hokage-sama, if you would, please allow me a brief audience. I will try not to take up much of your time. The tired-looking Sarutobi turned to look at him with an expression somewhere between intense thought and concern. Guy said nothing. Of course, Guy-kun. Please, come in. I assume that Asuma will be joining you. Sarutobi took a cursory puff on his pipe as he spoke, mentally rolling things around in his mind. If Guy was serious, then it was usually something important. More than that, Asuma wasn't smoking. That was always a bad sign. Or good, depending on how you looked at it. I simply nodded. Both Nin walked into the room and sat down in chairs right in front of the aged Kage's desk. After a few moments of silence, Guy spoke. I have heard from a reliable source that you have sent Kakashi's team plus a Jounin and a Chunin on an S-class mission. I will not ask what the mission entails or even your reasoning behind it. But I would ask that you send reinforcements. Surely a Genin team, 2 Jounin and a Chunin are not enough to tackle an S-class mission on their own. Guy's tone was very businesslike and clipped. Careful not to let any emotions through. Sarutobi sighed out a plume of smoke, resting his forehead on his hand. He should have known that knowledge of Naruto-kun's mission would not be a well-kept secret for long. Then again, he wasn't sure if he ever intended for it to be a secret in the first place. He looked up at Guy and gave a tired yet reassuring smile. Your concern for your fellow ninja is commendable and touching, Guy-kun. However, I would ask you to trust my judgment on this issue. Both of you are well aware of Naruto-kun's condition, and that is, regrettably, one of the reasons why I sent his team. But the upcoming Chunin exams as well as various other tasks, I am left somewhat shorthanded. And by using Naruto-kun, I am able to conserve resources. Believe me when I say that I would not have sent Naruto-kun or any of the other ninja on this mission if I did not believe that they had a good chance to complete it and return safely. Guy's eyes narrowed slightly. I trust your judgment implicitly, Hokage-sama. My concern is that, even with Naruto's condition, the team may not have the necessary skill or resources necessary to complete their mission. S-class missions usually consist of high-ranking assassinations, VIP escorts, VIP hostage rescues, and the like. Genin are not sent on these missions for obvious reasons, even reasons outside of the obvious skill gaps. I and Asuma are both available to go as backup if you so choose, and I know my team could use some time off. Please, consider my request and know that I readily volunteer myself. Asuma leaned back in his chair and smirked slightly. I didn't know that Guy could volunteer me for anything. But yeah, I guess if I needed to, I could go. Sarutobi looked over both Jounin ninja with calculating eyes. Guy was effectively forcing his hand. He was giving him the option of sending reinforcements. Good reinforcements. And making it clear that he thought it was the best decision. More than that, should he not send reinforcements, then undoubtedly, he would lose respect in Guy's eyes. And perhaps even Asuma's. He even briefly considered the possibility that they would go whether they received orders to or not. He beat back a sigh that had been forming in his throat. He supposed he didn't have a choice. Standing, he made his way to the window, gazing out upon the village that he loved so much. If only the villagers knew the danger they were constantly in. I will explain the mission to you that they are on. If you feel, after I have finished, that they still need your help, then I shall consent. He took a puff on his pipe and made to begin, regardless of if Guy or Asuma agreed. Approximately 2 days ago, I sent Kurenai and her team on a mission to Wave Country. Ostensibly to protect a bridge builder from bandits and their ilk. Not even a few hours into their mission, apparently. They were confronted by 2 missing nin from Kiri that were at least Chunin level. From what I could glean from the missive I later received from her, they were both defeated soundly, and the team made the decision to continue the mission from that point, even knowing the risks. He took another puff on his pipe and blew out a large plume of smoke, obscuring the window for a moment. He had noticed in the reflection that Asuma was now listening intently. After this, they encountered another missing nin from Kiri by the name of Mamachi Zabuza, as well as his apprentice, who is apparently of a fairly high level as well. They battled, during which Kurenai was seriously injured, Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped, and Zabuza, apparently, was injured badly as well, but was rescued by his apprentice. The note left out quite a few details, however. Much of this is supposition. Asuma's eyes widened and he shot out of his chair, leaning heavily on the oaken desk before him. Kurenai was injured. How badly? Damn it. Oyaji, please, send me and my team if necessary. I need to go. Calm down. Asuma's tirade abruptly stopped. The elder Saratobi looked at him with a piercing, if not a bit sympathetic glare. Kurenai is a competent ninja. I doubt that you'd have much better luck going up against a high 8 low-S class missing nin like him. Hence the reason I sent Naruto's team, as well as the 2 reinforcing nin. There's more to deal with than simply a missing nin. He sighed and sat back down, an action that his son mirrored. Guy was now as still as a statue, and his glare could have burned through steel if necessary. Luckily, Saratobi was made out of stuff much harder than steel. There is a man named Gato. Who has effectively blockaded the country for the past few years. Normally, we wouldn't involve our ninja in a dispute such as that without ample compensation. However, Gato is apparently behind the attacks on my nin. That is a transgression that I cannot forgive. He puffed on his pipe once more. He apparently has a moderately sized mercenary army at his disposal, numbering somewhere in the range of 600 to 700 men. A skilled jounin and an accomplice could tear through that many untrained buffoons without much effort, which means that a well-trained genin team and a chunin should be able to destroy them with a fair amount of ease as well. That is the reason that I sent genin and a chunin on this mission. Kakashi and Anko, the other jounin, are very skilled and should be able to annihilate Zabuza and his apprentice without much hassle, while Team 7 and Iruka should be able to take care of the mercenary force and the general well-being of the town. Hyuga Hinata will of course be the first and most important priority, of course. Guy's eyes widened. Iruka was sent on a mission. Outside of the village. Before he could speak his concerns, Saratobi shot a piercing and particularly nasty glare, and judging by the Hokage's reaction, Asuma was not one of those people who knew. Still. Sending Iruka was as much of a gamble, if not more so, than sending Naruto. He would simply trust the Hokage. For now. Nevertheless, Oyaji. We're available to go. My team just got back from a mission a few days ago, but I'm sure they're ready to go on another one if necessary. Or I can just go myself along with Guy. However you want to do it, just please. Send us. Asuma was nearly pleading now, and his eyes were set in a determined if not almost hectic glare at his father. Guy simply nodded, silently adding his weight to Asuma's sentiment. Saratobi turned around abruptly, his eyes shining with a bit of fury. He slammed his free hand on his desk. And what exactly would that accomplish? Zabuza and his apprentice are evenly matched by Kakashi and Anko. Kurenai and her remaining 2 genin are in good hands with Naruto being a healer, and Team 7 is by far the most advanced genin team currently in the Leaf Village. Do you not believe that they can take care of themselves in this case? Do you really believe them to be so weak? The Hokage took a deep breath and lowered his head, mentally reining himself in. Asuma held a slightly shocked look on his face, and Guy too looked as though he had seen a ghost. It was very rare for Saratobi to lose his temper. But when it happened, you really didn't want to be the cause or target of it. After a few more calming, deep breaths, he looked back up with an only slightly apologetic expression adorning his aged visage. They can handle this mission. You two, on the other hand, have teams to be responsible for. There are missions to be done, and I cannot in good conscience divert resources away from that without a very good reason to do so. If any other non-sensei jounin become available or things slow down, then perhaps I will send them. But for now, I choose to believe in Naruto, Kakashi, Anko, Iruka, Sasuke and Sakura. They will prevail. Sarutobi fell to his chair with a huff and leaned back, throwing a now fully compassionate look towards the two nin in front of him. That doesn't mean that I won't send reinforcements, however, if the situation changes or anything happens. You can have faith that I will be monitoring the situation closely. You have my word on that. After a few more moments of silence, Asuma sighed and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a long drag. Guy simply smiled slightly. At the very least, he had assuaged their fears. More than that, it gave them confidence that they would all return safely. That was the main concern. I stood and bowed slightly. I understand, Hokage-sama. I apologize for the imposition this has caused. Sarutobi waved him off with an apparent dismissal. Nonsense. You were caring for your fellow comrades. There is nothing to apologize for. Asuma too stood and nodded his head towards his father slightly, taking a puff on his cigarette at the same time. He wasn't nearly as formal as Guy. With a half-rammed seal, he simply poofed out of the office. Guy, after bowing again slightly, did the same. After a few moments of silence, a tapping sound could be heard coming towards the Hokage's desk. After another moment, a tiger-masked Anbu could be seen near the Hokage's chair. You didn't tell them everything, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi sighed again, turning around in his chair to stare out at the village once more. I'm not ready to send some of my best nins on a backup mission on rumors and speculation, Tenzo. Your sources have not confirmed the report of other nin in the area, have they? Tenzo simply sighed and shook his head. They have not disproved it either. You know as well as anyone that all rumors have a basis in truth, even if only a little. The Hokage took another puff on his pipe as he scowled. I am not so old that I need to be scolded like a child, Tenzo. Trust me when I say that if your information is confirmed, then I shall send all of my available shinobi to help. But for now, it could be nothing more than a fleeting ghost of supposition. I will err on the side of conservation, if I am to err at all. Tenzo sighed again and simply nodded, walking out of the office once more. Sarutobi was as stubborn as they came. He had simply hoped to spur along the decision to send more nin. Predictably, he was not to be swayed. Sarutobi sighed and took another long drag on his pipe, savoring the full and rich flavor of the smoke. He noted the hint of chicory in this blend. It must have been one that Asuma bought for him. I am so sorry, Naruto. But to capture a rat, one needs bait. Please. Naruto. He seemed to be speaking to a deity that was ever present yet not there in any corporeal sense. Perhaps he was simply speaking to the wind. Please. Stay safe. For the sake of the village. Expose the rat. It had to have been a dream. He had heard her voice. It had called his name. More than any of that. She had sounded so sad. So lonely. Heartbroken. Perhaps even hopeless. It had been the voice of a broken girl. Hinata. Perhaps. If it hadn't been a dream. She would hear him too. Hold on. I'm coming. Shaking his head, Naruto stood. Perfect timing, Naruto. We were just about to wake you up to set off. We want to hit the village under the cover of night. We leave in 5 minutes. Cracking his neck, he glanced over at Iruka and gave him a small smile. Which turned into a full-blown yawn. Understood, Iruka-sensei. Did we get any information off of the leader? Iruka's face took on a slightly chagrined look. Yeah. But Anko was disappointed. He broke after only a few minutes with her. We got enough information about the town and the outlying areas to be able to move rather well. With any luck, we'll meet up with Kurenai and her team by early morning. Naruto, having finished stretching in a decidedly vulpine manner, simply nodded. He did a quick equipment check. Noting that everything was where it was supposed to be. Before he pulled up his mask and snapped it on. He hoisted his backpack over his shoulders and made sure that his sword was in a good position to draw. And noting that it was, he simply nodded again before calmly walking towards where the rest of the team was currently gathered. Stepping into the semicircle around Kakashi, Sasuke gave him a cursory nod and Sakura gave him a small smile. Which he returned despite himself, even though the girl couldn't see it. His opinion of the girl was slowly changing. She was at least showing that she could act when shit hit the fan. He made a mental note to thank the girl for the blood transfusion once they reached wherever they were going. Kakashi nodded, mostly to himself. Everyone was gathered. Good. I trust everyone's ready. Receiving a round of nods, he spread out a small map on the ground and took out a kunai. It would have to do in lieu of a pointing device. Using his finger didn't quite occur to him. This is a rather rudimentary map of the village we will be entering. Since it's not that specific, I'll just point out the high spots. He gestured to a part of the map that held a fair amount of trees and wooded villa-style homes that was on the west side of the village. This is, for lack of a better term, the rich area of the village. Or at least, from what I was told, it used to be. A fair amount of residents have taken refuge here as it's only somewhat harassed by Gato's thugs. But it's still dangerous. What thugs do venture into this area are usually the most skilled of all of them. Sasuke, you're assigned this area in which to clear out. There's not that many, but they make up for it in skill. That's your forte, I think. Sasuke nodded, steeling himself. He hadn't had nearly as much rest as Naruto had. But he hadn't quite expended his energy like Naruto had either. He debated the merits of asking the dope for another chakra transfusion. Kakashi then gestured to the eastern part of the map. It was the most ramshackle of the entire town, seemingly. But it wasn't that large either. This is the poorest district of the village. And coincidentally, it has the fewest mercenaries. There's no money to be made off of the homeless, after all. Naruto was sure he heard a scowl come off of Kakashi. Anyway. Not very many people live here anymore. Most of them have migrated as far west as they can, preferring to take up residence in abandoned houses and whatnot. The people that do live there are usually the indentured. For lack of a better term, they're nice slaves. Gato uses the residents of this area as cheap labor. And he doesn't need many mercenaries to force them to do it either. Sakura, this will be your area. There's not that many and what few are there are not tremendously skilled. You should be able to handle it. Sakura, while containing her fear, nodded. She was being trusted with this. Whether she could do it or not was the question. She forced those thoughts from her mind. It would do no good to get scared here. Besides, she was being given the easiest job. Regardless of the fact that it irked her inner self to be given the easiest assignment, she was at least realistic enough to realize that she was the weakest of the three of them. She set that tidbit of self-introspection away in the back of her mind to think over later. Kakashi gestured to the middle of the map where there was the highest concentration of both people and housing. As well as the market district. It was also the largest quadrant. This is the heart of the village. It has the markets, stores, most of the housing and what few gambling parlors are left. More than that. It also houses the only known house of ill repute in the village itself. Predictably, this is also where the highest concentration of thugs and mercenaries are. Though. It's safe to say that most of them are distracted and drunk. Kakashi glanced up and met Naruto's eyes, even through his mask. It was a silent question. Can you handle this? He answered it by releasing a small amount of Kai. Naruto could have sworn he saw a smirk on Kakashi's face, even through his mask. Kakashi glanced back down. Naruto, this will be your area. The mercenaries here are not that skilled, they're distracted, and they're very much run-of-the-mill. It's quantity over quality. Your forte perfectly. You will have the extra mission of liberating the women who have been forced into prostitution, but I assume that you can handle that. Naruto nodded. He would enjoy hunting them down. Kyuubi, feeling his bloodlust, subconsciously growled in anticipation from beside Naruto, earning slightly startled stares from everyone but Anko and Kakashi. They had noticed the fox join them minutes ago. Naruto reached down and pet Kyuubi on the head, feeding her a bit more chakra. She gave a thankful yip before turning her gaze back to Kakashi. Something everyone mirrored. Kakashi put away the map and stood back up. While you three are eliminating the threat in the village, Haruka will be guarding the women that we recently liberated here. Once the village is secure, they can be escorted to be back with their families. Haruka nodded slightly. All three of the genin nodded at this as well, each of them steeling themselves further. Their motivation was the women they had just rescued. Images of what they had looked like. What had been done to them. They flooded Naruto's mind. Naruto didn't restrain his Kai this time, and interestingly enough, it was joined by Sasuke's. Naruto was surprised by the fact that even Sakura's relatively weak Kai could be felt among them. He grinned. Perhaps they didn't make that bad of a team after all. Kakashi smiled and then became completely serious. I want to see you three back at wherever the rendezvous point is set it alive, understand? Don't hesitate to ask for help if you need it. I'd rather you be alive and have your pride wounded than you be dead. Dead men have no pride. All three genin simply nodded. Kakashi nodded as well. While you four are doing your assigned tasks, Anko and I will be searching out where Kurenai and her two genin are currently holed up. Once we find them, we'll secure the location and let you all know where it is over the headsets. Understood. Everyone nodded. Kakashi smiled again. Right then. Let's move out. Our duty sucked. No women. No booze. No fighting, at least, not these days. It was just standing on the edge of town, watching the trees for signs of intruders. He could count on one hand the number of possible intruders that he had come across in the past week or so. Sighing, he uncorked a small flask he kept at his hip. Gato had issued orders that implicitly stated that those on guard duty were not to drink. But most had disregarded it. Booze was a mercenary's best friend. You couldn't ask a man to give it up just because they needed to be sharp. Sighing, he brought the flask up to his mouth and took a swig. He noticed a burning. almost hissing sound. Taking the flask from his mouth, he looked around. It was still there. But it had changed when he moved his flask. Quirking an eyebrow in curiosity, he looked down at his silver flask. It had an explosive note on it. He had just enough time to scream before the note, the flask and the contents therein exploded, throwing shrapnel into his eyes and coating him with burning alcohol. He thrashed on the ground for only a moment before a shuriken to the forehead silenced him forever. Sasuke dropped from the tree he had hid himself in and quelled a smirk. That was a contrived death worthy of even one of Naruto's cleverness. He suppressed a scowl. He would not compare himself to the dope. Shaking his thoughts from his head, he noticed that a few other mercenaries were heading his direction. Images of the women from before assaulted his consciousness. His features hardened and his Sharingan activated. The one tomo in each eye spun wildly, a testament to his rage. He may not care about much. But men did not do that to women. These worms were not men. Slipping on his knucklers, he approached the now fully aware of his presence mercenaries, who looked at him and smirked. It's just some kid. I can't believe that idiot let himself get killed by a kid. Just means more money for us. Hey, how much do you bet that I can kill this kid? Sasuke stood in front of the man who had just been speaking, a kunai buried hilt deep in the man's throat. He removed the kunai with a jerk and with a spray of blood, the man collapsed in a heap. Sasuke supposed that he would drown on his own blood. The man who looked like the self-appointed leader took a few steps back. There was silence for a moment before the man's eyes widened. You have a forehead protector. Oh, shit. It's a ninja. Sasuke smirked. It came out as a cold sneer. Ichiha Sasuke. Konoha Genin. He raised his bloody kunai. I suggest you remember it. He tossed it through the air with precise force, piercing another mercenary's throat. The man let out a gargled scream as he fell, dead. It will be the last name you ever hear. He attacked. It was his lucky night. He was sure of it. Some god, somewhere, had smiled down upon him. In front of him stood a girl with pink hair and a red dress. She couldn't have been more than 12 or 13. Green eyes. Soft curves of a girl. Innocent eyes. He almost drooled. If he couldn't visit the brothel tonight because he had guard duty, then at least he could have this morsel. He hoped she was a virgin. It made it so much more fun. Boy. Little girl. What are you doing out here, Did you wander away from your parents or something? Come on, I'll help you find them. The girl stood still. He tried his best to put on a reassuring smile. Better yet, you can come to my tent and stay there while my friends find your parents. I have warm food and plenty of water. You'll be safe there. The girl stood still. He waited a few moments. Perhaps the girl was simply thinking over his offer. Was that a twitch on her face? No. No, that wasn't. She hadn't moved. He snarled. The hell with this. He took a few steps forward, the reassuring smile now off his face. It's not like he couldn't overpower a 12-year-old girl, after all. He reached out and tried to grasp the girl's neck, hoping to make her pass out so he could carry her back to his tent. He wouldn't be sharing tonight. His hand passed right through her. He felt a cold steel pressed to his neck. The rhythmic breathing that reached his left ear let him know that he had just been snuck up on. You know. I've only ever killed one person before. It was revolting. I threw up. The man swallowed nervously, a smile matching his demeanor covering his visage. Oh really? Well. You know. You don't have to do it again. Right. Silence met his ears for a few moments. He began to slowly move his right hand towards a knife hidden near his hip. If he could just reach it. I don't really have to, no. The kunai slid across his neck, ripping open his carotid artery. He fell with a silent scream and thrashed on the ground, getting a sight of the same girl that had just been in front of him. He was left wondering just how a 12-year-old girl got the jump on him. His last sight was of Sakura's forehead protector. Sakura sighed and wiped the kunai on her dress. It had been textbook. Right out of the academy. Divert the enemy's attention, use stealth to remain undetected, and neutralize the threat. A simple punchin had done the trick. She turned around and began walking in the direction where she had seen more mercenaries. I didn't have to. But I certainly wanted to. And that scared her. Why? Was this punishment for something? Were they angry with her? They had taken her parents away. She hadn't seen them for weeks. The ninjas had come. And for a while, she had felt hope again. But now, the ninjas were gone too. Where were they? Weren't they supposed to save them all? She rubbed a bruise on her hip. She remembered when the bad man had hit her the day before. She had said or done something bad and he had hit her hard and then laughed when she cried. She hated the bad men. She just wished that they'd all go away. Boy, rat, we're waiting. You don't want me to hit you again, do you? She startled. That's right. She was bringing them their drinks. They were on guard duty. She had been forced to come with them. She stopped herself from crying. They'd just hit her again if she did that. She dragged the 2 casks of sake behind her, exerting with every bit of force her 7-year-old body had to get them to her captors. They had sent her almost 5 minutes ago to get this sake. And they would be mad with her. She whimpered. Why? Just. Why? A man with an eye patch grinned maliciously as he saw the girl that his men had captured bring them their sake. The cries of an innocent girl made him all fluttery. It was just so. Narcotic. He reached down and grabbed the 2 bottles, giving the girl a scowl in the process. She knew what was coming. He thought, with a twisted bit of logic, that perhaps the girl had come to enjoy it. Such was the depravity of his condition. He reared his hand back. He would make this one hurt. Just as his arm prepared to swing. His hand fell off. He screamed. Old Present looked to see the black and red-clad form of a 12-year-old masked blonde boy standing behind the man who was currently thrashing on the ground. The boy was breathing heavily and his head was focused on the ground. They watched as an almost invisible wall of energy simply exploded out from him. All felt it. It was horror. It was carnage. It was purified and focused death. Naruto growled, both inwardly and outwardly. This son of a bitch was using this child as a slave. From the bruises that he could see on her. This man had hit her before. His anger increased, as did his output of Kai. Red chakra began to leak from every pore. Subconsciously, he had tapped into Kyuubi's vast reserves. He could feel himself losing a bit of his humanity. But he was gaining so much more in return. He could lose himself to this anger. He looked up. You know. I was going to come in and make some grand entrance. I was going to do something cool and heroic. He walked forward and picked up a thoroughly stunned girl, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. He gave her a comforting pat on the back and she smiled. Perhaps for the first time in weeks. She felt safe now. The bad men wouldn't be here anymore. The good man had saved her. Maybe he was a ninja too. She didn't care. She just closed her eyes and let herself get comfortable. This man wouldn't let anything happen to her. He felt almost like her dad did. He raised his bloodied sword above his head. But honestly, the killing intent intensified. A low, rumbling growl could be distinguished from the sounds of chakra rolling off his body. You fucking sons of bitches aren't worth it. He brought his sword down. Hundreds of cage bunshin came out of the forest, bounding towards the position the men currently occupied. They closed the distance very quickly. Several men fell to kunai through various vital organs. Others fell to shuriken embedding themselves in the same place. Still others fell to swords cutting off heads or limbs or severing bodies in twain. Screams could be heard throughout the small impromptu arena and blood quickly marred the ground into a red hue of death. But one man did not get such a luxury. The man on the ground who was missing a hand looked up at the masked blonde with something that resembled a cow looking at an oncoming train. Dull, unblinking and uncaring. Belying the terror underneath. Naruto looked down on the man. I don't take to men who hit children very well. I've had some bad experiences with that. It came out almost as a snarl. The splatter of blood from a nearby dying mercenary spilled onto the man's face, finally stunning him into reality once more. There was a boy with a sword standing above him and he could tell that he was more than capable of killing him. Death. His death. Iu. Please, I don't want to die. He was crying now. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He had worked so hard to get to this position. He commanded hundreds of men. His life was perfect. He couldn't die now. Naruto took off his mask, revealing, of all things, a smile. A terrible, twisted, malicious smile that seemed horribly out of place on his face. His eyes were red, his pupils slit, his whisker marks enlarged. The man wondered if he had finally invoked the wrath of a demon. I know. That's what makes this so much more enjoyable. You're feeling terror, pain, hopelessness, frustration. You have the desire to live still. And you simply want. It's like pushing against a mountain or trying to cut the ocean. You want to live, but you just can't. I won't let you. You will die. Your will means nothing. Only my will matters to you anymore. I have the power over your life. And your death. The boy raised his sword and unceremoniously plunged it into the man's stomach, eliciting another scream from the man. Naruto's grin widened. The man, suddenly, it was as if parts of him that didn't even exist, somehow felt pain. The red energy flowed down the sword into his midsection, melting skin, tearing muscles asunder and incinerating vital organs. It spread. The energy enveloped his entire body and traveled along his unused chakra coils, searing them shut. It finally reached his brain, targeting the centers of his higher mind functions, eliminating any and all thought. But Naruto made sure that the parts of the brain that received the nerve signals for pain stayed undamaged. The process took only 5 minutes, but the man felt pain that equaled a lifetime. His body burned from the inside out, his mind lost all function, his organs lost all coherency. He was alive only to experience pain and hopelessness. For 5 minutes of his miserable life, he experienced a life's worth of suffering. And then it was over. His body turned to nothing more than dust and bone. A burnt impression of his body scorched the ground. Proof of his death would last generations. Naruto's smile widened. That had felt very good. Something inside of him had allowed that to feel good. The girl had seen none of it. Naruto had put her to sleep moments before the entire ordeal had begun. She did not need to see such things. She would stay innocent. As innocent as she could be, anyway. He noticed with only a small amount of peeved frustration that his Kage Bunshin had all been dispelled. Kage Bunshin certainly weren't as strong as the original. He made a mental note to strengthen the technique later. "Boy, Kyuubi. Can you take care of this little one? I have something I need to do." The fox trotted up next to his leg, having been hiding in the shadow. She wasn't at all unnerved by the actions of Naruto. The man had deserved it. "Of course. Go. She will be safe." Naruto snapped his mask back on and lowered the girl onto Kyuubi's back gently. She wrapped her tail around the girl. "Thanks." He began walking towards the clump of mercenaries that had their swords drawn. They were standing just outside of the entrance to the village. He smirked. He was beginning to enjoy this. The feeling of ending lives like theirs was near euphoric. It elicited some sort of carnal pleasure that his human psyche bathed in. It was justified, therefore there was nothing wrong with it. He could kill these men without any consequence. Subconsciously, he called up even more of Kyuubi's chakra to join his own. He shuddered with pleasure. The smell of blood assaulted his nose. The cries of the near-dead assaulted his ears. His smile widened. He almost laughed. The men tensed, a few started to sweat, and still others began looking for possible escape routes. Everyone had felt that force of Kai. If it had come from this kid, none of them stood a chance. Most of them contemplated running. But where would they run to? He walked until he was only 20 meters in front of them and stopped. He had an idea, as was evidenced by the widening of his already malicious sneer. With a hand seal, he created a Kage Bunshin, and with a ram seal, he gave the Kage Bunshin more chakra than it technically needed to survive. It would need it, however. After giving his mental commands to the Kage Bunshin, he brought his hands up and formed seals quickly, ending on Tora. He breathed in. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. The raging ball of fire hurtled towards the thoroughly panicking mercenaries. Just as it neared them, the Kage Bunshin began forming hand seals. It faced its hands outward. Duotin. Ditapa. A tempestuous gust of wind emanated from the Kage Bunshin's hands. Apparently, wind was faster than fire. The wind jutsu met the Gakakyu just as it descended upon the doomed mercenary's position. For just a split second, it seemed as though the wind jutsu would completely dissipate the fire jutsu. The Gakakyu seemed to lose all coherence as the wind blades embedded in the cone of wind tore it asunder. Naruto almost frowned. And then everything caught fire. It was as if a river of fire from hell itself had manifested on Earth. The fire from the Gakakyu simply exploded outwards, engulfing and feeding off the air, while at the same time maintaining its momentum. The fire seemed to flow on the current of air that the Ditapa had created, and in mere moments, what had once been a simple ball of fire was now a flowing river of incineration. They didn't even have time to scream. The mercenaries' position had been roughly 30 meters outside of the semi-garrison town itself. As such, Naruto hadn't had to worry about catching anything collateral in the blast. That meant that he had been able to add a very large amount of chakra to each jutsu. This in turn meant that the jutsus were literally as powerful as they could be. Considering the organic resistance of the mercenaries' bodies, the river of fire slowed when it hit the wall of flesh. But only slightly. If one strained their ears, they could listen and hear the searing of flesh, the evaporation of bodily liquids, and the almost literal oven effect from being within such flames. They could also hear a few strangled screams. And then, as if it hadn't even happened in the first place, the fire dissipated. All of its fuel spent. What was left behind was chilling. Piles of ash. Bodies half consumed with nothing but scorch, the rest of the body simply a pile of cinders. Corpses in the last throes of pain, contorted into death masks. Their skin singed off and evaporated, their fat broiled, all moisture in their bodies spent. To anyone normal, the scene would have made them blanch and probably throw up. Hell, even Kakashi probably would have paled slightly. But Naruto just smiled. He hoped they had felt pain. The mercenaries that had been further away, however, began to tremble. Who was this boy? No older than maybe 12 or 13. Who had killed so many of their own? Did they stand a chance? Could they surrender? Would they be able to run away? One man didn't much care. He slowly advanced on the unmoving form of Naruto, his sword thrown down and his hands in a clasped form in front of him. Their only chance was to surrender. Surely, none of them could beat a power like this. To kill so mercilessly. To kill without compunction. It was unheard of in someone so young. But whoever this boy was, he hoped he had a shred of mercy. He got to within a meter of the boy and dropped to his knees. He cleared his throat. "Be please, whoever you are. I will lay down my sword and leave. I will never return. Please, just let me go. I will not ever pick up a sword again. I wish to surrender. Please, show mercy." Naruto's head quirked ever so slightly, belying the smile that was still on his face, underneath his mask. "Mercy?" It was said in a genuinely curious tone. The man wondered if perhaps he was considering his plight. He inwardly began to relax. He would live. "Mercy? Is this the same sort of mercy that you people showed the women who we rescued earlier? Perhaps. The same mercy that you and your kind have shown the people of this town. Is that mercy? If so, then by that definition." Naruto raised his sword and the man closed his eyes. No. He didn't want to die. "If that is your definition of mercy, then I would be glad to grant it." With a clean down stroke, his sword was brought across the man's left shoulder. The shoulder sprayed blood, the clavicle broke, the subclavian artery severed, and the arm fell off. The man screamed while clutching his stump. He had thought he would be granted a clean, quick death, at least. But this. He was being left to bleed to death. Naruto's grin, if possible, widened further. The man would be given time to think of his death now. It would probably take about 2 or 3 minutes to bleed out fully from his wound. He would feel panic, despair. All the wonderful emotions that his enemies should feel before they die. A part of his mind questioned perhaps if he wasn't going a bit overboard, but he crushed it ruthlessly. He didn't know where this mindset had come from. But he liked it. Nothing would stop his fun now. Kyuubi was only slightly concerned at this point. This really didn't seem like Naruto. He may have become a different person during the last month. But to be this bloodthirsty. This ruthless. It was almost as if he had another Naruto inside of him that was interfering with his own judgment. Shaking her fox head, she cleared those thoughts. She was with Naruto through thick and thin, bad and good. If he wanted to visit this sort of hell on his enemies. So be it. Naruto, with a liberal use of chakra applied to his feet, sprung forward. Right into the midst of the remaining clump of mercenaries. He swung his sword wildly, catching some by their face, some by their stomach, and some by their spine. He didn't really much care where he hit them, only that he did. This felt too good to think about too much. The rational part of his mind knew that something was wrong with him. But he wouldn't give it jurisdiction over his other instincts just yet. Seeing that small child about to get hit had brought back memories. It had unburied something. Different inside of him. Anger had overwhelmed him. It had felt good. Naruto didn't know what it was that his anger had brought forth. But he wasn't sure he wanted it to stop. For now, he would let things play out. He would kill them all. He would save the people of this town. If that meant that he had to become ruthless and bloodthirsty. He would not complain. As blood splattered onto his face, his grin widened. Kakashi repressed a forlorn scowl. Naruto had become something else. He wasn't sure what it was, but the Naruto he knew now certainly wasn't the Naruto that everyone had come to know over the past 12 years. Sure, he had changed over the past month or so since his interaction with Kyuubi and his revelation of family. But this. He had been leaping from rooftop to rooftop when he and Anko had both felt it. The force of Kai had been unreal, and the feel of the chakra was unmistakable. It had washed over the entire town, if the villagers' reactions had been any indication. And his chakra could be felt by anyone with even a small amount of chakra sensing ability. It was unmistakably Kyuubi's chakra and Kai. Whatever had happened to make Naruto lose it like that must have been something that touched Naruto personally. To subconsciously pull that much chakra from the seal, his emotions must have been tumultuous at best. Raging at worst. He pushed those thoughts from his mind. He had a mission to do. Naruto could take care of himself. And if even a sliver of the old Naruto still resided there, then the innocent people of the village could only benefit from his blood rage. Naruto, even at his worst, would never hurt innocents. Kakashi noticed Anko giving him a sideways glance, and he just smiled as he always did to let people know that everything was okay. Or at least, everything that they needed to know about was okay. Anko didn't need to know about Naruto's relationship with Kyuubi, or his training, or his ability to use the fox's chakra. Maybe at a later date, but not now. Akin, who was currently leading both of them to where he smelled kurenai, gave him a backwards glance as well, but just as quickly as it was there, it was gone. Replaced with slightly widened eyes and a vacant gaze. Suddenly, Akin was going much faster than he had been. Kakashi, I'm picking up more scents from where I initially smelled kurenai. A lot more. We should probably hurry. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. If kurenai was injured, then there was the possibility that she would be wholly unable to defend herself from even the worst of mercenaries. Then again, if the two members of her genin team were up and about, then they really didn't have much to worry about. Letting forth a small tch sound, he increased his speed. Something that Anko mirrored. For now, we'll assume the worst until we can confirm otherwise. Anko, when we arrive, I want you to immediately find Kurenai and her team and confirm their safety. I'll hold off whatever enemies there might be until we can get a grasp on the situation. Then we can both wipe up the mercenaries and signal the others. Anko nodded and refocused her eyes forward, something that Kakashi did as well. Both Jounin's thoughts regarding Naruto were pushed out of their mind in favor of the single-minded desire to reach Kurenai and her team. After a few more minutes of leaping from roof to roof, Pakin finally came to a stop. He didn't even need to point out to Kakashi where Kurenai was. There was a clump of mercenaries, maybe 50 strong, surrounding a ramshackle house supported by stilts over water. It wasn't large, nor was it small. But it certainly looked to be in disrepair. The mercenaries were apparently doing everything they could to bash in the front door of the house, but weren't succeeding. Kakashi understood why immediately, as did Anko. There was a genjutsu. Albeit, a very minor genjutsu, that surrounded the entire house. It made the mercenaries believe that they were trying to break through something much less sturdy than it actually was. And they seemed to be disoriented and confused as well. The result of all of this was that their makeshift battering ram was made from a small sprig of bamboo, and the mercenaries themselves were acting as though each of them were inebriated. Kakashi wondered if perhaps they were. He pulled out a kunai, noting absently that Anko had already done so. Nodding to her, they both set off. Kakashi leapt down right in front of the house, directly in the path of most of the mercenaries. He shook off the minor disorientation that the genjutsu gave him, dispelling it on himself with a fair amount of ease. Anko landed right behind him and promptly kicked in the door, running inside. Kakashi turned his attention immediately to the mercenaries. If they noticed him, they didn't give any outward signs. Most of them were staring at him blankly, with semi-vacant stares. Kakashi smirked. They were still under the haze of the genjutsu. He brought his kunai up. That would make his job considerably easier. Anko, on the other hand, was greeted far less benignly. "Take this, you impudent fool." Without warning, a frying pan was aimed squarely at her head, being wielded by an old man with spiky gray hair and small spectacles. Anko frowned. They probably thought she was an enemy. She brought her free hand up and blocked the man's arm, dislodging the pan in the process. With a deft motion of her hand, she grabbed a pan and flung it across the room and into the sink. She then sheathed her kunai and put up her hands in a placating gesture, along with a comforting grin. Or at least, she hoped it was a comforting grin. She had the tendency to come off as a bit twisted sometimes. The old man stopped for a moment, thoroughly confused as to what had just happened. He looked at his hand, and then at the sink, and then back at his hand. Before he finally drew his gaze upon Anko. Noting her placating gesture and twisted yet strangely comforting smile. He decided that this woman might not be an enemy. Bringing his hands down from the haphazard fighting posture he had assumed, he then noticed that the woman had a forehead protector, exactly like the ones that the ninja had. He sighed in relief. "Tsunami. The reinforcements are here. We're safe now." The man had turned and yelled over his shoulder, before turning around and giving Anko a tired yet positively beaming grin. "I gather from the forehead protector that you're one of the ninja from Konoha, right?" Seeing the woman just nod, he sighed in relief again. They were finally safe again. Not letting himself dwell on it, he finally realized that there were pressing matters to attend to. The smile came off his face, and Anko seemed to start slightly at the change in demeanor. She too, however, got serious. "I'm glad you're here. You came at a very opportune time. Please, come in. There is much to discuss and not much time to discuss it in." The man turned and waved Anko into what looked like an impromptu sitting area, and she followed him in. Before the old man could motion for her to sit, she looked at him sternly. "I do understand that we need to be brought up to speed. However, I need to confirm Kurenai and her team's safety and security before we do anything. I know they're in here somewhere." The old man simply nodded. It made sense. Motioning her again to a back room, they both made their way down a hall and to a small door, which the old man summarily slid open. Anko had to restrain a gasp. Aburam Shino lay on the ground directly in front of her in the room, bandaged from the waist down. If the blood-soaked bandages were any indication, it looked as though his legs had been badly injured. His arm was in a makeshift sling, and it was tied directly to his torso, indicating that he probably had a broken rib or two. And Yuzuka Kibble lay right next to him, only slightly less injured than his teammate. Most of his body looked to be relatively uninjured, save for minor scrapes and bruises, but his chest was heavily bandaged, and much like his friend, his arm was in a sling as well. Kiba's dog lay on the boy's stomach, his leg bandaged, but otherwise, unharmed. Both looked to be unconscious. She withheld a grimace. Mercs didn't do this. This had to have been done by a ninja. Walking into the room, she noticed a boy and an older woman who were both kneeling over the form of what looked to be Uhi Kurenai. Most of the woman was obscured by the other black-haired woman and the kid, however she could see that Kurenai looked to be relatively unharmed, at least from the waist down. She turned to the old man. How long have they been like this, and what is the extent of their injuries? The old man grimaced and bowed his head. Kiba. I think that's his name. Is relatively unharmed, save for what looks to be a few broken ribs and a broken arm. Shino. The one with the bugs. Has a lot of superficial injuries, but only a broken arm and a broken rib beneath the surface. The dog only got a bad cut on his front leg. The old man then turned to look at Kurenai. His face fell. The red-eyed woman, however. Well, you should probably see for yourself. He walked over towards where Kurenai lay and kneeled down next to the other woman and the boy, refusing to meet Anko's gaze. Anko didn't much like that. Walking further towards Kurenai, more of her body came into view. Her upper body, for the most part, looked unharmed save for a few scratches and bruises, and her right arm looked to be a bit scratched up at worst. She couldn't see the left arm yet. But she assumed it was in a similar state. She frowned. Did she have a head injury? As she came up to the prone form of her comrade, she couldn't restrain a gasp. The woman didn't have a head injury. Her hair and face here almost impeccable. More than that, she looked to be in relatively good shape, all things considered. However, Anko wasn't looking at Kurenai's face or head anymore. She was looking at Kurenai's left arm. Or rather, her lack of one. Before she could say anything, the black-haired woman spoke. I'm not really sure what exactly happened. But when they arrived, she was missing her arm and she was bleeding. A lot. By some miracle, I stopped the bleeding with some ointment that I keep on hand and lots of pressure. And before she passed out completely, she took something she called a blood pill. But other than that, there wasn't much we could do for her. She's alive. But she hasn't woken up at all. Anko grit her teeth. She supposed she should be thankful that Kurenai was still alive. But without a left arm, Kurenai's ninja career was over. Even if they could find her arm now, she doubted that any kind of medical ninjutsu could reattach it. With a great amount of effort, she forced herself to concentrate on the task at hand. Inyazuka Kiba, Aburam Shino and Yuuhi Kurenai were all alive, and they were secure. For the moment. That meant that she should rendezvous with Kakashi and take care of the rest of the mercenaries, and then call the other four to let them know where to come to. They could decide what to do with Kurenai afterwards. Forcing herself to calm down, she looked at the old man. Stay here. I'll be back. Seeing the man nod, she quickly made her way outside, drawing a kunai in the process. She needed to work off some rage. And some cannon fodder mercenaries would do the job quite well. Such thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt when she exited the doorway and found Kakashi wiping off his kunai on his pants. The mercenaries, down to the last one, were dead and Kakashi barely looked winded. Anko repressed a sigh. She should have figured as much. Kakashi looked over to her and gave her an eye smile. They were easier than I thought they would be. Anko nearly face faulted. Of course a clump of mercenaries would be no problem for a jounin. Especially one like Hada Kakashi. She should have assumed as much. Regaining her composure, she gave him a hard look, bringing them both back to reality. You should probably see this. All three are alive. But they're injured, bad. Unless you know any medical jutsu, we should probably get Naruto over here. Kakashi's eye hardened immediately and he simply followed her in. When they arrived at the room Anko had been in previously, Kakashi's reaction was much like her own. She could see his grip on his kunai tighten ever so slightly. Gathering himself, he simply sighed and turned back towards her. The only medical jutsu I know is one that can stop blood loss. Shino and Kiba's injuries are far more serious than anything I know how to treat with chakra. Kurenai. He trailed off for a moment before he shook his head morosely. I'm not sure there's anything we can do for her. But I'll let Naruto be the final judge of that. Get on the headset and let the others know where we are. Once they all show up, we can discuss what to do next. For now, I'll guard inside and you can set up a perimeter outside. Anko nodded. Once again trotting for the door, she leapt up onto the roof of the house, scanning the area. Finding no immediate threats, she brought her hand up to the transmit button on her headset. Iruka, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto. We have found Kurenai and her team. We're at the southeast corner of the village, along the pier. Once you get close enough, you should be able to feel my chakra signature. Copy. The first to respond was Sasuke. Copy. I should be done soon. She could tell it was him from the deep baritone of his voice. Anko tapped her transmit button once to indicate that she'd received his transmission. She waited calmly for the next three to come in. Another burst of static. Copy. I'll bring the women to the town square and then rendezvous with you over at the pier. Anko tapped her transmit button in confirmation. Iruka most likely wouldn't have much trouble with his part of the mission at the moment. Most of the resistance had already been cleared out by Naruto around that area. She glanced around once more, taking in the area, waiting for the last two transmissions to come in. After all, she was still on guard duty. After a few minutes, she considered retransmitting. As she brought her hand up to the transmit button, however, she heard the telltale static of a transmission beginning. Not understood. I'll be a bit. His transmission cut off for a moment. When it came back on, you could hear a small gurgle in the background. Anko almost smiled. Naruto's voice sounded rather happy. Thought this might take me a while. Don't wait up. Anko once again tapped her transmit button, confirming her receipt of his message. She brought out a senbon and began to clean her teeth. It was more of a habit than anything for dental hygiene. After a few more minutes of waiting, she figured that Sakura had either not heard her initial message or her transmitter was broken. Frowning slightly, she pressed the transmit button once more. Sakura, do you copy? Nothing. Another 2 minutes went by. Anko began to worry. The girl's transmitter had probably been broken in a fight or perhaps even short-circuited from blood splatter. Kami only knows how many times that had happened to her. The thought that perhaps not everyone was as twisted or bloodthirsty as her didn't quite cross her mind. Sakura, please respond. This is Anko. Please confirm your whereabouts. Anko let another 2 minutes pass and then she really started to worry. Again, she figured that the girl's transmitter was malfunctioning, but she couldn't shake a bad feeling she was having. Scowling to herself, she pressed the button one more time. Sasuke, once you're done in your area, head to Sakura's area and check up on her. Her transmitter is probably broken. You can both meet up with us here. After a few moments, she heard static again. Copy. Anko gave a childish frown at Sasuke's brevity. That boy really needed to learn how to communicate. She scanned the area once more and upon finding no other threats, she promptly laid down on the roof and put her hands behind her head, staring up at the sky. She still couldn't shake that bad feeling. Frowning, she just closed her eyes for a moment and let her mind blank. Her instincts allowing her to scan the area for threats without her having to be fully aware. The girl could take care of herself. Or, if she couldn't. She repressed a frown. If Sakura couldn't take care of herself, she'd learn rather quickly why Kunoichi needed to be as skilled as their shinobi counterparts. Sakura sighed for what seemed like the 20th time in the past half hour. This was getting easier. She didn't want it to get easier. Killing was not supposed to be easy. Or rather, for a ninja, the act of killing was supposed to be effortless. But the emotional and psychological fallout thereof was supposed to be something that ninja dealt with throughout their lives. Creating another bunshin, she scowled. Perhaps it was because she had seen what these men were capable of that she was finding it so easy to kill them. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that she still felt disgusted at the first mercenary's actions. She couldn't quite pinpoint it. There was some sort of catalyst that had made it much easier for her to deal with actively killing these men. She wasn't exactly sure what it was. At the moment, she didn't much care. Sneaking up on another mercenary who was currently occupied with her bunshin, she effortlessly shoved her kunai into the base of the man's skull, where the resistance was the least. Again, another textbook kill. Especially for Kunoichi. Kunoichi were trained to find the points of least resistance in a person's body, seeing as how they usually didn't have the strength of their shinobi counterparts. What Kunoichi lacked in strength, however, was more than made up for in finesse. The man fell in a heap on the ground, blood streaming from his wound. She walked forward calmly and dislodged a kunai from his head. She needed to conserve kunai at the moment, considering that she probably had quite a few more enemies left to go. While they were ridiculously easy to kill, one false move or lack of something important could doom her. She sighed again. If that one mercenary hadn't gotten lucky and sheared her communicator off, she could have checked in with her team. As it was, once she was done, she would have to find Naruto or Sasuke to find out her orders. Or perhaps her lack of communication thus far had already tipped them off. Either way, she was in a rather irritating position. Being behind enemy lines as it were, and without any means of communication, she was effectively cut off. At least, until she could make contact. She created another bunshin. It began to walk up to another mercenary who was currently chatting with a cloaked homeless man in a rather heated way. The homeless man seemed to be a bit better fed than most of the others who she had come across, as did his companion who was directly adjacent to him. She watched as the mercenary drew his sword after a particularly nasty comment and she compelled her bunshin to move more quickly towards the merc. She needed to redirect his attention so that the homeless man wouldn't be hurt. It was much to her surprise when the homeless man stood up abruptly and disarmed the man before summarily picking up the mercenary's own sword and impaling him with it. In shock, Sakura let her control over the bunshin drop. That was no homeless man. The fluidity of motion he possessed and the raw strength that he had seemed to use suggested that he was a trained fighter. Perhaps even a ninja. She noticed a few wisps of chakra that came off the man and she immediately tensed. That man was definitely a ninja. His two companions immediately stood up as well before they had a hurried conference. She concealed herself in the shadows as best she could. Whoever these ninja were, she would rather they not find her. At the moment, she sorely missed her communicator. It was only seconds after she had repositioned herself that she felt a presence behind her. Before she could even turn around to confront the man, her vision faded to black. His euphoria was starting to wear off. He had slaughtered every enemy he had come across. Each mercenary had fallen more easily than the last. He had even come across a few who tried to take hostages. And he had made them regret that decision immediately. So far, none of the innocents that had been around him had been as much as scratched under his protection. He felt a sliver of a smile come back to his face at that realization. Nevertheless, his bloodlust was beginning to fade for some reason. It wasn't for lack of enemies or even lack of anger. Rather, it was a sinking feeling in his gut. Out of all of them, Sakura was the most cautious. She wouldn't take unnecessary risks. She wouldn't put herself into a bad position. She knew the extent of her skill and she wouldn't do anything over and above that. If Naruto knew anything about the girl, he knew at least that much. Hence why he couldn't readily explain the feeling he got when Sakura wouldn't respond. It wasn't exactly as if he liked her. Or at least, he wouldn't admit to such a thing. But he had at least been able to be somewhat objective in his assessment of her recently. He had been too hard on her. She wasn't like the rest of the team. She wasn't like Sasuke. She wasn't like Kakashi or Anko or even Iruka. She most certainly wasn't like him. She didn't have a tragedy in her past, nor had she had a harsh upbringing. She was normal. Expecting her to act like some hardened killer or even some hardened ninja was folly at best. Nevertheless, she still needed to shape up. Regardless of her rosy past, she needed to be able to shed that girly part of her in favor of something more malicious when she was doing her job. Naruto had thought that perhaps being rough to her would create a salutary outcome. Whether it did or not, he wasn't exactly sure that it was the best idea. Perhaps this was all just a product of guilt. If Sakura really was in danger, would he like to have been known as being harsh on her? More than that, what kind of relationship did they have these days, anyway? She had been Naruto's #1 crush in the academy, only for him to scorn her the day of team assignment. He was sure that his reaction was more out of irritation than anything, and he was sure that his feelings for the girl were not romantic. But, nevertheless, he felt something. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she represented normality. He noticed, only half aware, that he had decapitated another mercenary. He had been doing this for the past 5 minutes, at least. His body simply went on autopilot and he was able to coast along, identifying friend from foe and summarily executing the foe contingent thereof. It simply wasn't fun anymore. They didn't put up any kind of challenge. It was boring. His thoughts abruptly stopped as he saw his main objective. The brothel. His anger flared again. His bloodlust returned. His euphoria would undoubtedly return. Naruto pulled his sword out of some mercenary's stomach. This was the place he was most concerned about. He had gone all over his assigned district already and he had killed probably every mercenary that wasn't currently holed in this brothel. This was his last stop. Excuse me, Shinobi SS-sama. Pulled from his thoughts, Naruto looked up to see a woman, probably in her late 60s, looking at him with half-scared, half-grateful eyes. He willed himself to calm down. Yeah, what did you want? It came out much friendlier than it sounded. The woman seemed to visibly decompress. We're wondering. Naruto took notice of a few of the surrounding denizens of the village who currently surrounded him in a loose semicircle. We were wondering if you were, well, planning on going in there. Naruto watched as the woman gestured weakly into the brothel. A few of the other women and even a few of the men seemed to look hesitantly hopeful as he stared at what the woman was staring at. A small sign that read employees of Gato only. Hoping that he had sufficiently calmed down for his frightening facade to go away, he unsnapped his mask from his face, giving the woman and everyone else around him a beaming and radiant grin. Or at least, he hoped it was. Much to his shock, everyone around him gasped. His grin faded. He wondered just what they were looking at. Why you can't be more than. He quirked his head. What? The woman gaped at him for a moment more before shaking her head resignedly. You don't look like a killer. That's all. You look much more innocent. With your face like that. He almost let himself smile warmly. For whatever reason, that had felt good to hear. Instead of responding verbally, he just grinned again. The woman smiled back at him with the same warmth that her words had invoked. He turned his head towards the brothel once more. Yeah. I'm going in there. There are a lot of Gato's men in there, if my nose is right. Is there something you needed, or? The woman stared at him with doe eyes. They were imploring him. My daughter is in there. Well, a lot of women are in there. And most of them are from our families. Naruto watched as quite a few of the surrounding people nodded their heads forlornly. He could feel the anger well up in him immediately. We wanted to ask you. If you could. I won't hurt them. The only ones that will be hurt in there are Gato's men. Don't worry. I promise. They'll be safe. Naruto gave the woman another small smile. The woman seemed to almost collapse. He could see tears well up at the corner of her eyes. Thank you. Really. You don't know how much this means to us. Truly. Thank you. All of the people around him seemed to mirror this sentiment. They all had the most hopeful and gracious expressions that he had ever seen on anyone's face. A few even broke down. Instead of giving him the same warm feeling he had been subject to before, his anger spiked even higher. He quickly put his mask back on. He was sure that his face would no longer be innocent and carefree in a few seconds. Gato. This man. Had caused this pain. These men, under his orders, had caused these people anguish. They were suffering. Their mothers, daughters, sisters. Were all being used as common whores by these men. And their fathers, brothers, sons. They were being used as common slaves. Only the old, the infirm and those who had escaped capture were free. His Kai threatened to break loose once more. He restrained it by a thread. Before anyone could say anything more, he walked up to the door. He brought his boot up and with a chakra-enhanced kick, he smashed the door inwards. It led into a hallway. Giving the woman who was now looking at him with proud eyes a last thumbs up, he bounded inwards. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he could smell it. It was the smell of sex. Of depravity. Sweat, grime, body odors. Things he didn't want to think about. They all assaulted his nose at once, and this only caused his anger to increase tenfold. It appealed to a baser instinct in him. Perhaps due to the Kyuubi. Perhaps due to his own remade mind. He couldn't restrain himself. He bellowed. It came out like a howl. His Kai exploded. Red chakra broiled. He was sure that anyone and everyone within the entire village felt it. He didn't care. He promised to himself. There, in that blood-induced haze. That men like this. Wherever they were. Whatever he had to do. They would die. He would kill them. He would bring an end to such things. He would make sure that they died in the most horrible ways possible. Naruto sheathed his sword. He wouldn't need it. Not for this. Almost instinctually, he got on all fours, mimicking his more animalistic side. He growled. He could feel a smattering of pain throughout his body from the red chakra he was currently outputting, but he didn't care. If anything, it only served to fuel his rage. His euphoria returned. His narcotic ran through his body once more. He sighted a door at the end of the hall. It was the only door there. It was all that stood between him and his prey. More animal than human, he ran towards the door. Just as he got close, he raised his now clawed hand and brought it down forcefully, rending the door into splinters. It fell with a hearty crunching sound. On the other side was something that would sear itself into his brain for as long as he lived. Everywhere he looked. Men. With women. The men. Drunk, half-naked, with stupid grins on their faces that quickly vanished once they saw him. The women. Some with tear tracks, some with resigned expressions. All naked. All covered with certain things. With Naruto simply snapped. More and more chakra boiled out of him. It bubbled around him and encased him in a cocoon. His eyes became large and round and red as blood. His canines extended beyond his bottom lip. A low rumbling growl came from his mouth. Naruto. What's going on? Why are you using so much chakra? Naruto. Answer me. He didn't even bother to form a coherent response. Through their empathetic link, he conveyed the image that he had first seen upon entering the room to Kyuubi. After a few moments, all he got in response was a simple growl. A few of the men were looking at him with confused and almost afraid expressions. Some of the women were looking at him with hopeful eyes. Others were terrified beyond comprehension. He decided to declare which side he was on. Exploding forward, he rent a man in two with his clawed right hand. The man's innards sprayed all over the room, blood spurting from his now disconnected torso and hip. Turning his head to another mercenary who was just drawing his sword, he quickly glided over to his position and stuck his hand through the man's stomach, ripping his intestines and diaphragm out the other side of him. Someone screamed. Pandemonium erupted. Women started to flee for the exit. He let them. They shouldn't be here. Only they should be here. Those men who were destined to die. The men fled to the back of the room, trying to find a defensible position. They looked terrified and just a bit delirious. A few hadn't even bothered to reclothe themselves. He calmly began walking towards them, his bloody claws glistening in the pale light of the room. The growl in his throat intensified. That smell still assaulted his nose. It was caused by these men. A slow, malicious, horrible smile made its way onto his face. He could feel it again, full force. The euphoria of killing. The feel of flesh between his fingers. The blood on his claws. The scent of terror as he advanced on these mongrels was intoxicating. It filled his nostrils, it pumped into his veins, and he shuddered. It was rapture. He didn't know why, but it just felt so good. He didn't want to stop. So he wouldn't. He wouldn't stop until each of them was dead. Until each of them had felt pain the likes of which no man had ever experienced. If it were within his power, he would rend their very souls. He grinned at the thought. If only it were in his power, he would torture these men for eternity. For almost an hour afterwards, villagers in the street could hear blood-curdling screams coming from within what was left of the brothel. A few, though they would never admit it, thought that it was exactly what they deserved. Most others were simply too overjoyed to have their daughters, mothers and sisters back to care. Sasuke shivered. Mind you, he would never admit that he was scared of anything. That was unbecoming of an Uchiha and a ninja in general. You kept your fears hidden and your phobias completely suppressed. But that wave of chakra. That wave of Kai. Even though he had felt something close to it before. It was inhuman. To think that it was produced by Naruto of all people simply boggled his mind. The image of a happy-go-stupid blonde still permeated his image of Naruto, no matter how much he saw to the contrary. Perhaps it was simply because he had seen that same image for years and he had only been with the new Naruto for a month or so. The old Naruto was simply easier to distinguish, he supposed. He had finished off his district minutes earlier. A secondary sweep of the area had verified that all enemies were currently disposed of and he had made sure that there were no immediate dangers outside of his district that were encroaching thereof either. Apparently, Naruto had done his job rather well. He really shouldn't have expected any differently. Currently, he was making his way across town to head to Sakura's district. The girl had apparently lost her communicator. Probably got into some protracted fight with some stupid mercenary who had gotten in a lucky hit. He couldn't exactly blame her. But he was a bit irked at the situation nonetheless. He disliked having to help anyone with anything. Especially one of his fangirls. He had helped the girl through a blood transfusion and that was as far as he planned on allowing his benevolence to go. He stopped for a moment. He had just crossed Naruto's quadrant completely and he was definitely in Sakura's part now. He could see a few corpses scattered about with various injuries. Most of them had either slit necks or impaled skulls. The skilled work of a kunoichi, for sure. He couldn't help but feel a small bit of surprise. He didn't think that Sakura had it in her. He also noticed that a line of dead mercenaries abruptly stopped. There were mercenaries in this district that weren't taken care of. More than that. Sakura wasn't anywhere near them. He couldn't feel her. Couldn't sense her. Couldn't hear or even smell her. The only logical conclusion was that she wasn't here. He scowled. He didn't like this. He would have seen Sakura on the way if she was heading towards one of them. And he would have at least felt the girl if she were using any kind of chakra. As it was like she had completely disappeared. Logically. This meant that she had either backtracked towards their original location in the forest. Closer to Iruka. Or she was indisposed. Bringing his hand up, he pressed the transmit button on his headset. Iruka. Is Sakura anywhere near your position? I'm not finding any traces of her over here at all. A few moments of silence passed before he could hear static again. Negative. Sakura isn't anywhere near me. At least, as far as I can tell. I haven't come across her on my way to the center of town. Sasuke frowned. That meant that she hadn't backtracked. She wasn't near Naruto, or else she would undoubtedly be using his transmitter to check in by now. She wasn't near the pier, or else Anko would have alerted them. He furrowed his brow in both concentration and a bit of worry. Like it or not, Sakura was his teammate. And that meant that they were responsible for each other's welfare. Before he could transmit again to Anko, Kakashi came on the line. Sasuke. She isn't anywhere near you. What are you currently seeing? Sasuke took a deep breath. She was obviously here at some point. There's a line of dead mercenaries leading up to my current position. But then it just stops. No chakra signature, no chakra residue, no smell, or even sound. It's like she disappeared. The line was silent for almost 2 full minutes before Kakashi spoke again. Copy. I'll come to where you are currently. New orders everyone. Sasuke, I want you to take over for Naruto. Iruka, once you're done escorting the women to the square, I want you to come to Anko's current position. Naruto. I need you here at the shack. Kurenai and the rest of her team are pretty badly injured. You're the only one here with medical capabilities. I'll look for Sakura and see if I can't find out what happened. Does everyone understand? Immediately, the radio crackled again. This is Iruka. Copy. Copy. Sasuke stuck with brevity again. Anko just tapped her transmitter. Everyone waited for Naruto to respond. Silence permeated the line for almost 3 full minutes. Sasuke almost began to worry. Finally, static came over the line. Heavy panting could be heard in the background and a few coughs were heard as well. Odd understood. I need to get cleaned up first though. I'll be there soon. He sounded raspy and almost sick. Like someone with a bad cold, sans the nasal congestion. Static. Naruto. Are you alright? Kakashi sounded genuinely concerned. It was uncharacteristic for the Jounin. For a few more moments, the line remained silent. Then static came on again. Odd I will be. I just got done in the brothel. Sasuke's eyes fell and he flinched in spite of himself. For Naruto to sound like that after being in the brothel. He suppressed the urge to punch something. It must have been horrible. He selfishly allowed himself to feel some relief that Naruto had already taken care of it. He wasn't sure if he would have wanted to be responsible for something like that. After a few moments of silence, static crackled over the line. I see. Sasuke. Go relieve Naruto so he can get cleaned up immediately. We need his skills here soon. Naruto. We'll talk when you get here. You all have your orders. Move. Kakashi had sounded restrained. Like he was holding in an emotion that they were all feeling at the moment. Pity, understanding, and anger. Pity for Naruto, understanding of his predicament, and anger at the mercenaries. Sasuke allowed himself a dejected sigh. Truly, the world was a horrible place if 12-year-olds had to be dealing with forced prostitution. Clearing his mind, he spun on his heels and bounded back towards where he had felt the initial spike in Kai. He wasn't sure what there was actually left to do in Naruto's district. But he'd do a once-over, just in case. If for no other reason than to find another mercenary or two. They made great outlets for anger. Blood doesn't wash out easily. That was why he was burning his clothes. Naruto stood at a riverbank, stark naked save for his boxers, and dripping wet. He had washed off in the small inlet only minutes earlier, trying, and failing, to get the blood off his clothes. Most of it had washed off. But the stains had dried into the cloth. That's why he was burning them. The clothes were worthless now. At least the heat from the flames was drying him off faster. He sent a forlorn look at his armor. That had washed off a bit better, but there was still quite a bit of dried blood on the metal composite. He hadn't been able to scrub it completely clean. It would be there until he was able to find some steel wool and industrial solvent. Naruto sighed and began to think as he reached into his pack and began pulling out a change of clothing. He wasn't really sure what had come over him. It had felt good to kill those men. And more than that, it had felt right. The feelings were fresh in his mind. His rational thought processes were able to discern that it wasn't supposed to feel good to kill. But his more animalistic side was baying for even more blood. As it was. The euphoria had faded. He could still feel stirrings inside of himself. But they were considerably less pronounced than before. The Kyuubi's chakra was probably a trigger, he imagined. It amplified his already considerable animalistic traits, including his desire for the hunt, the desire to kill. And so his mind just gave in. Or rather, he gave in. He was under no illusions that he wasn't in control of himself before. He had been fully aware of his actions. He still was. But it had felt so good. So free. So liberating to simply give in to those emotions for once. He had taken the opportunity, eyes fully open to the consequences. Shrugging on his shirt and pulling on his pants, he wondered just how far he would go. If he ever had to call out even more of her power. Be worried. Kyuubi trudged over to him in her fox form, her tail brushing against his leg. He allowed himself a small smile before becoming morose once more. Sitting down, he began strapping his boots on, giving Kyuubi a small scratch behind the ear. Kyuubi sat down next to him and leaned on his side, enjoying the sensation. Aren't you? I mean. What I did. He broke off. Not being able to find the right words to describe what he had done. He wasn't ashamed of it. He was simply scared of what he had been forced to become to actually do it. Kyuubi nipped his hand slightly, breaking him from his momentary thoughts. No, I'm not really worried at all. What you did was help a town gain its freedom. You killed bad men. What was it Iruka said? A sane human does not kill for pleasure, and a sane human does not mourn a justified death. There are some people on the face of the earth that simply deserve death. And there are people that must die for the greater good. These kills were justified. They deserved death. They died for the greater good. You fulfilled 3 of those requirements. So what if you felt a little pleasure from it? Naruto scowled, his ministrations on Kyuubi's ear stopping. I'm not supposed to feel any kind of pleasure from killing Kyuubi. None. It's supposed to be something I do out of necessity. Something I do because at the time, it needs to be done. Perhaps I do have a few animalistic tendencies. But that doesn't excuse it. I felt good killing those men. I felt alive and free. Frankly, it scares me, Kyuubi. Abruptly, Kyuubi shifted out of her fox form, taking on her human look once more. Her face had a kind, understanding look on it. And also an undercurrent of righteous frustration. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. And neither party noticed that they hadn't stopped leaning on each other. Naruto, you did what you had to do. More than that. You didn't hurt even one innocent. You went out of your way to avoid property destruction, you rescued hostages. The only people you hurt were the mercenaries. If it was a bit fun, be thankful that you can feel something other than guilt at killing people. If your psyche were completely human, I'm sure you'd be feeling horrible right about now. As it is. You know who the enemy is. You only hurt the enemy. You're no monster, nor are you insane. Or any more insane than usual, I guess. Kyuubi gave Naruto a playful grin, which Naruto returned slightly. Naruto returned his gaze to the ground, his smile gone from his face. Kyuubi was right, of course. He hadn't hurt any innocents, he hadn't damaged much property at all. And he had helped liberate a town. Everything he had done today would be considered good by most people. A nagging sensation remained, even after he had rationalized it. He simply shook his head. Perhaps there was too much left of his humanity. If he was going to be a ninja. Undoubtedly, this would happen again. It wouldn't do to have this emotion rear its head every time he killed a bunch of mercenaries, bandits or thieves. Kyuubi just patted him on the chest in a friendly way before she got up and dusted off her clothing. This broke Naruto from his thoughts once more and he fully pulled on his boots and snapped his armor on, watching as the embers of his clothes died out. He strapped his sword and backpack on, as well as retaping his kunai pouch to his leg and retying his forehead protector around his neck. Finally, he snapped his mask on his belt. He would go without it for a while. Naruto watched as Kyuubi once again took the form of a fox, this time her normal small self, instead of her larger, battle-oriented form. She climbed up Naruto's pants and wrapped herself around Naruto's neck once more, before giving Naruto a small pat with her tail to signify that she was ready. He simply nodded and jumped away in the vague direction of Anko's scent. He never noticed the eyes that had watched their entire conversation. She's unharmed, as per my instructions. The nin in front of him simply nodded. He was grimy and he smelled of something awful, but he supposed that that came with the territory when you were staked out in a homeless district. He grinned. On his face, it came out as something of a malicious sneer. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the nin who was in need of a bath and stood from his chair. Their bait was secured. Now all he needed to do was extract a little information from the girl. Undoubtedly, she had some information on the boy that they could use. She was, after all, the teammate of Namikaze Naruto. He walked down the halls of the temporary base they were using, taking in the artwork that adorned almost every square inch of the thin plaster walls. He let forth a derisive huff. Gato may be useful at the moment, but his personality left much to be desired. The man put replicas of priceless artwork on expensive-looking, shoddily crafted walls. He was a miser, at its worst. He finally came up to a room that was not crafted shoddily. The thick iron plating on the door looked to be tempered and reinforced. No doubt the work of a fine blacksmith. Gato, it seemed, placed a great deal of worth on securing his captives. He briefly wondered if perhaps the misguided fool saw them as captives. The nin at the door gave a curt bow to Rauhi before opening the door with his free hand. It slid open to the left, revealing a sharply different room than the door indicated. It was decorated much like the hallway was. Red imitation velvet on the walls, wood paneling going to the floor, and a small fluorescent bulb that illuminated the room rather well for its small size. A small bed, a small toilet and small bathing area were off to the left. Currently on the bed was a pink-haired girl with a small white smock that adorned her petite frame. The girl's hands and arms were bound behind her back securely and her feet were chained to the cement floor. She had on a black blindfold that was wrapped tightly around her eyes and for all purposes, she looked unconscious. He stepped into the room and closed the door softly. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a small vial of smelling salts. He placed them under the girl's nose for just a moment before the girl groaned slightly and unconsciously wrinkled her nose in disgust. He smiled and stepped back, willing to let the girl get her bearings. Sakura groaned. Her head felt like she had been hit by a sledgehammer. And for whatever reason, her hands were numb. She attempted to shake them a bit to get the blood back moving in them again. But she found that she couldn't move them. Hell. It wasn't just her hands. She couldn't move her arms at all. Frowning, she wondered if she had slept at a funny angle and accidentally cut of blood flow to her arms during the night. Opening her eyes, she expected to see the ceiling of her house. But instead saw black. Was it still night time? What had woken her up, she wondered. Once again, she tried to move her hands or arms, completely without success. She then noticed that there was a rhythmic breathing in the room besides herself. Without even thinking, she reverted to her ninja training and tried to jerk herself upright. Only to find that her feet wouldn't move apart. Cursing, adrenaline soared through her veins as she tried to make sense of her situation. It all came back to her in a flash. The mission. The mercenaries. Those men who had moved like ninja. She gasped. She had been knocked out somehow. But if she was just waking up, where was she? I see you've finally realized that you're not in Konoha anymore, my dear. And you should really stop trying to move your arms. You're chafing your wrists rather badly. Her head swiveled towards where the voice had come from. A sense of dread started to overcome her. This was a voice she'd never heard before. Who are you? Where am I? What's going on? The voice chuckled. She could feel a presence coming close to her. A hand touched the back of her head and instinctively she bent her neck to try to bite him. Her teeth met with nothing but air, however. The blindfold fell off without ceremony, not giving Sakura any time to adjust to the light. She flinched backwards, her eyes closing instinctively. Trying to bite me? You're a feisty one. I'm sure my men would appreciate that. Turning back towards the voice, she opened her eyes cautiously. After a few moments, her eyes adjusted to the light. The voice was an old man. Probably in his 60s. With platinum gray hair and a wrinkled, unassuming face. His eyes were a dark brown and his clothing consisted of a dark red intricately patterned yukata with wooden sandals and a black obi tied loosely around the waist. A black haori covered his torso as well and the bottom of the yukata was parted, allowing a black hakama to show through. The carved oaken cane was in his right hand. Overall, he very much looked the part of an aristocrat and he held a very refined, yet malicious aura about him. The sense of dread only increased. The man simply gave her a smirk before finding a small wooden chair at the corner of the room to sit in. After carefully lowering himself into it, he simply stared at Sakura for a full minute. Sakura took this time to take in the room and her predicament. She was chained to the floor by her feet. Her hands and arms were tightly bound. Enough so that her blood flow was almost completely cut off. She was in a white smock instead of her normal red dress. She almost panicked at this. Who had taken off her clothes? She took a few deep breaths. So. She was captured. Probably by those mercenaries. They had obviously hired ninja too. She calmed herself down and closed her eyes, formulating various ways that she could try to escape or failing that, let her team know where she was. Getting out of the ropes would be hard. But doable. Cutting the chain would be the hard part but there had to be something around here she could use as a metal file. After that, it was simply a matter of evading the ninja and taking out a few of the mercenaries along the way and she could get to freedom. Barring any of that, she might be able to flare her chakra enough so that the others felt it. But she wasn't sure if she even had enough chakra for them to feel in the first place. Flaring it might not do her much good. I'll let you know right now. This entire complex is filled with people. The chains connected to your feet drain chakra and this room is surrounded by 3 full inches of steel plating. I would abandon any thoughts of escape, little girl. You're stuck here until such time as we deign your usefulness at an end. Her thought stopped and her heart dropped. Now that she took the time to sense it, she could feel the chains on her feet drawing all of her chakra into the ground and she had no reason not to believe this old man about the walls in the complex. Her head fell and her eyes went blank. Without her chakra, she was just another girl with basic taijutsu training. She couldn't even hope to flare her chakra for the others to sense at this rate. She certainly wouldn't be able to cut the chains with any kind of chakra-enhanced instrument if the chains themselves absorbed it. The man just gave her another small arrogant smile. You see? You're at my mercy. Now, I suggest you take your mind off of escape and redirect it towards making your life a little more bearable during your stay here. I can easily have you untied and have food and water brought to you, as well as your old clothing. But first, I need something from you. Sakura raised her head and glowered at the man fiercely. Though. She was feeling anything but on the inside. Perhaps the reality of the situation hadn't quite hit her yet, but she was feeling almost numb. The man's smile grew even wider. I'll take that as a keep going. He stood abruptly and steadied himself with his cane, walking closer to her. I suppose that introductions are in order before we start. I know that you are Haruno Sakura from Konoha. And you may know that I am Kateor Rauhi. I lead a group of nin who are currently. Well, let's save that for later, shall we? Sakura blinked confusedly. That name. Kateor Rauhi. To come from mistake, waste. Did your parents name you that? Rauhi sneered and contemplated backhanding the girl. Instead, he reined himself in. It wouldn't do to torture the girl. Yet. After all, she wasn't the first to misconstrue his name that way. Although, all of the others who had were no longer among the living. Including his parents. He decided to ignore her comment and the somewhat satisfied smirk on her face from knowing she had struck a nerve. The grin on his face replaced by a glare, he drew himself up even higher and added a small amount of kai to his presence. He was rewarded as she shivered slightly. Now, we can do this the hard way or the easy way. But I need information from you. A few simple questions, assuming you answer truthfully and you won't have to see me again for a while. You'll get food, water, and you'll gain use of your arms again. Really, a very advantageous opportunity for you. Sakura narrowed her eyes, all mischievousness gone from them. I'm not answering anything until you tell me why I'm here. And where here is. The man chuckled darkly and turned away slightly. I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice but to answer me. But, I'm nothing if not pragmatic. If you know your circumstances, you may be more receptive to telling me what I wish to know. Very well. You're here because you have information that I need, but mostly because you make good bait. Here is a secure location in the forest. That's all I'll say. Sakura's eyes widened. Bait. For what? He chuckled again. Why, for your teammate, my dear. Undoubtedly, he has been indoctrinated with the Konoha values of teamwork and camaraderie. Once they realize that you're gone, they'll search high and low for you, and when he's alone, we will use you to make sure that he is compliant with our demands. Quite simple, really. Sakura immediately paled. They were after Sasuke-kun. They were going to use her to get to him. She fixed him with the most vicious stare she could, considering how afraid she was. I'll never tell you anything about Sasuke-kun. I'd sooner bite my tongue off and kill myself than endanger him. Tetsu looked at her as though she had grown a second head. After a few moments, he guffawed loudly. Once he had calmed down, he fixed Sakura with a condescending and amused smile. Child, why would we be after that Uchiha brat? We have no interest in the Sharingan. No, we're not after Sasuke-kun, my dear. We're after Namikaze Naruto. Your other teammate. She froze. They were after Naruto. What did Naruto have that anyone would be after? Sure, he had grown in skill over the past while. And he had even gained some good looks. But, wait, Namikaze Naruto. The old man fixed her with an amused stare. Oh, that's right. I suppose that's not exactly common knowledge in the Leaf, is it? I would have thought that he would at least tell his teammates, however. A shame, really. She narrowed her eyes even more. The sense of dread was back full force. Tell us what? Rauhi's condescending smile turned into a full-blown grin. He sat back down on his chair and propped his cane against the side. Ah, not so fast, darling. Information for information. You tell me what I want to know. And I will tell you what you wish to know. Don't forget, however, that I'm not the one at my captor's mercy here. Sakura gulped, in spite of herself. He had said that with an almost saccharine intonation. It sent shivers up and down her spine. She mentally calmed herself. Undoubtedly, they simply needed information on some inane things, and then she would be let free. It was textbook from the academy. Give your captors only enough to secure your release, and no more. Information is more important than your life, in some cases. She hoped this was not one of them. She still felt numb. Rauhi put on his most charismatic smile. Which utterly failed to evoke any sort of comfort in the girl. Now. What, approximately, would you say Naruto's skill level is at? Sakura's gaze didn't waver, though she wondered why he would ask such a thing. She figured that it was an inane question as any. It wouldn't hurt to answer it. He's powerful. I'm not really sure how powerful, though. We're not exactly the best of friends. Rauhi's smile faltered slightly. Sakura wondered just why. Not the best of friends, you say? That's most intriguing. I was under the impression that he was infatuated with you. Sakura mentally cursed. She had given more information away than she had meant to. Or rather, he had more information than she thought he did. Sighing, she figured that it wasn't exactly the biggest secret in the world that Naruto and she had had a falling out. He used to be. Not anymore. Nevertheless, she decided to keep it brief. The man's smile vanished completely. I see. Well, that is most unfortunate. You see, we picked you specifically as bait based on the facts presented to us that stated that he was infatuated with you. If that is no longer the case, then perhaps you are not the most opportune bait. Sakura almost felt a sense of relief flood through her. Who knew that a lack of relationship with Naruto would one day earn her freedom from capture? She could only barely repress a smile. Rauhi simply smiled. It seemed utterly fake to her eyes, however. Most unfortunate indeed. He stood and leaned heavily on his cane. His face became impassive and he turned his back on Sakura, heading once more for the door without so much as a backwards glance. Sakura was confused. Wasn't this the part where he was supposed to let her go? Or at least untie her? Hey, wait. Doesn't that mean you let me go? Can I at least get these ropes untied? Hey. He stopped and turned his head ever so slightly so that Sakura could see his eyes. They were cold and hard. Oh, no. It simply means that your usefulness to us has diminished. You will simply have to do as bait. But your safety and comfort are now no longer my concern. I'm afraid that this will most likely be the last time we meet. You'll understand. Nothing personal, of course. This is simply how the ninja world works. The door opened in front of him as Sakura's slack-jawed expression met his back. He calmly walked out of the room and the metal door slammed shut behind him. Sakura still felt numb. Even more so than before. It was a horrible, gnawing numbness that seemed to eat away at her very core. The implications of what the old man had said. The door opened once more. A man with a nondescript face came in with a small pair of scissors. His face was impassive. He walked up to the thoroughly stunned Sakura and clipped off her bindings, accidentally catching her smock in the process. Even when she was laid partially bare before him, she didn't flinch. She still felt stunned, cold, numb. The man leered for a few moments. "You're a sight for sore eyes, Pinky. I'll be back later. When the boss ain't guarding the front door." He sauntered out of the room. Sakura still felt numb. She didn't even register what the man had said. She wasn't useful to her captors. She was just a girl, captured, alone and weak at a captor's mercy. And that captor no longer cared what happened to her. She had no one near her that cared about what happened to her. She was alone in the worst possible way. Her face still registered nothing but shock. Her body wouldn't move. She could barely form cogent thoughts. They tried to prepare Kunoichi for this possibility in the academy. But it had been one of the few subjects she had never paid attention to. For almost an hour after the man left, she did nothing but sit on her bed. But her eyes spilled tears freely. Naruto flinched. Shino and Kiba would be easy enough to take care of. Remove the septic blood that was in their wounds, set the bones, and they'd heal naturally over the course of a few weeks to a month with some general chakra enhancement. Kurenai was a whole different story. He sighed as he knelt at Kurenai's side. Anko had been fervent that Naruto take a look at her first, as opposed to fixing the others. The reason was obvious. The woman was missing her entire left arm from the shoulder down. Even if he were to find her arm and try to reattach it, the blood in the arm would be clotted and the process of decay would be too far along to stop. It'd be like trying to reattach a stake back to the cow it originally came from. But there was another possibility. It would just hurt like hell. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he took a deep breath. "Anko-san. I cannot reattach her arm. I'm sure you already knew that. Other than her missing limb, however, she is in fairly good shape." Anko deflated visibly. Naruto supposed that she had been holding out a smidgen of hope of getting her arm reattached. He smiled only slightly. He could do the next best thing, at least. Setting his face into one of determination, he glanced up at Anko. "I can, however, regrow it." Anko's head snapped up. The black-haired woman's eyes widened. The old man nearly choked on the sake he had been downing. The kid. Well, he just kept on sleeping with his head on his mom's thigh. What? Regrow her arm? How? How can you possibly regrow an entire limb with medical ninjutsu? Anko seemed perplexed, hopeful and incredulous at the same time. She wasn't acting at all like her normal badass self. Naruto looked back at Kurenai's stump. The ability to produce medical chakra is the basis of all medical ninjutsu, right? Well. Imagine if you produced medical chakra with that chakra. That only I have access to. Anko's face was still for a moment before her eyes widened and her mouth hung agape. You can do that. Naruto simply nodded. The purple-headed Jounin remained astonished looking. Naruto absently noticed that the black-haired girl and her father looked incredibly confused, but they didn't seem to be itching to ask any questions. He couldn't help but sigh a little in relief. He turned back to look at Anko, who was still astonished. There is a drawback, however. Anko's eyebrows immediately knit into a concerned expression. Drawback? Naruto sighed once more. Yeah. The drawback is that I will be in a lot of pain. I can only sustain it for about 15 to 20 seconds before the impurities from that chakra start to bombard my body. It's almost like unleashing an extremely virulent poison or nerve agent directly into my bloodstream. I can still keep it going after the pain starts, but I can almost guarantee that I'll pass out afterwards. I'll effectively be out of action for a while until I can clear out the impurities. She seemed to look almost empathetic for a moment. Naruto noted that she flinched ever so slightly when he had mentioned impurities. He filed that away for later thought. Standing, he walked over to where Shino and Kiba's prone forms lie. Anko followed him after a moment. Naruto sat down right in between both of them, facing Kiba first. "Before I work on her, I need to get these two fixed up. It shouldn't take that long." He brought his hands out and put them over Kiba's torso, and green healing chakra flowed out of them. Naruto's brows knit in concentration, and he seemed to be wholly focused on the task of healing his fallen comrade. Anko nodded. Her voice came out a bit softer than usual. "I understand. Once you're done healing these two, give yourself a break for a while before you heal Kurenai. And then once you're done with her, I'll see to it that you're taken care of while you're passed out. It's the least I can do for you helping my friend in such a way." Naruto stopped for a moment and threw a grin at Anko. She returned it with a small smile. I appreciate that, Anko-san. But I don't need to be taken care of. I need you to keep me awake, actually. Her eyebrows rose. Naruto once again focused on healing Kiba. Once I pass out, I need you to wake me up however you can. Smelling salts, sternum rub, chakra to the spine. Whatever you have to do to wake me up, do it. The only way to purge myself of the impurities is to flare my own chakra for however long it takes to burn them out. It'll be painful as hell to actually be awake, but otherwise, the impurities will just sit there and fester. She nodded briskly, her face showing a bit of empathy. I got it. I have some smelling salts that I carry around. That should do the trick. He nodded, still keeping his concentration on Kiba. He could feel that rib floating around in there. He was lucky it hadn't punctured his lung, or worse. He set to reattaching it by speeding up the calcification process on both ends. Anko sat down to his right. She seemed to be studying what he was doing intently. Even though he was sure she couldn't see a thing. He almost raised his eyebrow in confusion. She obviously had something else on her mind. In reality, Anko was confused, perturbed, anxious and just a bit angry. Not at the situation as it was. Rather. It seemed odd to her that Naruto of all people would be a medic nin. He had been subject to one of the worst childhoods that she could think of and in many ways, he was like her. He seemed to be the least likely of all people to be a medic nin, based simply on the fact that he should hate everyone. It pissed her off because he didn't seem to be at all like her. She scowled. She kept herself focused on his hands, lest she give away her emotions. Instead, she decided to just ask the question. How did someone like you become a medic nin? I mean, medical nin are supposed to be compassionate and caring and stuff, right? So, how does that work with you? You had a shitty childhood, the village treated you like garbage, and you never had anyone really acknowledge you for being anything other than the fox until Iruka came along. By my estimation, you should hate people and not give a shit what happens to anyone. And being a medic nin is like the exact opposite of that. She kept her face impassive, but her clenched fists told that she was more than just a little bit emotional over the whole thing. Naruto wondered just why she cared. He sighed. He noticed that the black-haired woman and the old man were on the other side of the room, having some conversation about something. The kid was still asleep. Whatever he talked about wouldn't be overheard. But the final burst of chakra, he set Kiba's rib in place. It wasn't perfect, but it would heal just about right in time. He set to work on a few of his less serious injuries. Honestly, it wasn't my choice. It's classified. But I have the ability to convert regular chakra into medical chakra via the use of a seal, rather than having to actually concentrate. I can use that chakra with it too. It's not so much that I actually possess the capacity for care and compassion, so much as it's simply another ability that I can use. I'm sure that if I didn't have the ability to so easily convert chakra, I wouldn't be a med nin. Anko looked at him suddenly, tearing her eyes away from his hands. She looked calculating. So, simply because you can, you do? That seems like a pretty shitty reason to be a medic nin. She finally forced a smirk onto her face, feeling bits of herself returning to normal. This whole situation was fucked up. And it had caused her to be a bit more melancholy than normal. Naruto shrugged noncommittally. It's the reason for my whole life, really. Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into me because he could. I was ostracized as a Jinchuriki because the people of Konoha simply could. I became a ninja because I could. And I became a medic nin simply because I could. It would be so much easier for me to simply exist inside of Konoha's walls and never even use chakra, living my life as a regular civilian. But I've never been one to just exist. If I can do something, there's a good chance that I will. Anko's eyes took on a slightly softer quality and she flinched just so slightly. I see. You just take the opportunities as they present them, then. Naruto finished healing over a small laceration and sighed. Pretty much. I don't get many of them, so I kinda just have to grasp at the ones that life gives me. When the people where you live hate you for something out of your control, you have to make sure that anything good that happens to you is taken fully advantage of. Not even sparing Anko a glance, he turned around and placed his hands over Shino, producing the green medical chakra again. He frowned. He knew that Shino was different. But, with this physiology, he should be dead. As it was. Were those bugs? While Naruto was dealing with trying to learn the physiological characteristics of an aburum, Anko was thinking. Very hard. When the people where you live hate you for something out of your control, you have to make sure that anything good that happens to you is taken fully advantage of. She frowned and subconsciously, her hand went to the back of her neck. Hate. For something out of your control. Oh, how she knew what that was like. Apparently. This kid did too. Her previous assumption that he was like her was more correct than she had thought. But. He also seemed to be much more mature about it. Instead of lashing out at society in general, hating the world around him and acting like some insane nymphomaniac, he simply understood that he was starting from a deficit and made the best of it. Maybe he still harbored thoughts of revenge or hatred for those who hated him. But wasn't acting on those, was he? Enko almost scowled. Here she was, receiving pearls of wisdom from a 12-year-old. A wise and weathered 12-year-old, but she shook her head with a wry grin on her face. She would take whatever she could get, just like he said. It didn't do to be an arrogant asshole when you didn't have anything to be arrogant about. Naruto huffed slightly, drawing Anko's attention back to him. She looked at him curiously. There isn't a damn thing I can do for Shino. He's healing much more quickly than a normal human should. Almost as fast as I do. But it's not because of his metabolism or any form of stimulant. I think his bugs are actually fixing him from the inside. Although they seem to be tired. Naruto held a perplexed expression on his face and it made him look strangely fox-like. Anko grinned, her normal bravado returning full force. Aburams have lots of bugs in them. Thousands. They help in everything from healing to sex, I'm sure. Naruto snapped his head around and if Anko didn't know any better, he seemed to almost turn green. SSX. Bugs, helping. In sex. Anko guffawed loudly, catching the attention of the other occupants of the room, who simply looked at her warily. Yeah. I mean, there was this one time that I got drunk in a bar and I started hitting on this Aburam. I could tell from the sunglasses. And he was a bit drunk, right? So, he told me that he doesn't really ever get any because of the bugs that live inside his body. Which I already knew. But I asked him, so does that mean that you only have sex with other Aburams? And he said, no, the ones that actually do have sex with me never want another man. You'd be surprised what bugs can do. At this, Naruto really did turn green. Anko just grinned wider. He turned back and looked at Shino, shuddering slightly. Putting his hand on top of Shino's stomach, he forced a bit of his own chakra into the boy's coils. The bugs in his system hungrily lapped it up and as expected, when he checked using his medical chakra, he was healing faster than before. He stood and gave Anko a wary glance. Remind me never to ask you about anything regarding sex. Ever. He walked over to the door that led out to the pier and unceremoniously threw it open, staggering outside and dry heaving into the lake. Killing mercenaries and bathing in their blood was nothing, he decided. Imagining an Aburam having sex, on the other hand, had to be one of the most disgusting things he had ever put through his mind. Anko just kept grinning. Naruto. What's wrong? He sputtered and spun around to see Iruka standing on the same pier he was on. He looked like he had been through a minor skirmish, but nothing more. He was looking at Naruto rather concernedly. Naruto leaned up against the side of the house and gave Iruka a small smile. Anko was telling me about Aburams. And sex. That's what's wrong. Iruka's eyes widened for a moment before they settled themselves into an amused stare. You can kill people, but you throw up when you think of Aburams having sex. Naruto scowled childishly. Just imagining all those bugs. All those bugs. He promptly shuddered. Iruka simply laughed while sauntering up to Naruto and giving him a clap on the shoulder. You'll get over it. Naruto gave Iruka a look that clearly said like hell. He had the audacity to laugh. Again. Iruka shook his head at Naruto's antics and walked into the house, giving Anko a small nod. Anko gave Iruka a leering smile. It was his turn to shudder this time. It was then that he noticed Kurenai's arm. Before he could say anything, Anko stood and shushed him. Don't worry about that. Naruto said that he can regrow it with that chakra. I don't really get it myself, but I'm sure he can do a lot of things that we would think impossible. Iruka kept staring at Kurenai's stump but nodded nonetheless, a small smile on his face. Naruto is a walking talking impossibility with blonde hair. I tend to agree with you. Anko chuckled heartily, patting Iruka on the head like a child. Iruka gave her a petulant expression in return before his eyes went wide and he blushed slightly. Anko just winked at him and sauntered away. Iruka rubbed his butt. That pinch had hurt. After a few minutes of relative silence, interrupted only by the old man and the black-haired lady talking, Naruto re-entered the abode and knelt next to Kurenai, Iruka and Anko on Kurenai's other side. Anko had filled Iruka in on just what Naruto had told her, and Iruka had asked to be the one to administer the smelling salts to the boy when he passed out. He figured that waking up in pain was bad enough. But waking up in pain to an unfamiliar face would be even worse. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Kyuubi was still wrapped securely around his neck, but he could feel her mental support. I'll do what I can to dull the pain receptors in your brain. I won't be able to do much, but it's better than nothing. Naruto gave Kyuubi the mental equivalent of a smile. Thanks. See if you can't keep me from passing out, too. Although, I'm not expecting miracles in that department. Kyuubi mentally nodded and Naruto steeled himself. Putting his hands above Kurenai's shoulder, he began to focus. "Boy, what are you doing?" Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he looked over at the pier doorway to see a slightly scratched up Sasuke standing there with a curious yet strangely impassive expression adorning his visage. Naruto just grumbled. Fixing up Kurenai's arm. "Naruto here said he can regrow the thing." Anko motioned Sasuke over to join them, kneeling at Kurenai's side. Sasuke obliged, and his eyes widened when he saw that Kurenai was missing an arm. He promptly sat down cross-legged at her feet and gave Naruto a goading look that just begged him to mess up so that Sasuke could get him for it later. Of course, they both knew that it was just Sasuke's way of encouragement. Newly formed friendship or not, they were still very much sibling-like. He refocused on Kurenai's shoulder. Closing his eyes again, he mentally called up Kyuubi's chakra into his own reserves and then directed it towards the seal. Immediately he could feel a massive buildup of medical chakra in his coils. He directed all of it towards his hands and focused it all towards Kurenai's shoulder. The chakra almost literally exploded outwards from his hands, the dark green color seemingly flowing like a torrent into Kurenai's body. After only a few seconds, the beginnings of the arm began to regrow and reshape, the bone growing outwards first, followed by the musculature, the tendons and finally the dermis and epidermis, layering upon each other at the joint. But Naruto could feel something was off. Even though the arm was growing. It was almost at the middle of her upper arm already. It wasn't being fed by her own body. The arm itself was being sustained only by virtue of his chakra being flooded into it. He frowned. The arm was growing. It was connected to the body. It was obviously healthy. He felt like smacking himself. He had completely forgotten to remove the clotting in the woman's arm first, and even though the nerves were connecting, as were the bits of tissue, blood wasn't flowing into the arm. Undoubtedly, the subclavian artery on the left side had dried up and stopped flowing normally during the time she had been Sans arm. And even though the body was receiving a new one, clotted blood wouldn't allow regular blood to flow into the arm. Naruto felt the beginnings of pain begin to assault him. It wasn't much. A stinging sensation at best. But it was building. He needed to remove the clot before the pain hit, or he would not be able to concentrate enough to actually perform the procedure. Racking his brain, he tried to figure out a quick and easy way to remove the clot without having to resort to simply doing the procedure later. Which would defeat the whole purpose of this procedure. It clicked. Right now, he was just focusing healing chakra into Kurenai's arm and shoulder joint. If he stopped focusing it and just let it flow, the chakra would dissolve the clot normally. It would mean that he would have to use even more chakra, but he didn't have much of a choice. Gritting his teeth and clenching his eyes shut, he opened the floodgates and felt Kyuubi's chakra inundate the medical seal. The pain was immediate. Every nerve ending in his body screamed electrical signals to his brain telling him to stop. The seal burned on his belly. And without even realizing it, he began yelling in pain at the top of his lungs. Nevertheless, he continued. The forest green chakra enveloped every part of Kurenai's body, and even the most minuscule of cuts or bruises on her pale skin began to heal effortlessly. A few hairline fractures in her femur mended together in seconds, scars from previous battles disappeared under new flesh, and most importantly, the clot completely dissipated, allowing blood to flow into the now almost complete new appendage. Forcing his eyes to open, he saw the arm regenerated down to the wrist, and the hand was beginning to take shape. Blood vessels throbbed underneath the skin, new muscle and tendon structure flexed in spasm, nerve endings began finding their paths to the brain, and bones hardened and solidified. The pain only increased. He continued to yell, and it took every bit of self-control he had to stop from thrashing around on the ground. His seal felt almost like a branding iron, his skin hurt when air moved over it, his muscles screamed, his body cried out for him to simply stop. But he kept going. He was almost there. Looking on, the other occupants of the room cringed and looked on in empathy. The scream of the boy was more than enough to tell them how much pain he was in. It was diaphragmatic and guttural at the same time, and it seemed to echo off the walls. The boy, who was clutching his mother for dear life, looked on in horror. Why would someone go through so much pain just to help someone else? He was almost like. Naruto grit his teeth hard enough to break a molar. Looking down, he saw a fully formed, fully functional arm hanging at Kurenai's side. Without even thinking about it, he completely stopped his chakra flow, both Kyuubi and otherwise. And he collapsed. Kakashi had seen something like this before. More than once, actually. Where something just stops, inevitably, something went wrong. In this case, Kakashi was almost positive that Sakura had been absconded with. His visible eye narrowed. She hadn't been kidnapped by mercenaries. The fact that he had killed the last remaining ones in Sakura's district without so much as a whisper of information on the girl was proof enough. They hadn't seen her. They weren't even aware of her. The only ones that had been aware of her presence were currently lying dead with various Kunoichi-inflicted kunai wounds. This left only a few possibilities. Firstly, and most likely, the ninjas that Kurenai and her team had faced had taken her. Their purpose for doing such a thing was questionable, but considering that they were the only confirmed ninja in the area, they were the most likely culprits. Secondly, and perhaps just as likely, there was something else going on. They had been briefed that there were sporadic and unconfirmed sightings of other ninja in the area. And this served to heighten that suspicion. More than that, if it had been the original ninjas, then the motive would have been even more questionable, considering that they already had Hinata. Having another gen in Kunoichi didn't make much sense. Perhaps there was more than one faction at work here. Gato and his Nukenin hires were the most obvious faction. But. He scowled. No matter who else was at work here, the fact remained that both teams were now down at Kunoichi. They now had rescuing Hinata and Sakura as main priorities. He turned on his heel and started to make his way back to the impromptu base. Many different scenarios played themselves out in his head, all of them involving a head-on assault and extraction on Gato's base. If they truly had hired ninja working for them, other than the original Nukenin, then sneaking into the base would be nigh an impossibility. The only thing that would work is a full-on assault. And luckily enough, they probably had the manpower to pull it off. Takashi didn't like probably. This time, she kept quiet. The guards thought she was unconscious. As long as she kept still like this, they would continue to think that. And she was free to lie and listen. And activate her by Akugan. If any one good thing had come out of any of this, it was that she could now activate her by Akugan without hand seals. She had simply forced chakra to her eyes for a good portion of the last day, and finally, only about a half hour earlier, they had activated. She could see beyond her blindfold now and through the walls that surrounded her. She could also see the extent of her predicament. The room she was in looked damp and dark. It was surrounded on all sides by thick concrete, and a thick metal door was the only form of ingress or egress that presented itself. There was a large metal loop embedded into the concrete floor that attached to a chain that attached to her neck, and from what she could see, it was draining her chakra down into the ground, much like an electrical circuit. Her hands and arms were tied very tightly to her almost naked torso, and her legs were bound tightly together, attached to a chain that was attached once again to the metal loop. It seems as though they had left only her underwear and bra on. Other than that, she was completely stark naked. It would have brought a terribly bright blush to her face if the implications weren't so dire. As it was, she was completely helpless. Her fingers were tied together, so she couldn't form hand seals. And she barely had enough chakra to keep her Byakugan active. She couldn't move more than a few feet in any direction because of the chains, and she couldn't really move that well anyway, due to the fact that her arms and legs were immobilized. Not for the first time that day, she could feel tears welling up in her eyes. She was completely and totally without any means of freeing herself. More than that. She had seen some of the guards talking earlier in the day, and from what little skill she had in lip reading, she had been able to discern a word that had made her go rigid with fear. Akumo. It shouldn't surprise her, really. She had been captured by mercenaries. And it was no secret that Kumo had their sights set on the Byakugan bloodline limit. Undoubtedly, Gato would sell her to the Cloud for a high price, and she would be used by them as a breeder or more likely, as simply an experiment. They would extract her DNA, probably carve out her eyes, and then she would be discarded as so much trash. It was almost a comfort to know that her suffering would end once her usefulness ended. Tears streamed into her blindfold, dampening them considerably. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Nothing was going right. First Naruto had taken pity on her, then she had avoided him, and now she would be sold off to Kumo, never to see him again. She barely even entertained the thought of being rescued at this point. Undoubtedly, Naruto had better things to do than rescue some weak girl like her. Or, if he did come, it would just be out of pity again. She choked back a sob. Suddenly, her Byakugan picked up something. There was a familiar chakra signature on the other side of the compound. It was faint, even more so than her own. Focusing, she willed herself to see further than she had before. Her sight blurred slightly and dimmed, but eventually, she was able to force enough chakra to her eyes to be able to see. She gasped. That was. It couldn't be. Sakura. The girl was sobbing, much as she had before. She was only slightly more clothed than Hinata was, but she was much less restrained, only being held by a chain connecting her feet to the floor. It was draining her chakra, same as it was hers. Hinata could feel only the slightest pangs of hope enter her. If Sakura was here. Then Naruto. Naruto was here. He had come. She might yet be rescued. But. Sakura was here too. Would he only come for Sakura and not her? Naruto was still infatuated with her. Wasn't he? So, he would come for Sakura only, and she would just be a side project. He would feign kindness again and take pity on her. This time, she couldn't choke back a sob. She was a weight to Naruto. Perhaps this was all for the best. Focusing still on Sakura's room, she noticed that there was a man coming up to the door. He was large and muscular, and he had a short conversation with the guard at the door before him. And the guard. Both entered. Sakura immediately backed up to the corner of the room as much as she could, but the men seemed to be conversing with each other. Before. She gasped. They were taking off their clothes. They meant to. Oh no. They were going to. Before the first man could fully unclothe, a small explosion rocked the complex. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.